Amistad and Harper Audio presents Hitting a Straight Lick with a Crooked Stick, Stories from the Harlem Renaissance by Zora Neale Hurston, performed by Ingenue Ellis. Editor's Note: This volume constitutes an entirely new edition of Hurston's short fiction. Each story here has been transcribed anew, using, whenever possible, the first documented publication of the story as the copy text. When a first publication was not available, typescript served as the foundation. I respectfully corrected errors that likely occurred during the typesetting process, such as missing end punctuation, missing opening or closing quotation marks, obvious spelling errors, and idiosyncratic capitalization. Hurston's punctuation, particularly her use of commas, dashes, and commas together, and punctuation of contractions and dialogue, evolved considerably over the course of the Harlem Renaissance. Consequently, rather than impose a single standard on the volume, I have looked to the stories themselves for guidance. Each story has been treated as a discrete text with its own conventions. For instance, when ain't appears 5 times in a story, with the apostrophe and once without it, I have replaced the missing apostrophe in that story only. In later stories, readers will then see words spelled and punctuated differently in the various stories as Hurston's distinctive voice matured. I have preserved her punctuation and spelling to ensure fidelity to her vision at the time the story first appeared. Concerning the discovery of the stories, in 2005, I documented 4 that were found in the Pittsburgh Courier, in Zora Neale Hurston and American Literary Culture. I uncovered them in the landmark microfiche collection Black Literature 1827 through 1940 as I searched for reviews of Hurston's books. Edited by Henry Louis Gates, Jr., Black Literature 1827 through 1940 collects the poetry, fiction, and reviews that appeared in 110 significant but rare Black magazines and newspapers from the period. Although the work of developing the microfiche collection began in the early 1980s, the Hurston stories contained therein waited undocumented until 2005. In 2010, Glenda S. Carpio and Verna Solors, working collaboratively, also chanced upon the Pittsburgh Courier stories while perusing microfilm of the newspaper. Through their efforts, the Courier stories became front-page news in the Chronicle Review. A short time later, Carpio and Solors gathered all 5 of the Courier stories as the centerpiece of a special issue of an academic journal, America Studian/American Studies. Foreword, Love Letter and Testimony. Zora Neale Hurston is in that rare category of writer who reached the type of notoriety that gives her one-name status. This isn't terribly uncommon, think Faulkner, Hemingway, and Fitzgerald. However, there are precious few whose one name is their first name, and fewer still who are easily known by their given names and/or their family names. I can think of only 3: Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, and the great Zora Neale Hurston, who predated them both. Whenever I think of Zora by this single name, I have the urge to go wild with punctuation. Zora! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Part of this is motivated by the audacity of the name itself. There is something brazen about the letter Z, bringing up the rear of the alphabet with 3 bold slashes. And this is compounded by the fact that the name is perfectly suited to the woman herself. Who hasn't admired the images of her that we see on postcards in bookshops? The most memorable are the portraits taken by Carl van Vechten, in which Zora poses with her felt hat tilted to shade one eye, or she wears a coat that frames her face with a dramatic fur collar. These are black and white photos, but my favorite features her against a red background in which she sports a beaded cap that matches her cream-colored dress. Her lips are curved into something between a smirk and a smile, like she knows something that we don't. Have you ever noticed that Zora Neale Hurston is seldom photographed looking squarely at the camera? I can never decide whether she is being coy, deliberately cultivating the mystery of her persona. Maybe she spares us the intensity of her straightforward gaze because one should never look directly into the sun. Regardless of her motivation, the images we have are captivating and enchanting. She may not meet our eyes, but she leaves us unable to turn away all these years later. The page of her insightful prose is where Hurston chooses to reveal herself. Gone are the dramatic hats and headdresses, the sidelong glances, and the rouged lips. The stories in this fine collection are the tales of country folks, farmers, factory workers, and through their lives we experience the full range of human emotion. Hurston's sense of humor is legendary. I dare you to listen to this book in public without releasing at least one leg-slapping guffaw. Although people often suggest that black folks laugh to keep from crying, these characters show that some laughter is simply the reward for a joke well told. But even the folks who sit on the porch telling lies and playing the dozens still get the blues. After all, they are parents, lovers, children, spouses, and friends. With these connections come vulnerability and even grief. Hurston illuminates the breadth, depth, diameter, and circumference of the lives of those she knows and loves best. Like Faulkner, Hurston's muse is her hometown, the landscape and culture that formed her. But while Faulkner sets his work in a fictional place, Yoknapatawpha County, Hurston calls Eatonville by its true name, giving credit where it is due. She represents for Eatonville harder than Biggie did for Brooklyn and Tupac for L.A. Hurston's writing is both love letter and testimony. For too many years, the American South has been evoked as a shorthand for African-American misery and oppression. When Nina Simone said Mississippi goddamn, she covered the entire region. But Hurston loved the land that she called home. Eatonville boasted a black mayor, and although Hurston roasts him mercilessly in this book, as well as in Their Eyes Were Watching God, there is an empowerment that comes from black self-governance. Although racism and white folks present real challenges to the characters that people this collection, oppression is not the center of their lives. This is one of the many intricacies of the Southern experience that is on full display in this excellent collection. Short stories offer us something that novels do not. With a novel, even a masterpiece like Their Eyes Were Watching God, our attention is aimed at one or two characters as we take a deep dive into their complicated psychology, actions, and circumstances. With each short story, we encounter the same degree of complexity, but the characters' experiences are distilled into a few defining moments. To use a metaphor of which I hope Hurston would approve, a novel is like a whole watermelon. Gorgeous, striped, rind, white pith, red flesh, and shiny black seeds. It is delicious. It is a work of God's majesty. The short story is more like the watermelon heart. In the country, men stand by the side of the road and throw the watermelon down on the pavement just so. Upon impact, the melon will break in such a way that the juicy center is separated from the rest. This is the best part of the fruit, ripe, firm, seedless, and sweet. If a man offers a woman the heart of the watermelon, well, things are serious. Similarly, these stories get right to the heart of the matter. Hurston, trickster that she is, has chosen comeuppance as her literary specialty. Hers is a world populated by people who are more powerful than they seem. A jilted husband, so timid that he can only gulp when his wife's lover passes by. However, through his own death, he takes the Romeo to his grave. The wife, on the other hand, lives her best life, free of them both. The Baptists and the Methodists square off for an epic clash, and nobody quite wins, but laughs abound. But in the realm of payback, there is more than fun and games. In tales that feel as ancient as the monkey's paw, characters learn to be careful what they wish for. The delight of this collection is the way the stories feel rooted in a reality that is nearly a century old, yet still managed to achieve timelessness. On Hurston's tombstone are engraved the words, "A Genius of the South." The memorial stone was commissioned by a young Alice Walker who was so moved by Their Eyes Were Watching God that she took a pilgrimage to Florida to find out what became of Hurston and to pay her respects. Many people know this part of the story. Hurston died penniless and in obscurity. Walker searched an unkempt cemetery, battling mosquitoes and sticker bars, until she found the sunken, unmarked grave. At the time, this was a deterrent example and rallying call, admonishing us to take better care of our cultural workers as they age. Hurston became symbolic of the many Black women writers who fell into obscurity due to the twin burdens of racism and sexism. Virginia Woolf mused about Shakespeare's hypothetical sister, but Walker championed Zora Neale Hurston, an actual person. I wonder what Hurston would make of this. I do not doubt for a moment that she would have enjoyed the attention. She was the life of the party, after all. Thanks to the advocacy of Walker and other writers and scholars, Their Eyes Were Watching God is now regarded as an American classic and has been translated into dozens of languages. Zora Neale Hurston is perhaps the best known of all the Harlem Renaissance writers, surpassing even Langston Hughes. However, I think she would be dismayed at becoming a cautionary tale. In her famous essay, How It Feels to Be Colored Me, she declared, "I am not tragically colored." In that spirit, I offer a different interpretation of these same events. We can all agree that the end of Hurston's life was difficult. We can all agree that she deserved her laurels while she still walked among us. Yet Zora, being Zora, did not let mere death end her life. Alice Walker found Hurston's grave, but Hurston's work found Alice Walker. Some listeners may not understand the title, Hitting a Straight Lick with a Crooked Stick. I will explicate it the best I can. Like Hurston, I understand that sometimes the most vibrant language doesn't translate well into the more formal tone of well-meaning documents like this foreword. The expression, one I know from my own Southern childhood, means to achieve a goal that seems to be in contradiction to the means by which it was accomplished. It's amazing, isn't it, how the act of translation boils the life out of the phrase, leaving it as limp as overcooked vegetables. This is why Hurston captured the language of her community phonetically, so that none of the music and magic would be lost in the alchemy from breath to ink. I would not do justice to this latest addition to Hurston's Ove if I did not praise the splendor of its language. No writer, before or since, has regarded the language of the African American South with such affection and seriousness. Unfettered by respectability politics, Hurston lets the people speak for themselves, and speak they do. I recommend listening to and reading this work aloud, enjoying the feel of the words in your mouth and the sound of English tightened and strummed like the strings of a banjo. Lose yourself in these stories. Laugh when it's funny. Wipe your eyes when the spirit moves you. Remember Hurston in this way, complicated and brilliant. These pages, like their author, contain multitudes. Tayari Jones, August 19th, 2019. Introduction. Outstanding novelist, skilled folklorist, journalist, and critic, Zora Hurston was for 30 years the most prolific Black woman writer in America. Mary Helen Washington. For Zora Neale Hurston, the Harlem Renaissance began in 1921, when she published her first short story, and it ended in 1937 with the publication of her masterpiece, Their Eyes Were Watching God. In the period between, she wrote 21 stories, all of which appear here together in a single volume for the first time. Included in Hitting a Straight Lick with a Crooked Stick are several lost Harlem Renaissance tales, 8 of which challenge readers to rethink their assumptions about Hurston's literary interests. An author long associated with the rural, with Eatonville, Florida, she wrote 8 stories about northern cities and the Great Migration. She also wrote about Harlem's middle class. Thus, this new Harlem Renaissance volume provides a much-needed correction to Hurston's legacy and better reflects the true breadth of her subject matter. Presented in the order of their composition, the stories collected here allow readers to track the evolution and maturation of Hurston's skills and interests as a fiction writer. From what her biographer Robert Hemingway describes as her apprentice work to her mature, masterful critiques of the politics of race, class, and gender, what we today call the politics of identity. Hurston typically submerged her explorations of such serious topics within plots revolving around romantic relationships between men and women. Literary critics Claudia Tate and Susan Meisenhelder adopted Hurston's own phrase, hitting a straight lick with a crooked stick, to describe the ways in which she subversively critiques the politics of race and gender, and, I add, the politics of class as well. Zora herself described what it means to hit a straight lick with a crooked stick, in slightly different ways. In her autobiography, Dust Tracks on a Road, 1942, she uses the phrase to describe her hometown because it is a byproduct of something else. In the essay High John to Conquer, she describes it as a making a way out of no way, a winning the jackpot with no other stake but a laugh. Hurston's making a way to express herself in a racist and masculine publishing industry required subversive strategies for exploring topics, critiquing behaviors and norms, and expressing perspectives that editors and readers might have rather avoided. Across the body of her Harlem Renaissance fiction, again and again, Hurston hits a straight lick with a crooked stick to address the politics of identity. The 8 recovered stories that appear here are set in urban environments that reflect the tumult of the Great Migration. More than 2 million African Americans left the largely rural South between 1910 and 1940 for the industrialized cities of the North. On their journeys to build new lives, migrants faced collective and individual challenges in urban communities as they encountered new expectations for dress, deportment, speech, education, religious practice, and entertainment. So profound were the changes wrought by the Great Migration that it spawned an entire body of what scholar Farah Jasmine Griffin describes as migration narratives, songs, stories, novels, and paintings that depict the upheaval of migration, the resulting loss of community, confrontations with the new environment, attempts to reestablish community, and even reverse migration, which some undertook when the North failed to fulfill its promise of a better life. Until the recovery of Hurston's lost stories, it had appeared as though she had opted to limit her treatment of the Great Migration to a single story, Mudsey, and to the subtle references that appear elsewhere in her fiction, such as in her first novel, Jonah's Gourdvine, 1934. Cultural and literary critic Hazel V. Carby had even gone so far as to suggest that Hurston attempted to stabilize and displace the social contradictions and disruption of her contemporary moment by focusing on a utopian reconstruction of a historical moment of her childhood in Eatonville. Today, with the recovery of these urban stories, we know that Carby was mistaken. She simply did not have access to Hurston's entire corpus. When Hurston explores urban settings and characters, the Great Migration may be central to the plot, or it might loom in the background. Both strategies, however, expand her treatments of the politics of gender, class, and race to include another layer of complexity produced by regional differences. Migrants were forced to reconcile conflicting norms on matters both secular and sacred, many of which intersected with gender-based norms related to race and class. The choices Hurston's characters face, mundane and momentous alike, illustrate the tumult of the times. Hurston's short stories rarely fail to engage identity politics, and in this way, her urban tales are no different from her better-known Eatonville stories and her novels. At the same time, the urban settings do change the nature of the politics her characters must negotiate. Hurston really did get born. Zora Neale Hurston claimed, at various times, to have been born in 1901, 1902, and 1903 in Eatonville, Florida, the first incorporated black town in the United States. It is probably more accurate to say that Eatonville was home, the place that not only inspired her but also shaped her identity. In addition, Zora was also a decade older than she publicly acknowledged, having been born, according to U.S. Census records, in 1891 in Notasulga, Alabama. Her family relocated to Eatonville in 1894. When Zora's mother died and her father remarried to a woman she despised, it initiated a period of wondering. Unable to finish high school because she needed to support herself, she worked in white homes as a maid, bounced among relatives and friends, and then took a position as a lady's maid in a Gilbert and Sullivan troupe traveling the country. When the woman she worked for left the company to marry, Hurston settled in Baltimore, Maryland, where her sister Sarah was, to complete her education. State law in Maryland guaranteed a free high school education to anyone under the age of 20. Hurston seized the opportunity that she had longed for and promptly took a decade off her life to begin passing as a teenager rather than the 26-year-old woman she was. Thus, Hurston began the masquerade of being born in 1901 rather than 1891. In 1917, Hurston enrolled at Morgan Academy, then the high school division of Morgan College, which we know today as Morgan State University. The following year, she moved to Washington, D.C., with the hope of attending Howard University, which she would later call the capstone of Negro education in the world. Admitted first through the college preparatory program, Hurston spent close to 4 years at Howard in and out of class as her finances and health allowed. There she discovered she was not only Howard material, as a friend put it, but also Zeta Phi Beta material. When Hurston's first story appeared in print in 1921 in the Howard University literary magazine, The Stylus, she was still a student trying to make rent and pay tuition by working as a manicurist. Fortunately for Hurston, the literary renaissance was already taking place in Washington as well as in other cities around the country. A lifelong lover of books, the would-be writer found in the city a lively black literary community focused on a group known as the Saturday Nighters. Elizabeth McHenry's research has demonstrated that such groups provided a network of support for African American intellectuals and helped shape American literature and modern culture. Weekly gatherings of the Saturday Nighters at which participants discussed books, plays, and poetry often took place at the home of Georgia Douglas Johnson, who was already an established poet. For this group of writers, many of whom found the city's racism and narrowness isolating, Johnson's home proved an assembly of likable and civilized people. One contemporary recalls that Hurston actually lived at Johnson's home for a period. There, Zora, as an evening's guest or in residence, would have encountered not only faculty members and mentors from Howard University, like Montgomery Gregory and Elaine Locke, but also a range of other luminaries from the period, including W.E.B. Du Bois, Charles S. Johnson, Marita Bonner, and Jessie Fawcett, as well as native Washingtonian Jean Toomer, whose cane, 1923, instantly made him a literary celebrity. It was during these years that Hurston began publishing her fiction and her lesser-known poetry, suggesting that the lively discussions may have helped foster her desire to put pen to paper. Hurston wrote her first 4 extant stories during this period. By the fall of 1924, her work had been accepted in one of the period's leading magazines, Opportunity. It was her breakthrough. Drenched in Light would become her first major publication. The success encouraged her to consider writing as a career. Unable to raise the funds to finish her degree at Howard, Zora packed her bags and migrated to New York, the center of American publishing. She tells us in her autobiography that she arrived in Harlem with only $1.50 in her pocket. Short of funds but full of dreams, she carried a small suitcase of short stories and plays. The connections that Hurston established through Opportunity proved essential when she arrived in New York. The monthly magazine of the National Urban League served as a major publication venue for new Negro writers. Charles S. Johnson, a young sociologist who acted as the magazine's editor, fostered Zora's career by publishing 3 of her early stories. The magazine also sponsored a series of literary contests and award dinners in the 1920s to help introduce emerging writers to judges and editors who could open doors to periodical and book publications. At the May 1925 Opportunity Awards, where the fledgling writer won 4 prizes for her short stories and plays, she wisely made the most of her meetings with the white writers Fannie Hurst and Annie Nathan Meyer. Their assistance allowed her to return to college in the fall. Hurst offered the recent transplant a secretarial position while Meyer facilitated admission to Barnard College, then the women's division of Columbia University, where she matriculated that fall and from which she would graduate in 1928. A 1925 letter from Hurston to Meyer reflects the goals the young writer had set for herself. My typewriter is clicking away till all hours of the night. I am striving desperately for a toehold on the world. Hitting a straight lick with a crooked stick demonstrates just how successful she was in attaining her goal. Zora's short fiction opened doors that allowed her to network with the period's most powerful figures and would help her find a publisher for her books in the 1930s. It was her 1933 short story, The Gilded Six-Bits, included here, that attracted the J.B. Lippincott Company to Hurston and led to her first novel, Jonah's Gourdvine, published in 1934. 4 other books followed with Lippincott. In her lifetime, only her last novel, Seraph on the Swanee, 1948, would be published by another. Without Zora's early success as a Harlem Renaissance writer of short fiction, it seems unlikely that her beloved novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God, 1937, would ever have found an audience. The politics of art in the Harlem Renaissance. When Hurston arrived in New York, the Harlem Renaissance was in full bloom. But the debates about Black art were thorny. At the heart of the matter was the battle over images of African Americans. Elaine Locke, in his landmark 1925 essay, The New Negro, describes the race as a butterfly undergoing the transformative process of emerging from a chrysalis. But who was the new Negro, or the old Negro, for that matter? How was he or she to be depicted? It was hardly a theoretical question. The New Negro movement advocated for art as a means of changing American culture and challenging its racism. To advance the cause of racial equality, writers and other artists battled racist stereotypes of African Americans that had existed since the transatlantic slave trade. Dehumanizing images of Africans had helped make the institution of slavery possible. Those same stereotypes had been deployed in the years following Reconstruction to repress African Americans' political and economic progress. Many of them manifested on the stage and in popular culture through the minstrel tradition. The New Negro movement in the 1920s sought to correct those images and to celebrate authentic Black culture. One strategy for advancing the race was to establish that there were class differences within the group, that there were educated, refined, intelligent, and properly chaste middle-class Black people. Consequently, depictions of middle-class characters were a popular means of challenging stereotypes. Hurston, however, allied herself with younger writers who were willing to challenge the establishment, including Langston Hughes, Wallace Thurman, and Rudolph Fisher, to explore the lives of the common people. She introduced folk characters who speak in their own voices and typically fail to conform to middle-class New Negro standards. Perhaps inspired by James Weldon Johnson's 1922 call for African American writers to do something for Black dialect, like John Millington Synge did for the Irish, Hurston and some of the other typically younger writers of the period challenged long-held assumptions about art, language, and politics. Her decision to write in idiom, often described as dialect, was a risky enterprise in the 1920s, particularly when that writing was funny. The history of minstrelsy meant that dialect and idiomatic expression, particularly when coupled with humor, evoked the very stereotypes New Negroes hoped to vanquish. Zora's essays make it clear that she understood the inter- and intraracial politics of her artistic choices, but she persisted in her efforts to break the chains of the past. Hurston's earliest statement on aesthetics appears in the neglected essay, Race Cannot Become Great Until It Recognizes Its Talent. There she compares African Americans to the English after William the Conqueror's conquest in the year 1066. She credits Chaucer with recognizing the beauty of writing in English, rather than the French or Latin that had been used for centuries, and Shakespeare with incorporating folklore into his plays. Implicitly, we see Hurston following the lead of these canonical figures by devoting herself to writing about the beauty of the folk. She saw African Americans as physically but not spiritually free, unable as yet to turn our eyes from the distorted looking glass that goes with the iron collar of slavery. Imitation of white traditions, she cautions, will do nothing to advance the race, as pupils never stand on equal footing with the master. In search of something original, she refused to shrink from aspects of Black life, such as folk traditions and patterns of speech that others found undesirable or shameful. Hurston was proud of the way she depicted the speech of her African American characters on the page. She described this as her use of the idiom, not the dialect, of the Negro. She wanted to capture the poetical flow of language, the thinking in images and figures. She says it provides verisimilitude to the narrative by stewing the subject in its own juice. Committed to representing those Langston Hughes called the low-down folks, Hurston resisted the pressure to conform and presented her characters in their full, complex, and contradictory humanity. In a 1938 essay written for the Florida Federal Writers Project, the now established novelist would describe this as her objectivity. Of course, today, We recognize that there was nothing neutral or apolitical in her passionate work in a violent Jim Crow culture to reclaim Black folks' speech and traditions and to establish the full humanity of its creators. She depicted the full range of the human experience in her characters, even when doing so did not suit a new Negro agenda. Hurston's stories from the Harlem Renaissance typically revolve around courtship and marriage, a trope that scholar Anne DeSille describes as the coupling convention. The convention allowed generations of Black women writers a way to critique the inequities and injustices they saw. Zora deployed the convention regularly. Instead of critiquing directly, she used her crooked stick to work in subversive, often subtle ways that challenged the status quo. Through her use of language, characters, and plots, she interrogates and disputes the very stereotypes new Negroes objected to and treats subjects that continue to trouble American culture today. One of the reasons that Their Eyes Were Watching God has a current popular readership is that the issues her characters wrestle with continue to be relevant more than 80 years after the book's initial publication. Implicitly, the novel asks, what is the purpose and function of marriage? What does it mean to be a woman, particularly a married woman? How should a man behave? What are his responsibilities? How do couples navigate or share power? What is the community's role in negotiating difficult or abusive relationships? These questions are all posed implicitly by Their Eyes Were Watching God, but Hurston was exploring such topics long before writing her masterpiece. Her Harlem Renaissance short fiction also reveals the intersections of race, class, and gender that scholars talk about as intersectionality. In short, the term means that we should not talk about one aspect of identity without talking about others. Hurston was not only a woman, she was a Black woman from the rural South. This intersectionality makes it difficult and short-sighted, if not foolish, to try to separate race, class, and gender in Hurston's life and in her work. Rather, they intersect and intertwine to create complex subjectivities and systems of oppression. She worked within those systems and wrote about them. Hurston's earliest stories reveal that she was wrestling with the politics of identity from the very beginning of her career, regardless of whether she was focused on rural or urban communities. Her early narrative, A Bit of Our Harlem, implicitly asks what it is that connects people. This recovered story, first republished by Tony Curtis, appeared in the weekly newspaper Negro World in 1922, while Hurston was still pursuing her studies at Howard University. A publication of Marcus Garvey's Black nationalist, Universal Negro Improvement Association, the paper boasted a weekly circulation of nearly 200,000 and would undoubtedly have introduced Hurston's fiction to a large reading audience. Here, in her second published story, class divisions dissolve over the course of a conversation between the unnamed middle-class narrator, who is likely a stand-in for the author, and a child with a disability selling candy. Despite their many differences, the educated narrator finds in the boy the world of sympathy, understanding, and fellowship that seldom had she found in her own class. And although these two characters overcome their class differences, in the majority of Hurston's stories, class difference serve as a wedge that divides people. Interrogating the politics of gender and class. In some of Hurston's earliest stories, she focuses on the ways in which class intersects with masculinity to determine just what it means to be a man. While Hurston has become known for her depictions of female characters, she began her career exploring masculine identities in both the North and the South. The Conversion of Sam, circa 1922, a recovered story, is one of Hurston's earliest, written before her migration to Harlem. The original story exists only in typescript form at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. Scrawled across the top margin in Hurston's craggy handwriting are her name, the Washington, D.C. address of the barbershop in which she worked as a manicurist, and the phrase, submitted at the usual rate. The library has no record of the story's provenance, so we can only speculate about its history. In the same collection at the Schomburg are letters Hurston wrote to Lawrence Jordan, a 1931 graduate of Columbia University who worked as an assistant to the curator of the Schomburg collection from 1930 to 1932. Since Jordan clearly knew Hurston and they corresponded in the 1920s, perhaps he is responsible for the story finding its way to the collection. It appears that Adele S. Newson in Zora Neale Hurston, a reference guide, was the first scholar to document the story's existence, while John Lowe in Jump at the Sun, Zora Neale Hurston's cosmic comedy, was the first scholar to comment on it. A published version has not been located, but the phrase submitted at the usual rate tantalizingly suggests it may have appeared in a newspaper or magazine. The stilted 19th century dialect suggests she wrote the story between 1921 and 1923 before her use of African American idiom and vernacular was fully developed. The conversion of Sam appears in print for contemporary readers for the first time in this collection. The narrative introduces readers to Sam, who falls for Stella, a recent urban migrant. He has a reputation as a gambler who refuses to work, but his desire to marry Stella prompts Sam to change his lifestyle and become dicty, or middle class. When a former gambling buddy realizes just how prosperous Sam has become, the man jealously works to undermine the couple's happiness. Faced with different lifestyles, Sam must decide whether he will be a sensible, steady man by providing for his wife. This tension between the gambler and the middle-class employed worker is Hurston's first examination of the ways class intersects with and complicates life in the Black community. In the story, to be a steady man requires that Sam earn a steady living, provide a home for his wife, and keep her clean, likely meaning that she will not have to work outside the home. Implicitly, then, Stella is a domestic figure, a woman to be cared for and protected, but her character is secondary to Hurston's focus on Sam's journey into manhood. Sam's story has much in common with the previously anthologized Mutsy. In this urban migration tale, Hurston's migrant is also a woman. Pinky has journeyed to Harlem from Eatonville, Florida. Pinky, like Hurston in 1925, wishes to continue her education and has no home to which she could return. In an unfamiliar city, Pinky's traditional middle-class notions of femininity and her beauty make her vulnerable to exploitation. Mutsy, a well-respected and successful gambler, pursues Pinky and even takes nice or respectable work in order to make himself more attractive as a potential husband. In an ironic twist, however, the final lines of the story leave readers to wonder whether Pinky will find her marriage to Mutsy the refuge from exploitation and the source of respectability she seeks. Hurston wrote 2 additional stories that focus on male migrants, only one of which appeared in print in her lifetime. Despite the commonalities of these 2 recovered stories, Book of Harlem and The Book of Harlem, are distinctly different, with different protagonists and different conclusions. Both, however, work against the grain of her contemporaries' treatments of the Great Migration. While many other Harlem Renaissance stories of migrants end tragically, Zora finds humor in the experience. The Book of Harlem, 1927, appeared in the Pittsburgh Courier, while Book of Harlem, circa 1925, appeared posthumously in Zora Neale Hurston, Novels and Stories, 1995. Unlike the protagonists from other migration stories from the Harlem Renaissance, Hurston's are not escaping lynching or seeking relief from the economic exploitation of sharecropping. Instead, her male protagonists are pleasure seekers. Loaded with their father's shekels, The young men leave their rural towns for Harlem in pursuit of Shebas of high voltage. These details challenge the stereotypes of poor Southerners and of the migrant escaping persecution. Hurston's humorous versions of the greenhorn story employ mock biblical language to marry the high and the low, the sacred and the secular, with terrific results. The narratives allow readers to see the characters transform themselves from men in mail-order breeches to Harlem sophisticates. In their Southern clothing that marks them as outsiders, they are dismissed by urban women. The characters' transformations require financial resources. Only after the migrants adopt urban clothing and straighten their hair will women interact with them. Here, even in funny stories, the author presents serious issues. Hurston's focus on masculinity also drives two of her early well-known Eatonville stories, John Redding Goes to Sea, 1921, and Spunk, 1925. John Redding Goes to Sea has long been accepted as Hurston's first published short story. The apprentice effort follows the efforts of John to see the world, a desire his father attributes to his being a man. The women in John's life, however, want him to stay home, leading to inevitable conflict. While these characters split along the lines of gender in their thinking about masculinity, Spunk presents conflicting views held by the men within the Eatonville community. In the first of Hurston's stories to introduce the Eatonville store porch and the men who talk there, readers meet a cuckolded husband who has lost his wife to Spunk, the title character. When the wronged husband seeks revenge, despite being fearful and outmatched, he loses his life. From beyond the grave, however, the husband continues to seek vengeance. Submerged within this ghostly love triangle, almost out of view, lies Hurston's exploration of masculinity. The men on the porch debate whether the betrayed husband is braver, that is, manlier, for having conquered his fears and attacking his rival, or is Spunk manlier for going after anything he wants. Even within the same community and among men of the same class, there is no clear consensus. The story exposes conflicting constructions of masculinity within this community, but the narrator avoids drawing a conclusion to allow the reader to decide. Hurston's recovered story, Under the Bridge, 1926, was first printed in the X-Ray, the official organ of the Zeta Phi Beta sorority, along with a play and an essay by Hurston. She joined the sorority while still a student at Howard University, but her writing was published in the X-Ray after she moved to New York. Wyatt Houston Day, a collector of African American sorority and fraternity memorabilia, bought several items at auction, and among his purchases, he uncovered the story, which he reprinted in American Visions in 1997. Under the Bridge, the story of a May-December love triangle follows Luke, a widower who marries Vanjie, a woman less than half his age. As fate would have it, Luke has a handsome son the same age as his new wife. While it takes little to imagine the painful outcome, there is nothing tawdry in the tale. Rather, the two young people grow closer emotionally. As Henry Louis Gates Jr. puts it, the air is thick with temptation in this story, but it is also thick with the young people's love of the old man. Luke feels his age and a growing sense of competition with his beloved son. In an effort to keep his wife, the husband and father resorts to a hand from the local conjureman. Hurston's decision to introduce conjure plays a crucial role in the plot, but it also has class implications. Middle-class Black readers who saw such practices as ignorant or backward often wanted to distance the race from practices that had so often been yoked to stereotypes. It was a part of African American life in the South that they wanted to leave behind. The story has elicited speculation that it, like much of Hurston's fiction, may be autobiographical. If it were, an early marriage to a much older man might account for the lost decade of Hurston's life, those years between school and the Gilbert and Sullivan troupe that biographers have been unable to reconstruct. Hurston's exploration of manhood also introduces extreme behaviors that demonstrate what I call tyrannical masculinity. Magnolia, Flower, and Sweat both explore violent tyrants who seek to control the women in their lives. The first introduces colorism or shadism, while the latter raises questions about the responsibilities of men in the community to deal with abusive husbands. Magnolia, Flower, 1926, opens in the years following emancipation. Bentley's daughter, Magnolia Flower, falls in love with a light-complected African-American teacher. Rather than see his daughter marry a man who reminds him of his white oppressors, the father vows to hang the lover. To punish most cruelly, Bentley vows to make the lover watch Magnolia Flower marry one of his lackeys before the hanging. Bentley emerges as a tyrant who exploits, abuses, and exercises complete control of his family and neighbors. In this way, and in others, Magnolia Flower anticipates themes that would reach their fullest representation 12 years later in Their Eyes Were Watching God. Bentley's character prefigures the better-developed one of Joe Starks, Janie's second husband in the novel. Although Joe Starks is not a would-be murderer, both men build big houses, control the men around them, and verbally and physically abuse their wives. Joe Clark, a similar figure, also dominates Eatonville in Hurston's 1925 story, The Bone of Contention, in which readers witness Joe's power to banish others from the town he founded. In Sweat, 1926, Sykes has been cheating on and beating Delia for 15 years. Despite his abuse, Delia has built a home for them, washing the clothes of white families in a neighboring town. The men on the store porch know that Sykes has subjected Delia to brutal beatings. In fact, they agree that Sykes has beaten Delia enough to kill 3 women. At the same time, the larger community becomes a target for criticism when the men continue to turn a blind eye to the violence. They discuss whipping and killing Sykes, but the heat melts their civic virtue. They opt to cut a watermelon rather than address his abuse. Hurston raises a number of unanswered questions. If Sykes has beaten Delia too much, as the men suggest, readers are left to wonder how much violence toward a wife is acceptable. At what point should other men in the community intervene in domestic violence? If they do so, what form should that intervention take? If the men in the community fail to intervene, have they failed to act as men? As Hurston was exploring masculinity in her fiction, she also began to develop the female characters for which she has become so well known. Although Drenched in Light, 1924, her third published story, often prompts discussions of race, the author also explores constructions of gender. Isis, the story's 11-year-old heroine, strains against and even flouts the gender norms her grandmother would impose on her. Perched on the fence post, Isis loves to watch the parade of people and cars on the shell road outside her home. Doing so, however, puts her at odds with traditional femininity, which would describe such behavior as unladylike. The child also likes to whistle, slouch in her chair, and sit with her knees apart, which her grandmother describes as set and brazen. Isis clearly does not care and would much rather be on horseback herding cattle and cracking the whip, a masculine phallic symbol, than washing dishes for her family, a chore that falls to her as the only female child. Hurston cleverly turns this traditional construction of ladylike womanhood on the grandmother when Isis and her brother try to shave the woman's chin whiskers as she snores loudly through her afternoon nap. While Hurston doesn't tackle constructions of femininity directly, she reveals a girl resisting traditional gender roles and the grandmother's hypocrisy in imposing them. The Back Room, 1927, is one of the 4 stories I discovered in the Pittsburgh Courier, a weekly black newspaper. It is unique among Hurston's fiction as it focuses on an educated and evidently prosperous migrant. It is Hurston's only work of fiction to plumb new Negro life in the Harlem Renaissance. The 38-year-old Lilia Barkman is living, in the words of Glenda R. Carpio and Verna Solars, the upper-crust party life of Harlem's elite. She is approaching the age of 40, but has, by choice, remained unmarried. She has remained on the battlefield and had her fun in the belief that marriage ages a woman so, worrying with a house and husband at the same time. Lilia's home includes a large portrait of her painted years earlier, when her beauty and her marriage prospects were at their peak. Unwittingly, she has constructed herself as an object of the male gaze, both in art and in life. But in order to land on her feet at the end of the story, she must reclaim her agency. The narrative names Porter David as the artist who created the painting that captures Lilia at her best. His name, as Carpio and Solars astutely point out, evokes the painter James A. Porter, a 1927 Howard graduate. While Carpio and Solars suggest the world in a jug reference in the story constitutes an uncanny anticipation of Porter's award-winning painting, Woman Holding a Jug, it seems more likely that both Hurston and Porter allude to the blues song Downhearted Blues, which made Bessie Smith famous in 1923. Like so many blues songs, this one chronicles a broken relationship. Smith, however, puts her own stamp on the song by reorganizing the lyrics to emphasize the blues singer's resilience. Although Smith's man has left her, she still believes that she has got the world in a jug, the stoppers in my hand. In Hurston's story, the line, "the world in a jug," appears in the opening paragraphs, foreshadowing the ending in which the male characters leave Lilia behind. Monkey Junk, 1927, another recovered story, also evokes an element of Harlem life that is unlike anything else in Hurston's work. Although funny, it is perhaps the author's most cynical look at relationships between men and women. The narrative juxtaposes the high and low in mock biblical chapters, much like Book of Harlem and The Book of Harlem. Mixed-up proverbial wisdoms like "he that laugheth last is worth two in the bush," Carpio and Solars note, provide much of the humor. Beneath this humor, however, Hurston takes her crooked stick to both genders. The plot unfolds as an unnamed man journeys out of the South to Harlem. He believes he knoweth all about women, and by story's end, their overconfidence has cost him dearly. He is trapped by a woman infatuated with his checkbook. As a consequence of underestimating the power of feminine wiles and overestimating his own skills, the exploited and outmatched husband finds himself responsible for a hefty alimony payment. It is easy to laugh as the unnamed woman takes advantage of his arrogance. At the same time, however, Hurston also interrogates the way the woman exercises her agency. In divorce court, the judge and jury view her as a woman in need of rescue, when nothing could be further from the truth. As readers watch the woman lie and manipulate, her performance becomes central. Admittedly, as Carpio and Solars point out, she is hardly a feminist role model, and yet she uses what she has, her appearance, to achieve her ends in a patriarchal culture. Through the introduction of the woman's lawyer, Hurston hits a straight lick. He's the only man who sees through the woman's performance. Through his character, Hurston cautions readers to avoid being like the doty juryman and instead see beneath the surface of gendered performances. The Country and the Woman and She-Rock also explore the impact migration has on identity in marriage, as well as the tensions between rural and urban life. The plot of both stories revolves around Caroline, a married woman who uses her axe to end the affairs of her philandering husband. This pattern appears 4 times across the body of Hurston's work. Rural versions of the tales set in Hurston's hometown of Eatonville, Florida, appear in the Eatonville Anthology, collected here, and in her autobiography. In The Country and the Woman, and in She-Rock, Hurston relocates the plot to Harlem to critique urban constructions of female identity. The Country and the Woman, 1927, focuses narrowly on Caroline and her wayward husband in Harlem. In exchanges between Caroline and her husband, Mitchell, readers see Caroline perform for her audiences. The story opens on a Harlem street as Caroline confronts Mitchell and his side gal. Rural African-American vernacular permeates Caroline's speech as she threatens the other woman. "I'll kick her clothes up round her neck like a horse collar. She'll think lightning struck her all right now." A dark brown lump of country contrariness, this wife has publicly and humorously vanquished previous rivals when the couple lived in the South. But Mitchell mistakenly believes that in urban Harlem he can carry on an affair without her knowledge. Mitchell has adopted 7th Avenue corners and a man-about-town air, and a new store-bought wardrobe. Caroline, however, continues to sleep in yellow homespun. Because homespun cloth and the clothing it became were made in the home, that nightgown symbolizes the independence necessary for the survival of rural women like Caroline. Her idioms and her way down in Dixie look also foreshadow the rural weapon Caroline will use to end Mitchell's liaison. Readers laugh at the humorous conflict between husband and wife and between rural and urban norms as Caroline emerges the victor by rejecting conventional urban middle-class norms of femininity. The final and latest of the recovered stories is She-Rock. In 2004, Hugh Davis noted his discovery in the Zora Neale Hurston forum. He serendipitously found it while browsing the Courier for the writings of another Harlem Renaissance scribe, George Schuyler. Written in 1933, She-Rock explores the same central plot as The Country and the Woman, but in this version, traditional narration gives way to the numbered mock biblical chapters and verses that Hurston had employed in the Book of Harlem and Monkey Junk. In She-Rock, Hurston allows readers to migrate with Caroline and her husband when Oscar's brother recruits him to work for the kings and princes in Great Babylon to earn many shekels. Once in the city, Oscar is advised to shake that thing, and he does, as Hurston riffs on the Ethel Waters hit by the same name. "Yeah, shake the fat with the lean, the rich with the poor, the aged with the young. Verily was there not a shaking like unto this before nor after." More explicitly than in The Country and the Woman, Hurston critiques the relationship between Oscar and his girlfriend. The portraits are funny, but unflattering. He is arrogant and she is a gold-digging manipulator. The result of Hurston's revisions is a less playful tale, one more critical of new Negro gender constructions that would keep Caroline passively at home while her husband roams the streets with another woman. Exploring the politics of race and class. Hurston's fiction interrogating race receives less attention than it should, particularly given that her more direct treatments of race and power appear in stories in which she blends folklore and fiction. African American folklore, particularly in song and story, serves important functions within the Black community. It also has a long history as a weapon in the fight against slavery and racism. While Zora's treatment of race differs considerably from the angry, confrontational work of her contemporary Richard Wright, her fiction nevertheless explores what it means to be Black in America. Her decision to write about Black communities with white characters appearing only on the fringes, if at all, is a political choice, one that marginalizes whites and puts African Americans at the center and affirms that Black folk are worthy of stories. As we have seen, using her crooked stick, Hurston strikes at the intraracial politics of complexion, called colorism or shadeism, which exists in dialogue with whiteness and the belief that lighter is somehow better. Likewise, her fiction resists new Negro attempts to rehabilitate the image of blacks in the eyes of the whites by shunning folk culture as backward, ignorant, or undesirable. These are intentional treatments of race that Wright and his contemporaries overlooked. But Hurston also wrote stories that address race more directly. She turned to folklore to do so. The neglected story, Black Death, apparently never appeared in print in Hurston's lifetime. She submitted it to the 1925 Opportunity Literary Contest, where it won honorable mention. All evidence suggests the story waited until the appearance of the Collected Stories, 1995, to finally find an audience, perhaps because it explores Conjur's role in a Southern Black community. Like Spunk, the story illustrates the ways in which the weak take their vengeance on the strong. Fiction and folklore blend in Black Death, blurring the lines between genres. The frame for the plot of Black Death reads like an essay and emphasizes different ways of knowing, illustrating that blacks know and understand things about the world that whites do not. At the heart of the story is a Lothario who comes to town, seduces a girl he works with, and abandons her when she becomes pregnant. The girl's mother, distraught and helpless in this world, turns to Old Man Morgan, the local conjurman, for justice. Hemingway tells us that both the Lothario's name, Bo Diddley, and the plot itself are traditional, and they exist elsewhere in Hurston's anthropological publications. Clearly, then, the story is not entirely fiction, but Hurston transforms the folktale, frames it, and, like Charles W. Chestnut did before her in his Conjure Tales, reveals the way in which power works, in the material world and beyond. While some middle-class readers might have been put off by or embarrassed by a Conjure story, Hurston's pride in her culture prevented any such discomfort for her. Further, the frame of the story suggests that whites are inferior because they live only in a material world and thus fail to understand the additional dimensions of the spirit world. In Possum or Pig, 1926, Hurston takes a similar approach by blending genres. Julius Lester, the African-American storyteller, explains that folklore is like water and that, as it passes from one pitcher to another, its essential properties are not harmed or changed. A folktale assumes the shape of its teller. Hurston's oral performances at parties were legendary, and here she may well have transferred to paper part of her repertoire for the magazine Forum, where editors included commentary praising the value of African-American folklore and supporting the new Negro movement. Set in the days before emancipation, the story features a plot that hinges on John, the classic African-American trickster figure who has stolen and butchered one of Master's pigs. When Master comes to John's cabin, the pig is steaming in a pot above the fire. Unable to deter Master from entering his humble cabin without enduring a whipping, John claims to be cooking a dirty little possum. "I put this here critter in here a possum. If it comes out a pig, 'tain't my fault." The open-ended tale emphasizes John's willingness to match wits with his master, and readers pull for the less powerful character. Lurking beneath the surface, however, are also the larger dynamics of American slavery. John steals pigs to feed himself because he is not provided enough to eat. His cabin is not his own. The man defined by law as his owner can do what he wills to John without fear of retribution. John must use his wits to survive. The seriousness of this history, embedded within a funny traditional tale, reveals Hurston hitting a straight lick with a crooked stick to address the politics of race, which had evolved painfully little in the years between emancipation and the Harlem Renaissance, especially for those sharecropping in the South. Near the end of the period, Hurston published one of her finest stories, The Gilded Six Bits, 1933, which offers one of her most direct critiques of the politics of race. Her critique is embedded in an interesting reversal of other migration stories, in that one of the characters migrates south and provides a subtle interrogation of masculinity. In its conclusion, however, Hurston turns the reader's attention to the politics of race. When The Gilded Six Bits appeared in Story magazine, it caught the attention of editors at J.B. Lippincott and ultimately led to the publication of Hurston's first novel, Jonah's Gourdvine. Again, the complexities of marriage take center stage in a love triangle, but this time, a Northerner participates in a reverse migration when he moves from Chicago to Eatonville to open an ice cream parlor. There he meets Joe and Missy May, a young married couple. Joe puts the urbanite on a pedestal, talking repeatedly about this urban interloper with the finest clothes ever seen on a colored man's back and a $5 gold coin for a lapel pin. Missy, on the other hand, seems decidedly unimpressed. Readers, then, are almost as shocked as Joe is to find Missy and the Northerner in bed together. When Joe discovers the affair, he also finds that the gold pen he had admired is nothing more than a gilded coin. It and the urbanite are both fakes. Things are not always as they seem. In the final lines, Hurston turns the story about love and marriage to illuminate yet another way in which appearance and reality collide, this time in the politics of race. She confronts readers with racism in the one scene in which a white character appears. When Joe finally spends the Northerner's gilded coin in a local shop, the white store clerk articulates the stereotype he has imposed on Joe. Wish I could be like those darkies, laughing all the time, nothing worries 'em. The ironic claim rings hollow for readers who know just how painful the acquisition of that gilded coin was for Joe. The clerk's use of the term darky reveals that he sees Joe as a minstrel figure untroubled by the woes of the modern world. Through dramatic irony, Hurston points out that Joe's life is far more complicated than the racist clerk can imagine. The line contrasts what readers, white and black, know about Joe's life with what the clerk thinks he knows. In this way, Hurston undermines the stereotype, revealing its distortion of a man's complex humanity. The end of the era. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, Hurston took a break from writing short fiction as she traveled the South collecting African American folklore. During this period, she drafted the material that would eventually become 3 distinct books: Mules and Men, 1935, Every Tongue Got to Confess, Negro Folktales from the Gulf States, 2001, and Barracoon, The Story of the Last Black Cargo, 2018. She and Langston Hughes fell out over their failed collaboration on Mulebone in 1929, which did not appear in print until 1991, and she worked to bring authentic folk performances to the stage to great critical acclaim, but with little financial success. Zora's fiction was changing too. The last story from Hurston's Harlem Renaissance years, The Fire and the Cloud, 1934, marks a significant departure from her earlier stories in terms of themes, characters, and settings. There is no love triangle, no Eatonville or Harlem settings, no vernacular speech. Instead, The Fire and the Cloud focuses on the Old Testament figure of Moses. Hurston's attention has shifted from identity politics to the complexities of leadership. The Fire and the Cloud appeared 5 years before her novel Moses, Man of the Mountain, 1939, in which she develops Moses as a magical figure, a masterful hoodoo practitioner, one not only dependent on God, but powerful in his own right. Building on a long tradition of the Exodus story serving as an inspiration in African American culture, Hurston shifts the focus from the plight of the people being led out of bondage to the struggles of the leader. In the short story, readers see Hurston exploring for the first time the isolation and burdens of leadership. Set in the days after Moses has led the people to the Promised Land, the story opens on a mountain where the great liberator sits overlooking his people. Although seemingly without companionship, Moses strikes up a series of conversations with a lizard in which he reveals he is alone after 40 years of leadership. He is unconvinced that the people he served will remember or appreciate his sacrifices. After all, he points out, the heart of man is an ever-empty abyss into which the whole world shall fall and be swallowed up. At the end of 30 days on the mountain, Moses symbolically inters his role as leader and walks away, leaving his powerful staff leaning on the pile of stone. He passes the role of leader to Joshua, who will find the staff and assume that Moses has passed away. The story's conclusion literally and symbolically severs the role of leader from the human being who assumes the mantle, suggesting it is a performative role. While followers might naively put their leaders on a pedestal and idealize them, leaders take on the role their followers need them to assume, sometimes at great personal cost. In the years between The Fire and the Cloud and Their Eyes Were Watching God, 1937, Hurston traveled to Haiti and Jamaica on 2 prestigious Guggenheim fellowships. She wrote the novel on her first trip as she tried to smother her feelings after leaving her longtime love affair behind in the United States. The plot was far from the circumstances, but I tried to embalm all the tenderness of my passion for him in Their Eyes Were Watching God, she writes in her autobiography. While Hurston's Black contemporaries were critical of the book when it appeared because it did not explicitly confront class issues, it has been largely responsible for her ascending to the canons of American literature. When the author returned to the United States after her fellowships in 1938, she would focus on producing books and essays. The peak of her productivity as a short story writer was behind her. Almost a century later, Hurston's contributions to American literary culture continue to inform the ways we talk about the Harlem Renaissance, modernism, women's literature, folk literature and folklore, ethnography, migration fiction, and Southern literature. Her groundbreaking stories and bodacious personality have made her one of the most storied and most studied Harlem Renaissance writers. Hurston's finest stories have made her a hyper-canonical figure, a giant of the 20th century, an icon. This collection of Hurston's Harlem Renaissance short fiction, particularly the addition of once-lost stories to her canon, requires readers to rethink her legacy. In these recovered stories, we see her explore the urban experience and the educated new Negro, 2 elements of Harlem Renaissance culture that seem to have been lacking in her oeuvre. We see her use her crooked stick to critique the politics of gender, class, and race. Situated within the better-known body of Hurston's work, as they are in this volume, these recovered stories reveal the broader scope of her writings, both in terms of theme and form. Hurston's keen ear for vernacular speech, her devotion to depicting proudly and completely the folk she knew, and her persistent attention to the intersections of race, class, and gender have left us a beautiful, complicated, and unsurpassed legacy of Harlem Renaissance short stories. Genevieve West, October 22, 2019. John Redding Goes to Sea. The villagers said that John Redding was a queer child. His mother thought he was, too. She would shake her head sadly and observe to John's father, "Alf, it's too bad our boy's got a spell on him." The father always met this lament with indifference, if not impatience. "Oh, woman, stop that talk about conjure. 'Tain't so nohow. I don't want John to get that foolishness in him." Case you always trying to know more than me. But I ain't so ignorant. I knows a heap myself. Many and many's the people been drove out of their senses by conjuration or rid to death by witches. I keep on telling you, woman, 'tain't so. Believe it all you wants to, but don't you tell my son none of it. Perhaps 10-year-old John was puzzling to the simple folk there in the Florida woods, for he was an imaginative child and fond of daydreams. The St. John River flowed a scarce 300 feet from his back door. On its banks at this point grew numerous palms, luxuriant magnolias and bay trees with a dense undergrowth of ferns, cattails, and rope grass. On the bosom of the stream float millions of delicately colored hyacinths. The little brown boy loved to wander down to the water's edge and cast in dry twigs and watch them sail away downstream to Jacksonville, the sea, and the wide world, and John Redding wanted to follow them. Sometimes in his dreams he was a prince riding away in a gorgeous carriage. Often he was a knight bestride a fiery charger prancing down the white shell road that led to distant lands. At other times, he was a steamboat captain piloting his craft down the St. John River to where the sky seemed to touch the water. No matter what he dreamed or whom he fancied himself to be, he always ended by riding away to the horizon, for in his childish ignorance, he thought this to be the farthest land. But these twigs, which John called his ships, did not always sail away. Sometimes they would be swept in among the weeds growing in the shallow water and be held there. One day his father came upon him scolding the weeds for stopping his seagoing vessels. "Let go of my ships, you old mean weeds, you!" John screamed and stamped impotently. "They wants to go away. You let 'em go on." Alfred laid his hand on his son's head lovingly. "What's the matter, son?" "My ships, Pa," the child answered, weeping. "I throwed 'em in to go away off, and them old weeds won't let 'em." Well, don't cry. I thought you was a grown-up man. Men don't cry like babies. You mustn't take it too hard about your ships. You gotta get used to things getting tied up. There's lots of folks that'd go on off too if something didn't catch 'em and hold 'em." Alfred Redding's brown face grew wistful for a moment, and the child, noticing it, asked quickly, "Do weeds tangle up folks too, Pa?" Nah, child, don't be taking too much stock of what I say. I talks in parables sometimes. Come on, let's go on to supper." Alf took his son's hand and started slowly toward the house. Soon, John broke the silence. "Pa, when I gets as big as you, I'm going farther than them ships. I'm going to where the sky touches the ground." "Well, son, when I was a boy, I said I was going too, but here I am. I hopes you have better luck than I had." "Pa, I betcha I seen something in the wood that you ain't seen." "What?" "See that tallest pine tree over there? How it looks like a skull with a crown on?" "Yes, indeed," said the father, looking toward the tree designated. "It do look like a skull since you called my attention to it. You imagine lots of things nobody ever did, son." "Sometimes, Pa, that old tree waves to me just after the sun goes down. It makes me scared and scared, too." "I expect you scared of the dog, that's all, sonny. When you gets bigger, you won't think of such." Hand in hand, these two trudged across the plowed land and up to the house, the child dreaming of the days when he should wander to far countries, and the man of the days when he might have, and thus they entered the kitchen. Mattie Redding, John's mother, was setting the table for supper. She was a small, wiry woman with large eyes that might have been beautiful when she was young, but too much weeping had left them watery and weak. "Mattie," Alf began as he took his place at the table, "don't you know our boy is different from any other child round here? He 'lows he's going to sea when he gets grown, and I reckon I'll let him." The woman turned from the stove, skillet in hand. Alf, you ain't gone crazy, is you? John can't help wanting to stray off 'cause he got a spell on him, but you ought to be ashamed to be encouraging him. Ain't I done told you 40 times not to talk that low-life mess in front of my boy? Well, if it ain't no conjure in the world, how come Mitch Potts been laying on his back 6 months, and the doctor can't do him no good? The very night John was born, Granny seed old witch Judy Davis creeping out of this yard. You know she has sworn to fix me for marrying you away from her daughter Edna. She put travel dust down for my child. That's what she done, to make him walk away from me. And ever since he's been able to crawl, he's been trying to go. Maddie, a man don't need no travel dust to make him want to hit the road. It just come natural for a man to travel. They all wants to go at some time or the other, but they can't all get away. I wants my John to go and see 'cause I wanted to go myself. When he comes back, I can see them foreign places with his eyes. He can't help wanting to go 'cause he's a man-child. Mrs. Redding promptly went off into a fit of weeping. But the man and boy ate supper unmoved. 12 years of married life had taught Alfred that, far from being miserable when she wept, his wife was enjoying a bit of self-pity. Thus John Redding grew to manhood, playing, studying, and dreaming. He attended the village school, as did most of the youth about him, but he also went to high school at the county seat, where none of the villagers went. His father shared his dreams and ambitions, but his mother could not understand why he should wish to go to strange places where neither she nor his father had been. No one of their community had been farther away than Jacksonville. Few, indeed, had ever been there. Their own gardens, general store, and occasional trips to the county seat 7 miles away sufficed for all their needs. Life was simple indeed with these folk. John was the subject of much discussion among the country folk. Why didn't he teach school instead of thinking about strange places and people? Did he think himself better than any of the belles thereabout, that he would not go a-courting any of them? He must be fixed, as his mother claimed, else where did his queer notions come from? Well, he was always queer, and one could not expect the man to be different from the child. They never failed to stop work at the approach of Alfred in order to be at the fence to inquire after John's health and ask when he expected to leave. "Oh," Alfred would answer, "yes, as soon as his ma gets reconciled to the notion. He's a mighty dutiful boy, my John is. He don't want to hurt her feelings." The boy had on several occasions attempted to reconcile his mother to the notion, but found it a difficult task. Mattie always took refuge in self-pity and tears. Her son's desires were incomprehensible to her, that was all. She did not want to hurt him. It was love, mother love, that made her cling so desperately to John. "Lord knows," she would sigh, "I never was happy, and I never expects to be." "And from your actions," put in Alfred hotly, "you's determined not to be." "That's right, Alfred. Go on and abuse me, you always does. I know I'm ignorant and all that, but this is my son. I bred him and born him. He can't help from wanting to go roving 'cause travel dust been put down for him. But maybe we can cure him by discouraging the idea." "Well, I wants my son to go, and he wants to go too. He's a man now, Mattie, and we must let John hoe his own row. If it's traveling, 'twon't be for long. He'll come back to us better than when he went off. Anyhow, he'll learn that folks is human all over the world. That's worth a lot to know, and it's worth going a long way to find out. What do you say, son?" "Mama," John began slowly, "it hurts me to see you so troubled over me going away. But I feel that I must go. I'm stagnating here. This indolent atmosphere will stifle every bit of ambition that's in me. Let me go, Mama, please. What is there here for me? Give me 2 or 3 years to look around, and I'll be back here with you and Papa, and I'll never leave you again. Mama, please let me go." Now, John, it's better for you to stay here and take over the school. Why won't you marry and settle down? I'm sorry, Mama, that you won't consent. I am going, nevertheless. John, my baby, you wouldn't kill your old po mama, would you? Come kiss me, son. The boy flung his arms about his mother and held her closely while she sobbed on his breast. To all of her pleas, however, he answered that he must go. I'll stay at home this year, Mama. Then I'll go for a while, but it won't be long. I'll come back and make you and Papa oh so very happy. Do you agree, Mama dear? I reckon 'tain't nothing tall for me to do else. Things went on very well around the Reddings' home for some time. During the day, John helped his father about the farm and read a great deal at night. Then the unexpected happened. John married Stella Canty, a neighbor's daughter. The courtship was brief, but ardent, on John's part at least. He danced with Stella at a candy pulling, walked with her home, and in 3 weeks declared himself. Mrs. Redding declared she was happier than she had ever been in her life. She therefore indulged in a whole afternoon of weeping. John's change was occasioned possibly by the fact that Stella was really beautiful. He was young and red-blooded, and the time was spring. Springtime in Florida is not a matter of peeping violets or bursting buds merely. It is a riot of color in nature. Glistening green leaves, pink, blue, purple, yellow blossoms that fairly stagger the visitor from the north. The miles of hyacinths are like an undulating carpet on the surface of the river and divide reluctantly when the slow-moving alligators push their way log-like across. The nights are white nights as the moon shines with dazzling splendor, or in the absence of that goddess, the soft darkness creeps down laden with innumerable scents, the heavy fragrance of magnolias mingled with the delicate sweetness of jasmine and wild roses. If time and propinquity conquer John, what then? These forces have overcome older men. The raptures of the first few weeks over, John began to saunter out to the gate to gaze wistfully down the white dusty road, or to wander again to the river as he had done in childhood. To be sure, he did not send forth twig ships any longer, but his thoughts would in spite of himself stray downriver to Jacksonville, the sea, the wide world, and poor home-tied John Redding wanted to follow them. He grew silent and pensive. Mattie accounted for this by her ever-ready explanation of conjuration. Alfred said nothing, but smoked and puttered about the barn more than ever. Stella accused her husband of indifference and pouting. At last, John decided to bring matters to a head and broached the subject to his wife. Stella, dear, I want to go roving about the world for a spell. Would you stop here with Papa and Mama and wait for me to come back? John, is you crazy sure enough? If you don't want me, say so, and I can go home to my folks. Stella, darling, I do want you, but I want to go away, too. I can have both if you'll let me. We'll be so happy when I return. Now, John, you can't push me off one side like that. You didn't have to marry me. There's a plenty others that would have been glad enough to get me. You know I wasn't educated beforehand. Don't make me too conscious of my weakness, Stella. I know I should have never married you with my inclinations. But it's done now. No use to talk about what is past. I love you, and I want to keep you, but I can't stifle that longing for the open road, rolling seas, for peoples and countries I have never seen. I'm suffering too, Stella. I'm paying for my rashness in marrying before I was ready. I'm not trying to shirk my duty. You'll be well taken care of in the meanwhile. John, folks always said you was queer and told me not to marry you. But I just loved you so I can't help it, and now to think you wants to sneak off and leave me. But I'm coming back, darling. Listen, Stella. But the girl would not. Maddie came in, and Stella fell into her arms weeping. John's mother immediately took up arms against him. The two women carried on such an effective war against him for the next few days that finally Alfred was forced to take his son's part. Maddie, let that boy alone, I tell you. If he was a homebody, he'd be drove away by you all's racket. Well, Alf, that's all we po women can do. We wants our husbands and our sons. John's got a wife now, and he ain't got no business to be talking about going nowhere. I allowed that Mary and Stella would settle him. Yes, that's all you women study about, settling some man. You takes all the get-up out of 'em. Just let a fella make a motion like getting somewhere and some woman'll begin to holler, "Stop there. Where's you going? Don't forget you belong to me." My God, Alf, what you reckon Stella's gonna do? Let John walk off and leave her? No. Get her out of her foolishness and go along with him. He'd take her. Stella ain't got no cause to go crazy 'cause John is. She ain't no woman to be flopping around from place to place like some of these reps following a section gang. The man turned abruptly from his wife and stood in the kitchen door. A blue haze hung over the river, and Alfred's attention seemed fixed upon this. In reality, his thoughts were turned inward. He was thinking of the numerous occasions upon which he and his son had sat on the fallen log at the edge of the water and talked of John's proposed travels. He had encouraged his son, given him every advantage his poor circumstances would permit, and now John was home-tied. The young man suddenly turned the corner of the house and approached his father. "Hello, Papa." "Hello, son." "Where's Mama and Stella?" The older man merely jerked his thumb toward the interior of the house and once more gazed pensively toward the river. John entered the kitchen and kissed his mother fondly. "Great news, Mama." "What now?" "Got a chance to join the Navy, Mama, and go all around the world. Ain't that grand?" "John, you surely ain't gonna leave me and Stella, is you?" "Yes, I think I am. I know how both of you feel, but I know how I feel also. You preach to me the gospel of self-sacrifice for the happiness of others, but you are unwilling to practice any of it yourself. Stella can stay here. I'm going to support her and spend all the time I can with her. I'm going. That's settled. But I want to go with your blessing. I want to do something worthy of a strong man. I have done nothing so far but look to you and Papa for everything. Let me learn to strive and think. In short, be a man. Now, John, I'll never give my consent. I know you's hard-headed just like your pa, but if you leave this place over my head, I never want you to come back here no more. If I was laid on the cooling board, I don't want you standing over me, young man. Don't ever come near my grave, you ungrateful wretch." Mrs. Redding arose and flung out of the room. For once, she was too incensed to cry. John stood in his tracks, his eyes dilated with terror at his mother's pronouncement. Alfred, too, was moved. Mrs. Redding banged the bedroom door violently and startled John slightly. Alfred took his son's arm, saying softly, "Come, son, let's go down to the river." At the water's edge, they halted for a short space before seating themselves on the log. The sun was setting in a purple cloud. Hundreds of mosquito hawks darted here and there, catching gnats and being themselves caught by the lightning-swift bull bats. John abstractedly snapped into the stalk of a slender young bamboo. Taking no note of what he was doing, he broke it into short lengths and tossed them singly into the stream. The old man watched him silently for a while, but finally he said, "Oh yes, my boy. Some ships get tangled in the weeds." "Yes, Papa, they certainly do. I guess I'm beaten. Might as well surrender. Never say die. You never can tell what will happen. What can happen? I have courage enough to make things happen, but what can I do against Mama? What man wants to go on a long journey with his mother's curses ringing in his ears? She didn't understand. I'll wait another year, but I am going. Because I must. Alfred threw an arm about his son's neck and drew him nearer, but he quickly removed it. Both men instantly drew apart, ashamed for having been so demonstrative. The father looked off to the woodlot and asked with a reminiscent smile, "Son, do you remember showing me the tree that looked like a skeleton head?" "Yes, I do. It's still there. I look at it sometimes when things have become too painful for me at the house, and I run down here to cool off and think." "You was always imagining things, John. Things that nobody else ever thought on." "Oh, yes. I'm a dreamer. I have such wonderfully complete dreams, Papa. They never come true. But even as my dreams fade, I have others." The men arose without more conversation. Possibly they feared to trust themselves to speech. As they walked leisurely toward the house, Alfred remarked the freshness of the breeze. "It's about time the rain set in," added his son. "The year's wearing on." After a gloomy supper, John strolled out into the spacious front yard and seated himself beneath the chinaberry tree. The breeze had grown a trifle stronger since sunset and continued down from the southwest. Maddie and Stella sat on the deep front porch, but Alfred joined John under the tree. The family was divided into two armed camps, and the hostilities had reached that stage where no quarter could be asked or given. About 9 o'clock, an automobile came flying down the dusty white road and halted at the gate. A white man slammed the gate and hurried up the walk towards the house, but stopped abruptly before the men under the chinaberry tree. It was Mr. Hill, the builder of the new bridge that spanned the river. "Howdy, John, howdy. Alf, I'm mighty glad I found you. I'm in trouble." "Well now, Mr. Hill," answered Alfred slowly but pleasantly. "We's glad you found us, too. What trouble could you be having now?" "It's the bridge. The Weather Bureau says that the rains will be up on us in 48 hours. If it catches the bridge as it is now, I'm afraid all my work of the past 5 months will be swept away, to say nothing of $500,000 worth of labor and material. I've got all my men at work now, and I thought to get as many extra hands as I could to help out tonight and tomorrow. We can make her weather tight in that time if I can get about 20 more. "I'll go, Mr. Hill," said John, with a great deal of energy. "I don't want Papa on that bridge. Too dangerous." "Good for you, John," cried the white man. "Now if I had a few more men of your brawn, I could build an entirely new bridge in 48 hours. Come on and jump into the car. I'm taking the men down as I find them." "Wait a minute. I must put on my blue jeans. I won't be long." John arose and strode to the house. He knew his mother and wife had overheard everything, but he paused for a moment to speak to them. "Mama, I'm going to work all night on the bridge." There was no answer. He turned to his wife. "Stella, don't be lonesome. I'll be home at daybreak." His wife was as silent as his mother. John stood for a moment on the steps, then resolutely strode past the women and into the house. A few minutes later, he emerged clad in his blue jeans and brogans. This time he said nothing to the silent figures rocking back and forth on the porch. But when he was a few feet from the steps, he called back, "Bye, Mama. Bye, Stella," and hurried down the walk to where his father sat. "So long, Papa. I'll be home around 7. Alfred roused himself and stood. Placing both hands upon his son's broad shoulders, he said, softly, "Be careful, son. Don't fall or nothing." "I will, Papa." Don't you get into a quarrel on my account." John hurried on to the waiting car and was whirled away. Alfred sat for a long time beneath the tree where his son had left him and smoked on. The women soon went indoors. On the night breeze were borne the mingled scents of jasmine, of roses, of damp earth, of the river, of the pine forest nearby. A solitary whippoorwill sent forth his plaintive call from the nearby shrubbery. A giant owl hooted and screeched from the wood lot. The calf confined in the barn bleated and was answered by his mother's sympathetic moo from his pen. Around 10 o'clock, the breeze freshened, growing stiffer until midnight, when it became a gale. Alfred fastened the doors and bolted the wooden shutters at the windows. The three persons sat about a round table in the kitchen upon which stood a bulky kerosene lamp, flickering and sputtering in the wind that came through the numerous cracks in the walls. The wind rushed down the chimney, blowing puffs of ashes about the room. It banged the cooking utensils on the walls. The drinking gourd hanging outside the door played a weird tattoo, hollow and unearthly, against the thin wooden wall. The man and the women sat silently. Even if there had been no storm, they would not have talked. They could not go to bed because the women were afraid to retire during a storm, and the man wished to stay awake and think of his son. Thus they sat, the women hot with resentment toward the man and terrified by the storm, the man hardly mindful of the tempest, but eating his heart out in pity for his boy. Time wore heavily on. And now, a new element of terror was added. A screech owl alighted on the roof and shivered forth his doleful cry. Possibly he had been blown out of his nest by the wind. Maddie started up at the sound but fell back in her chair, pale as death. "My God!" she gasped. "That's a sure sign of death!" Stella hurriedly thrust her hand in the salt jar and threw some into the chimney of the lamp. The color of the flame changed from yellow to blue-green, but this burning of the salt did not have the desired effect to drive away the bird from the roof. Maddie slipped out of her blue calico wrapper and turned it wrong side out before replacing it. Even Alfred turned one sock. "Alf," said Maddie, "what do you reckon's gonna happen from this?" "How do I know, Maddie?" "I wish John hadn't went away from here tonight." Huh. Outside, the tempest raged. The palms rattled dryly, and the giant pines groaned and sighed in the grip of the wind. Flying leaves and pine mast filled the air. Now and then, a brilliant flash of lightning disclosed a bird being blown here and there with the wind. The prodigious roar of the thunder seemed to rock the earth. Black clouds hung so low that the tops of the pines among them moaned slowly before the wind and made the darkness awful. The screech owl continued his tremulous cry. The wind ceased and the rain commenced. Huge drops clattered down upon the shingle roof like buckshot and ran from the eaves in torrents. It entered the house through the cracks in the walls and under the doors. It was a deluge in volume and force, but subsided before morning. The sun came up brightly on the havoc of the wind and rain, calling forth millions of feathered creatures. The white sand everywhere was full of tiny cups dug out by the force of the falling raindrops. The rims of the little depressions crunched noisily underfoot. At daybreak, Mr. Redding set out for the bridge. He was uneasy. On arriving, he found that the river had risen 12 feet during the cloudburst and was still rising. The slow St. John was swollen far beyond its banks and rushing onto the sea like a mountain stream, sweeping away houses, great blocks of earth, cattle, trees, in short, anything that came within its grasp. Even the steel framework of the new bridge was gone. The siren of the fiber factory was tied down for half an hour, announcing the disaster to the countryside. When Alfred arrived, therefore, he found nearly all the men of the district there. The river, red and swollen, was full of floating debris. Huge trees were swept along as relentlessly as chicken coops and fence rails. Some steel piles were all that was left of the bridge. Alfred went down to a group of men who were fishing members of the ill-fated construction gang out of the water. Many were able to swim ashore unassisted. Wagons backed up and were hurriedly driven away loaded with wet, shivering men. 2 men had been killed outright, others seriously wounded. 3 men had been drowned. At last, all had been accounted for except John Redding. His father ran here and there, asking for him or calling him. No one knew where he was. No one remembered seeing him since daybreak. Dozens of women had arrived at the scene of the disaster by this time. Maddie and Stella, wrapped in woolen shawls, were among them. They rushed to Alfred in alarm and asking, "Where was John?" "I don't know," answered Alfred impatiently. "That's what I'm trying to find out now." "Do you reckon he's run away?" asked Stella thoughtlessly. Maddie bristled instantly. "No," she answered sternly. "He ain't no sneak." The father turned to Fred Mims, one of the survivors, and asked him where John was and how had the bridge been destroyed. "You see," said Mims, "when that terrible wind come up, we was out about the middle of the river. Some of us was on the bridge, some on the derrick. The wind blows so hard we could scarcely stand, and Mr. Hill told us to sit down for a spell. He's afraid some of us might go overboard. Then all of a sudden, the lights went out. Guess the wires was blowed down. We was all scared to move for slipping overboard. Then that rain commenced, and I never seen such a downpour since the flood. We sat there, and someone begins to pray. Lord, how we did pray to be spared. Then somebody raised a song, and we sung, you hear me? We sung from the bottom of our hearts till daybreak. When the first light come, we couldn't see nothing but fog everywhere. You can tell which was water and which was land. But when the sun come up, the fog began to lift, and we could see the water. That fog was so thick and so heavy that it was hugging that river like a winding sheet. And when it rose, we saw that the river had rose way up during the rain. My God, Alf, it was running high, so high it nearly touched the bridge, and red as blood, so much clay, you know. From land she'd overflowed. Coming downstream, as fast as press train, was 3 big pine trees. The first one wasn't 40 feet from us, and there wasn't no chance to do nothing but pray. The first one struck us and shocked the whole works, and before it could stop shaking, the other 2 hit us, and down we went. I thought I'd never see home again. But Mims, where's John? I ain't seen him, Alf, since the log struck us. Maybe he's swum ashore, maybe they picked him up. What's that floating way out there in the water? Alfred shaded his eyes with his guarded brown hand and gazed out into the stream. Sure enough, there was a man floating on a piece of timber. He lay prone upon his back. His arms were outstretched, and the water washed over his brogans, but his feet were lifted out of the water whenever the timber was buoyed up by the stream. His blue overalls were nearly torn from his body. A heavy piece of steel or timber had struck him in falling, for his left side was laid open by the thrust. A great, jagged hole, wherein the double fists of a man might be thrust, could plainly be seen from the shore. The man was John Redding. Everyone seemed to see him at once. Stella fell to the wet earth in a faint. Maddie clung to her husband's arm, weeping hysterically. Alfred stood very erect, with his wife clinging tearfully to him, but he said nothing. A single tear hung on his lashes for a time, then trickled slowly down his wrinkled brown cheek. "Alf! Alf!" screamed Maddie. "There's our son! I know when I heard that owl last night." "I see him, Maddie," returned her husband softly. "Why is you standing here? Go get my boy!" The men were manning a boat to rescue the remains of John Redding when Alfred spoke again. "My poor boy. His dreams never come true." "Alf," complained Maddie, "why don't you hurry and get my boy? Don't you see he's floating on off?" Her husband paid her no attention, but addressed himself to the rescue party. "You all stop! Leave my boy go on. Don't stop him. He wants to go. I'm happy 'cause this morning my boy is going to sea. He's going to sea." Out on the bosom of the river, bobbing up and down as if waving goodbye, John Redding floated away to Jacksonville, the sea, the wide world, at last. The Conversion of Sam. Jim's Restaurant is a dingy little place on Poplar Street. Now, Poplar Street, be it known, lies in a down-at-the-heel locality such as is found in all American cities where the derelicts of all nations drag out their aimless existences. Drab, tottering old houses with grimy doors and broken windows squat along the narrow thoroughfare. Heavy wagons lumber over the uneven cobblestones, and all manner of filth and trash litter the sidewalk and gutter. Indeed, the whole width of the street appears to be a gutter. The unwashed of both sexes and all races stroll up and down and hover in front of the slatternly business places, the Bucket of Blood, a notorious saloon, receiving the most attention. Jim was fat, black, and indolent, and his eating house reflected the character of its owner. In his fly-specked shop window were displayed fish, pig's feet and ears, and chitterlings that one more than half suspected had had the same attention from the flies as the window itself. While his wife slaved in the hot kitchen, Jim lounged in one of the greasy chairs, talking loudly on the solution of the race problem with two of his cronies, the Reverend Zephaniah Solomon Meggs and Professor Cicero Omega Butts. They argued loud, they argued long, but all finally agreed that the salvation of the Negro lay in leisure. Too much work was sapping the vitality of the race. Booker T. Washington was all wrong. There is no telling how many problems these three worthies might have solved had not a slim octoroon stepped into the shop. She was young, fresh-looking, and clean, which marked her a stranger in these parts. Jim jumped up as quickly as his immense body would permit, grinning from ear to ear. "Morning, miss. What do you have?" The girl shifted from one foot to the other and looked shyly about her. "I come to see if you're, hire me for a waitress." Now, Jim had never considered hiring help in his small place. His wife did the cooking, and he, himself, waited on his patrons except when he got drunk, which was frequent. Then his wife did both cooking and waiting. But his mind was made up immediately. In fact, the girl could have gotten most anything that Jim had to give. "Why, yes, Miss, I was just looking for a nice gal to wait on the place. Is you ready to start now? And, what's your name?" "My name's Stella, and I come from Virginia yesterday, and I 'lowed to get a job right away." "Wow, Miss Stella, You's hired at $5 a week for as long as you wants to stay. Walk right back and take off your things." Stella started toward the rear, and the eyes of the men followed her. Seeing this, Jim began to tire of all problem discussions, yea, grew weary of the fellowship of the Reverend and Professor, and wished them far from Poplar Street. As they made no motion to leave, Jim mumbled something about looking after things and followed Stella. It was a very easy matter to convince Mrs. Jim that she needed a waitress. The eyes of her husband told her it would be unhealthy for her to object. So, Stella became a part of Poplar Street. The news of the coming of Stella spread like wildfire. The crowd of lilies who usually sunned themselves in front of the barber shop across the way promptly moved over to Jim's corner. Business picked up 100%. The place was always crowded. Moreover, Stella washed the window and scoured the floor, and the cleanliness was an added attraction. The Reverend and Professor became rivals for the favors of this country girl, who was unconscious of her power to attract. And even Jim began to talk of getting out papers again, Mrs. Jim, and getting mad again. For days, Stella showed no preference for any of her admirers. She blushed and giggled and blushed, and continued to look clean and fresh, and made everything about her look the same. Then, one evening, a tall figure, shabbily clad, entered the eating house. The genial brown-skinned face was cracked in a broad grin. A black water spaniel followed closely with a pipe between its teeth. A titter ran over the room. Then the assembly laughed outright. People usually laughed when Sam and his dog made their appearance. Sam Simpson was shiftless. He never did any work unless exhibiting his trained dog could be called work. Good-natured and witty, he was liked by both colored and white folks alike. On seeing Stella, Sam made a grotesque bow and exclaimed, "St. Peter's sure must be asleep on his job and letting angels fly away from heaven." The recipient of this crude compliment giggled and looked confused and haltingly asked Sam what he would have to eat. Sam bestowed his most winning smile on Stella for a full minute, then answered, "Well, since you gonna wait on me, I will eat something. Guess I'll take a graveyard stew." "What's that?" "Doll baby, ain't you never heard tell of a graveyard stew? Where you come from?" "I come from Virginia." "Oh, I see. Well, a graveyard stew is milquetoast. Folks eat that when they's about to croak." "Is you about to croak?" "I was, but since I seen you, I reckon I can hold out a little longer." The loungers were listening and laughing at Sam's chaff. To them, he was Hitchcock, Burt Williams, Jolson, Lauder, Clifton Crawford, and all other first-class comedians in one. Stella went into the kitchen. The professor see Omega Butts turned on Sam. The green-eyed monster was at his vitals. He was determined that Sam should not win more by sugary smiles and airy persiflage in a few minutes than he had in many days by assiduous attention and lengthy, weighty words. What added to his fury, he noticed that Stella thought Sam clever. He therefore felt it time to squelch this Sam person once and for all. He cleared his throat, thrust forward his chest, and began, "Sam, do you know this young lady's in trimmings?" "No, I don't, and I ain't worried about what kind of trimmings she wears." "That ain't what I means. Do you know her entitlements?" "I don't know what she's entitled to nother, and I ain't worried about that." The room rang with boisterous laughter, and the professor found it difficult to make himself heard. "I'm asking you if you knows the lady's name, but you're too ignorant to perceive the logic of my discussion," Professor Butts replied witheringly. Sam jumped to his feet and shook his fist under the nose of the other and shouted, "Look-a here, shad-mouth nigger. I don't perceive none of your logic, and I don't want to. But I does perceive that your trousers need half-soling, and I'm going to wreck 'em furder if you don't shut up with me. Going around here trying to get respectable by wearing whiskers. If a man is honest, he don't need no whiskers to hide behind." It was now the professor's turn to rise. He did so slowly, haughtily. "I perceives that. I'm tired of your perceiving. What makes you call yourself a professor? What is you professor of?" More tittering. "Well, I'm professor of everything. Not no one thing. I'm a all-around professor." Sam turned to his dog and gave him a playful kick. "Stand up, Professor Vicious, and shake hands with Professor Butts." The dog arose and offered his front paw to the irate man, who strode to the door pompously, trying to look pityingly on the assembly. As he stepped to the sidewalk, Sam yelled after him, "Say, Butts, the street cleaning department wants a nice fessa like you to lift garbage cans off on the sidewalk." The professor fled. Stella was beaming on Sam, whom she considered, in spite of his shabby clothes, the wittiest, most charming being on earth. Sam saw this and acted up to her. He told his funniest stories, put the dog through all his tricks, and told her in detail of the mummers parade in which he and his dog always figured. "Yes, Miss Stella, I'd be making money every day if I had a girl like you." Stella smiled and wriggled in her confusion. "Oh, Mr. Sam, you's joking now. I 'clare if you ain't the funniest, the teasin'est man I ever seed. 'Deed, I hope a shad may shoot me if I don't like you." No shad appeared with deadly weapons, so Sam continued. "Course, I knows I ain't got no call to be saying this, but if any of these lilies and sea buzzards what hang round here gets too fresh for you, just you let me know, and I'll take care of 'em." Sam looked hungrily into Stella's eyes for some sort of encouragement, but the girl only hung her head and traced a pattern on the floor with the toe of her shoe. She was a country girl and knew not the ways of city folk, of whose perfidy she had heard so often. Except for his clothes, Sam was her idea of a swell fellow, saying snappy things and defying all other aspirants to her hand. He was tall, too, a comforting thought. But how could she know that Sam really liked her? She had been told how city fellows made fools of country girls, and what would Sam Simpson do with a stupid thing like Stella? And besides, this was the first time that she had ever seen him, and her aunt had cautioned her against taking strange men seriously. So it was more than self-consciousness that kept the girl silent. Being neither accepted or refused as Lord Protector of Stella's person, Sam was hopeful and made up his mind to win her somehow. He took stock of his personal appearance that night in the mirror in the barber shop and decided that a new suit, a shave, and a haircut might help some. But how was he to get all this money? His dog brought in no such sums. He must get a job. He felt that he was tired of loafing anyway. Stella did not see Sam for 2 weeks. Then he surprised all by walking into Jim's dressed in a snuff-colored suit. Though the suit was not new, it was clean and well-pressed. He wore patent leather shoes with gray tops and a snuff-colored felt hat set rakishly over one eye. He strode leisurely to a vacant chair, drinking in the admiration he was receiving from the assembly. Stella's heart jumped up and down so violently that she dropped a glass of water she was carrying. Sam was at her side instantly, helping her to collect the fragments. For a minute, neither spoke. Then the man found his tongue. "Miss Stella, how you been making it since I seen you last?" "Yes, indeed, Mr. Sam. Pretty good. I mean, all right." "What you gonna eat?" "Bring me a regular 25-cent dinner, please, miss, and you needn't hurry at all." While Stella was in the kitchen, Sam struck up a general conversation with 3 or 4 men who were sitting about for the pleasure of seeing Stella smile. He broke the news to these worthies that he was a working man now, had a job at Westcott's lumber yard at $15 per week, subject to a raise, and was thinking of settling down. When Stella returned, Sam asked her if she had been to a movie since she had been to town. "No, but I'd just love to go." "Get your bonnet and we'll just run around there this evening." "I don't know if Mr. Jim will let me go." "Don't worry about that, child. I'll speak to him." And so he did, or rather spoke to Mrs. Jim, when she poked her head into the dining room to see how things were going. Now, Mrs. Jim did not like Sam. She suspected him of making her person the butt of many of his witticisms. His clothes surprised her, but did not allay her dislike for him. So when he spoke, she was ready to refuse as soon as he finished his request. "Now, Sam, you ain't nobody for Stella to be going around with." "Why?" Mrs. Jim flung her head up and closed her eyes in an attempt to look imposing. "'Cause you ain't nothing tall but trash." "I'm just as good as you or Jim either, and you was glad enough to get him. When I was Stella's age, I was very particular who I accepted for my escorts, I can tell you. Well, you didn't pick much, but I don't reckon you had much chance." "Who, me? Everybody said I was pretty as a pink when, yes, I reckon you's about what you is now, a kitchen bouquet. And I reckon Jim married you when he was drunk." "Get out of my place, Sam." "Oh, I ain't hurrying. But if you chunk one of them baked insults at me that you call biscuits, I wish I had a went. You call this joint a restaurant? Why, this ain't nothing tall but a munition factory." Stella entered from the rear, with hat and coat on, and Mrs. Jim, glad to escape from Sam's ridicule, turned on her. "Stella, if you leaves your work to go out with this scallywag, you needn't come back here no more." The girl wilted and turned to go to the rear with a sorrowful expression, but Sam detained her. "Stella, come on. She ain't got nothing tall to do with you. She's just a darned old antique that's jealous of your looks. If she can make out without you, you can more'n make out without her. You can get a job most any place, and besides, I's got a job." Stella hesitated. She wanted her job, and she wanted to go with Sam. At this juncture, Jim came waddling in, reeling under his load of bottled in bond. He did not know what was going on, but he could see that his wife was angry, and that Stella, his gold mine, his prosperity, had on her hat and coat, and that she was almost in tears. Even in his befuddled state, he could see that his prosperity would go with Stella, and if his wife was driving her out, she'd suffer for it. He rushed forward and fairly bellowed, "What's going on? Mattie, what you doing out the kitchen? Meddling in my affairs, I reckon, just as usual." Mattie fairly quaked, and Sam, seeing her confusion, completed the route he had begun. "Jim, I asked Miss Stella to accompany me to the movies, and your wife say if she goes, she can't come back here to work no more. Now, I can't see why. Ain't she a good waitress and everything?" Jim glared fiercely at Mattie, as she shuffled toward the kitchen. "I knowed it," he triumphantly exclaimed. "The minute I come in that door, I could see that Maddie had been up mo' devilment. And dog damn her, if she don't get back in that kitchen and stay there, I'm gonna knock every one of them naps off in her head one by one. Coach Stella can go to the show with her gentleman friends when she gets ready." Sam gathered the blushing Stella up on his arm and proudly fared forth. Whereupon Jem flopped into a chair and held forth at great length on the necessity of keeping wives in their places, to wit, speechless and expressionless in the presence of their lords and masters, and cited several instances where men had met their downfall and utter ruin by ill-advisedly permitting their wives to air their ignorance by talking. His audience, composed entirely of males, agreed with him. Wife-beaters are numerous in Poplar Street. Sam went to work next morning a happy man. Stella had accepted him as her fellow. How he did work! Mr. Bronner, the boss, remarked the fact to some of the men. He was due for a raise, and at the beginning of the next month, he got it. Sam strode proudly into the restaurant the night following the afternoon upon which he had been informed of his good fortune. Stella accompanied him to a movie as usual, where he broke the news to her. "'Cause we can get married now." He fumbled with his hat a while. "If you'll have me." Stella looked down at her feet, playing with her fingers a bit, but said nothing. "Will you?" Sam urged. "I can take care of you like you ought to be taken care of, and I'll work my toenails off for you. Then after that, I'll go get a regular job if you say the word. Does you love me just a little, Stella?" Stella was thrilled to the heart by this passionate appeal. She loved Sam, surely, and she wanted to be his wife, but she couldn't find a word of acceptance that didn't sound bold and brazen to her. But every woman, whether she be college-bred and city-reared, the daughter of wealth and fashion, or just a country girl like Stella, has felt that same lack of words under the same circumstance. After a while, Stella nodded her head in the affirmative. Sam grabbed her hand and pressed his suit with zeal. "You gonna marry me, Stella?" Stella nodded her head again in the affirmative. Sam squeezed her hand more tightly. Both lost sight of the screen story and sat there silently, their hearts beating audibly. It was a holy moment. Poplar Street was dumbfounded. No one thought a pretty girl like Stella would marry Sam. When the news went its rounds, the other aspirants to the hand of Stella rushed upon her, hoping and expecting a denial of the report, but no denial forthcoming, they shuffled away, chagrined. Sam ostentatiously displayed his catch. The nuptials were to be celebrated in September, 3 months later. Stella had insisted on this interval so that she might have time to get ready. Sam's employer was very fond of him because, besides being a good worker, Sam radiated good humor wherever he happened to be, and his witticisms kept the men about him in a cheerful mood and made good workers out of them, too. So when he gleefully told Mr. Bronner of his approaching marriage, Sam's employer mentally resolved to do the handsome thing by him. A week before the date set for the nuptials, the Negro was agreeably surprised by Mr. Bronner's calling him into the office and asking him where he was going to live. "Well, boss, I allowed to get some rooms there in Poplar Street." "Sam, it would be better for you and better for your wife if you lived in a more respectable neighborhood." "Yes, I guess it would." "Well, I'm going to call up Mr. Hill, a friend of mine. He has some houses and flats to rent to colored people. I'll see if he hasn't something uptown where the better class of Negroes live. How about it?" "That'll be just fine, boss. You know, Stella, my Stella, is as pretty as a picture, boss, and I reckon some of them low-down shad-mouth niggas in Poplar Street gon' give me trouble if I keeps her there. Trying to put her agin me, you know? That's just it, Sam. Get away from the riffraff. You don't want your wife to associate with those women and listen to the kind of conversation that's common down there. I see do that, boss. 'Fore God, I will. Call up the man. There was such a note of sincerity in Sam's voice that the white man stared at him for a moment. Respect for the black man was born in him, but he answered in an offhand manner, "All right, Sam. Now another thing. Don't go buying a lot of furniture on the installment plan. You may go now. I'll let you know when you can see the house. And Sam, comb your hair once or twice before you get married." Sam, with his hand on the door, turned and looked at Bronner and grinned. "You reckon she noticed things like that?" "Sure she does, Sam. Do as I tell you now. Get the habit." Sam went back to his work, happy but thoughtful. He was going to live uptown with the Dicties, those members of his race who were professional or well-off businessmen. Well, Stella deserved it. There was no woman among them possessed more of physical charms, and Stella was a lady, too. She never talked dirt nor mingled with the toughs, but it was hard to comb his hair, even for the sake of a goddess. Nevertheless, he went to a barber shop that evening and had his hair combed, trimmed, greased, and slicked down. My, how sore his head was after the operation. But he would gladly have gone through it every hour to win such admiring glances from Stella as she bestowed upon him that evening. He resolved to comb his hair every day after that. 2 days before his wedding, Sam was summoned to inspect the house that Mr. Bronner had selected for him. Sam went up the stone steps proudly. There was a tiny tiled vestibule, a brass doorbell, and a door with the upper half beveled glass. But when he stepped inside, he received the surprise of his life. The house was furnished. To be sure, the furniture was not new, but it was in good condition. The bewildered Sam turned to Mr. Bronner. "Boss, the folks what left ain't moved yet?" "Yes, Sam." "Well, how did this all get here?" "My wife wanted new furniture at home, and we didn't have any place to put this. Then I thought you and Stella might have use for it, and so here you are. Take good care of it, Sam. It's the stuff my wife and I started out with. I was an ordinary laborer then." Mr. Bronner paused and dropped upon the davenport. "You won't need any more furniture except for the kitchen until you've accumulated $5,000. We didn't have any old furniture for that." Sam's eyes were rolling around in his head from surprise and joy. Wouldn't Stella be a queen, though? He seized the hand of his benefactor and wrung it, not a natural act for a character like Sam. "Deed, boss, I don't know what to say. I'm that glad and happy." "Don't say nothing, Sam. Just live an honest life and stick with me down at the works, and above all, respect and honor the woman you are marrying. Keep her clean. Here's your key. Mr. Hill says your rent is $20 per month. Pay promptly. Now come on and get into the car, and I'll drop you at your present address." So Samuel Simpson, or Sam Shambles as he was called, married Stella Potts and moved uptown into the red brick house with the white marble steps. Stella worked some wonderful changes in Sam. For instance, she combed his hair so often that it was almost bereft of its ancestral kinks, and persuaded him that a person might bathe between Saturdays without unsettling the universe, and that it was expected of a Dictie to clean his fingernails at least once a day. Things went on very well for 5 or 6 months. Sam was becoming more proud and self-assured every day. He could see the neighbors casting admiring glances at his wife as they went forth arm in arm. He never went near Poplar Street anymore, for he had a bank account and was thinking of buying a piano. No Dicties lived in Poplar Street. But one day, he met Bluefront, one of his old cronies upon Poplar Street. Bluefront noted Sam's neatness, his air of importance, and hated him. He wondered if Sam would speak. Sam was polite, but reserved. "'Lo, Blue?" "'Lo, Sam. I don't see you no mo'." "No, I's busy with my family." "I hear you addicted these days." Sam stiffened. Here was jealousy sticking out all over Blue. "Reckon that's about it." "No hard feelings. Come on, have a drink." "Nope, don't drink no more." "Well, a cigar then." "Nope, got a whole box at home." Bluefront's anger was kindled at Sam's rebuffs. Sam, who had been the rattiest of rats. He could barely suppress a snort of anger and scorn. Never mind. He'd pull him off his pinnacle and bring him back to his before-meeting Stella state, sooner or later. So he must hide his chagrin. "Mr. Simpson, you don't object to my walking uptown with you, seeing your house, do you?" Sam's first impulse was to refuse, but his pride in his home led him to grudgingly consent. Bluefront was taken off his feet. He never thought to find Sam living so well. Stella was a gracious hostess, and while her husband proudly showed the envious Bluefront around, put supper on the table, and invited him to stay. She had veal cutlet and fried sweet potato, tea, and hot biscuit. Bluefront fairly guzzled, but his envy mounted till he could almost have murdered Sam for having a pretty wife and a comfortable home. And too, after supper, that box of cigars came out, and while he grabbed two and thrust them into his pocket, he was plotting how to pull his host off his perch. At last, he rose to go. "God, Sam, you's in soft. And Miss Simpson, supper sure was good." Sam's chest protruded. "Yep, my little girl can really cook. Them was biscuits, not baked insults, and that was tea, instead of that Red Sea of lie Jim sells down in Poplar Street, to say nothing tall about the gravy." Sam beamed on Stella, and she flushed with happiness. "So long, Sam. See you later," said the departing guest, as the host closed the door after him. "Now, honey, he's gwine down in Poplar Street and tell all the niggers about us. They'll all turn green from jealousy. Come on, honey, and give me a kiss. You surely making a man out of me." Stella kissed him more than dutifully, and sitting on his lap, they planned many things to be bought in the near future. Though Bluefront did not come home with Sam again, he frequently accosted him on the way and walked a few blocks flattering and praising him. Sam, being only human, warmed toward Blue and was persuaded one afternoon to go through Poplar Street. His old cronies gathered about, admiring and flattering. "Come on, Sam, and drink something on me. That's a handsome suit you got on. You're looking sharp as a tack." Sam patronized and held a bit aloof, but he was pleased by the homage he was receiving. "Sorry, gentlemen, but I ain't indulging no more. Hi there, High Pocket." "Sam, come on. Shoot a game of bones." "Can't do it. Fin close. My supper is waiting." "Ha! I reckon my life done strap you up so you ain't got no change to spare." Sam grinned, thrust his hand into his pocket, and brought forth a roll of $1 bills generously sprinkled with 5s and 10s. "Guess I got the price all right." "Oh, Sam, come on, just one game." No. Sam was weakening. But he managed to tear himself away and go home. He had never been late before, and Stella was worried. He resolved never to go down there again. But the next afternoon, when he stepped into the street from the lumberyard, Bluefront and High Pocket were waiting for him. This time, he yielded. Into Poplar Street he went, and when once in Poplar Street, his old self seemed to take possession of him, and he gambled as in days gone by. Fortune favored him, and he went home $6 richer in this world's goods, but much poorer in spirit than since he first saw Stella. Though Stella said nothing, Sam felt the hurt shining out of her eyes, striking through him. He told her he had been detained at work. That was the beginning. Night after night, he visited Poplar Street. Night after night, he lost money, sleep, and self-respect. Each day, he resolved to stay away, but his past years told on him now. He lacked moral strength. He was 25 years old, and for 15 of those 25 years, he had lived in the streets and alleys, blacking boots, selling papers, and winning stakes at petty gambling. He would creep home to Stella, cringing and evasive of manner. She never questioned or scolded, though she knew that he could not be at work at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Sam gradually lost all of his savings, and one first of the month found himself unable to pay his rent. Mr. Hill waited 2 weeks, then went to Mr. Bronner. That gentleman was surprised, but when he recalled to mind having seen at various times disreputable-looking men hanging around waiting for Sam, light dawned upon him. He called Sam in, not the laughing Sam of yore, but a slinking, servile Sam, whose dog even seemed to feel his master's disgrace, and slunk too. Sam was questioned closely, advised, and dismissed. He was utterly lost now. No job, no money, soon no home, for how could he get another job with Mr. Bronner's unfavorable recommendation? That night, he did not go home. He simply could not face Stella with tidings so unwelcome. He knew she would not reprove him, and that made it harder. For Sam loved his wife. He did not go home that night, nor the next. A dozen times he started uptown, half crazed by his longing to see and reassure his young wife, but each time his courage failed him. He attempted again and again to borrow enough money to pay his rent, but failed. A few days before, he could have borrowed 5 times that sum at a moment's notice, but to the world now, he was no longer Samuel Simpson, but merely Sam, jobless and penniless. He was in appearance no longer sharp as a tack. In the meanwhile, Stella, poor trusting Stella, was weeping and looking out of the window at irregular intervals, expecting to see the body of her lord brought to the door at any moment. She could not believe that Sam could be alive and remain away from her for 2 whole days. At last, she dried her tears and went down to Mr. Bronner's office to inquire for Sam. She was surprised to hear that he was no longer employed by the lumberman. The kind-hearted man felt sorry for the unsophisticated negress because he thought that Sam had tired of her and had gone back to his shiftless ways and left her to her own devices. After he discovered that she did not know her rent was unpaid, he telephoned his wife and influenced her to hire her as a chambermaid, and advised the stricken girl to give up the house and take a room. Stella agreed to begin working for Mrs. Bronner on the following morning. She went home more unhappy than ever, believing that Sam had cast her off, and that city folk were just as wicked as provincials thought them to be. Sam wandered about Poplar Street, his dog at his heels, from pool room to barber shop and from barber shop to bar, disconsolate and weary. His late admirers stood like Pharisees afar off. Sam no longer interested them. He was, in the language of the curb, on the bricks or burnt up. Early that night, he heard that there was to be a crap game in Sweetie's flat, the home of a disreputable woman in Poplar Street. He felt in his pockets and found he still possessed 85 cents. In desperation, he resolved to sit in that game and try to win enough money to purchase his self-respect with his wife. If he lost the 85 cents, he would not be much worse off than he was at present. If he won, he clapped his hands over his eyes to shut out the vision of Stella, which was too much for him just now. So he went to Sweetie's and sat in the game. About 9 o'clock that night, Stella felt that she could bear Sam's absence no longer. She would seek him the world over and ask him why he did not love her still. Perhaps he might come home again and she could win his love once more. Anyway, if she could only see him once again, she felt she would be justified in a month's journey afoot. She went from room to room, looking at and touching things dear by association. The Morris chair, the smoking stand, the pillows in the window seat, where she always watched for Sam's coming in the evenings, and where he found and invariably kissed her. The Kewpie that hung by a ribbon about its waist from the bedpost. They had always taken the doll to bed and pretended it was their firstborn. Sam would ask about the baby as soon as he reached home, and Stella would run and fetch it, pretending at times that it had been fretful and cried for its dad. She decided that she could never disturb things, that if she could not find her husband, or if he refused to return to her, then perhaps God would, in his great love and kindness, let her go to sleep. She knew she would be very weary if she returned without Sam. So Stella put on her prettiest dress and went out to seek her lord. She went first to Poplar Street. No sign of Sam. People spoke to her. She answered timidly and glided away, peeping first into one den, then another, as she walked down the line. At last, she asked Squeegee, Sweetie's pal, if she had seen him, and Squeegee glibly told her where he was. Stella turned and walked briskly in the direction pointed out by the woman. As she left the curb in her anxiety, she did not notice a swiftly approaching automobile. Stepping straight in front of it, she was felled to the ground. Squeegee saw the accident and ran forward. The occupants of the car, 2 men, quickly picked up the girl and placed her in the car. A policeman came up and, after going through the usual preliminaries, permitted the men to take her to the hospital. Squeegee gave the officer Stella's address. In a few minutes, she burst into the room where Sam was gambling. There was no hesitation in proclaiming to all the news. In an instant, Sam was in the street, hatless and breathless, on his way to the hospital. When he burst through the swinging doors, he was told that no visitors were allowed at that hour, but he might telephone later and find out her condition. Sam flung out of the place, a madman. His conscience smote him piteously. His fears seemed to possess voices and to shriek themselves into his ears. He found himself in Poplar Street once more and in Jim's place. Everyone down there was talking of the accident. Sam slunk into a chair. Mrs. Jim was jubilant. Sam's suffering gave her pleasure, for she remembered the jokes he had coined at her expense, his proud days and his arrogance. She stood akimbo in front of the unhappy man and sneered. "Sam, I reckon you're satisfied now. You done killed Stella." Sam was on his feet In a moment, the spectators thought he would strike his tormentor. "You's a nappy-headed liar. I ain't killed my Stella. You's oughta been dead 100 years ago." Sam's voice sank to a whisper. "God knows I didn't kill my Stella. Deed I didn't." He hurried to the nearest telephone booth and called the hospital. He was told over the phone that Stella had sustained a broken rib and several minor scratches and bruises, and that he might call on her at 2 o'clock the next day. This was 11 o'clock at night. At 11:40, Mr. Bronner was awakened by a violent ringing of his doorbell. Hastily slipping into his bathrobe, he hurried down to find Sam on the doorstep. "Come on in, Sam. What do you want at this hour of the night?" "Boss, I wants my job back. I just gotta have it. Stella, my Stella, done got hit by a car while she was hunting for me. Boss, God bless her. I believe she loves me yet. Just try me one more time." "But Sam, you know how you behaved last time. I don't hire gamblers nor drunkards, nor even those who associate with such. I treated you white, but you didn't appreciate it. Your wife is a fine woman. My wife thinks so too," but Sam grabbed the lapels of Mr. Bronner's bathrobe, and his voice shook with the intensity of his emotion. "Boss, give me one more trial. That's all I asked. I hope Shad may shoot me if I don't make good this time. I gotta get my Stella back. I can't go down to the hospital tomorrow and say I ain't got no job." His voice broke to a sob, and he hastily drew the back of his hand across his eyes. "Stella will think I ain't no good, and she's the best woman on the earth. 'Deed she is. That's the reason I ain't been home. My God, boss, you can't turn me down." "Sam, are you going down to your wife a sensible, steady man tomorrow? And will you try, God helping you, to never, never give her cause to doubt your manliness again? Are you going to keep her clean and trusting and womanly? If so, you are hired again." Sam's right hand shot up into the air above his head, and his eyes were elevated, and he answered reverently, "Before God, I will, boss." And Sam kept his word. Beneath. A bit of our Harlem. He came into the shop with a pitifully small amount of cheap candy to sell. The men gruffly refused to buy or even to look at his wares, and he shuffled toward the door with such a forlorn air that the young lady called him back. She was smiling, partly because she liked to smile, and did so whenever fate gave her a chance, and partly to put the tattered little hunchback at his ease. The boy approached the table where the girl sat with the air of a homeless dog who hopes that he has found a friend. "Let me see your candy, little boy." She toyed with the paper-wrapped packages for a while. She knew that she would buy one, even though she had but 15 cents in her pocketbook and a very vague notion as to where her next week's rent would come from. The hunchback boy looked too dejected to turn away, however. She handed him a nickel. "Thank you, ma'am," said the boy. "You certainly is a nice lady. You ain't mean like some folks." "Thank you," rejoined the girl. "And where do you live?" "I lives down in 53rd Street. My mama, she dead when I was a baby, and my father, too, he dead." "Who takes care of you?" "My grandma. And she teached me the Lord's Prayer, and I goes to Sunday school when I got shoes. See this coat? Ain't it nice? A lady gave it to me." "It is a pretty coat," agreed the young woman. And do you belong to the church yet? No, not yet, but I guess I will someday. A lady that used to live with us, she got religion, but after a while her sins come back on her. Do you know my teacher? No, I don't. What does she teach you? She teach me how to read and count 100, but I forgot what comes after 97. Do you know? Let's see. 95, 96, 97. Gee, I can't learn that. Of course, laughed the girl. 98, 99, 100. What else does she teach you? She say, when I go to heaven, I be white as snow, and the angel's going to take this lump out of my back and make me tall. I guess maybe they roll something over my back like that machine what they rolls out the street with. The girl felt very much like laughing at this original idea, but seeing his serious face, she resisted and asked him very kindly how old he was. Let's see, answered the boy. Grandma, she say I'm 15. Teacher, she say I'm 16. I guess I'm 16 'cause once long time ago I was 15 before. The young lady exhibited signs of flagging interest and asked no more questions, but the boy showed no inclination to go. His eyes never left her face, and at last he asked, Where's your mama and papa? Both dead. Who takes care of you then? Why, I do myself. Nobody buys you nothing to eat neither? No. The hunchback looked pitying at the girl, at himself, at the floor, and at last said in a voice full of pity, I guess maybe I can put on some long pants and marry you, and then I'll buy you something to eat. The girl would have laughed, but the world of sympathy, understanding, and fellowship that showed in the boy's face and choked his voice restrained her. How often had she sought that same understanding fellowship within her own class, but how seldom had she found it. Well, lady, I'm going now 'cause I got to make a fire in the stove for Grandma. But I come back again sometime 'cause you's a nice lady. Maybe I bring you some Easter candy if I have some nickels. That's the day the Jews nailed Jesus in a box and put rocks on it. But he got out. Ask the Bible. He knows. Drenched in light. You I say what? Get down off of that gatepost and rake up this yard. The little brown figure perched upon the gatepost looked yearningly at the gleaming shell road that led to Orlando and down the road that led to Sanford, and shrugged her thin shoulders. This heaped kindling on Grandma Potts' already burning ire. Lord of mercy, she screamed, enraged. Here, Joel, give me that wash stick. I'll show that limb of Satan she can't shake herself at me. If she ain't down by the time I gets there, I'll break her down into lines. Oh, Grandma, I see Mr. George and Jim Robinson coming and I wanted to wave at 'em, the child said petulantly. You just wave that rake at this here yard, madam, else I'll take you down a buttonhole lower. You's too womanish, jumping in everybody's face that pass. This struck the child in a very sore spot, for nothing pleased her so much as to sit atop of the gatepost and hail the passing vehicles on their way south to Orlando or north to Sanford. That white shell road was her great attraction. She raced up and down the stretch of it that lay before her gate, like a round-eyed puppy hailing gleefully all travelers. Everybody in the country, white and colored, knew little Isis Watts the Joyful. The Robinson brothers, white cattlemen, were particularly fond of her and always extended a stirrup for her to climb up behind one of them for a short ride, or let her try to crack the long bullwhips and yee-hoo at the cows. Grandma Potts went inside, and Isis literally waved the rake at the chaws of ribbon cane that lay so bountifully about the yard in company with the knots and peelings, with a thick sprinkling of peanut hulls. The herd of cattle in their envelope of gray dust came alongside, and Isis dashed out to the nearest stirrup and was lifted up. "Hello there, Snitlets. I was wondering where you was," said Jim Robinson as she snuggled down behind the saddle. They were almost out of the danger zone when Grandma emerged. "You, Isis!" she bawled. The child slid down on the opposite side from the house and executed a flank movement through the corn patch that brought her into the yard from behind the privy. "You little hasten, you! Where you been?" "Out in the backyard," Isis lied, and did a cartwheel and a few fancy steps on her way to the front again. "If you don't get to that yard, I'ma make a mummick of you." Isis observed that Grandma was cutting a fancy assortment of switches from peach, guana, and cherry trees. She finished the yard by raking everything under the edge of the porch and began a romp with the dogs, those lean, floppy-eared coon hounds that all country folks keep. But Grandma vetoed this also. "Icy, you sit down on that porch. A great big 11-year-old gal racing and ropping like that. Sit down." Isis impatiently flung herself upon the steps. "Get up off of them steps, you aggravating limb, 'fore I get them hickories to you. And set yourself on a chair." Isis petulantly arose and sat down as violently as possible in a chair, but slid down until she all but sat upon her shoulder blades. "Now look at you," Grandma screamed. "Put your knees together and get up off on your backbone. Lord, you know this hellion is gonna make me stump her insides out." Isis sat bolt upright, as if she wore a ramrod down her back, and began to whistle. Now there are certain things that Grandma Potts felt no one of this female persuasion should do. One was to sit with the knees separated, set and brazen, she called it. Another was whistling. Another playing with boys. Neither must a lady cross her legs. Up she jumped from her seat to get the switches. "So you's whistling in my face, huh?" She glared till her eyes were beady, and Isis bolted for safety. But the noon hour brought John Watts, the widowed father, and this excused the child from sitting for criticism. Being the only girl in the family, of course, she must wash the dishes, which she did in intervals between frolics with the dogs. She even gave Jake, the puppy, a swim in the dishpan by holding him suspended above the water that reeked of pot liquor, just high enough so that his feet would be immersed. The deluded puppy swam and swam without ever crossing the pan, much to his annoyance. Hearing Grandma, she hurriedly dropped him on the floor, which he tracked up with feet wet with dishwater. Grandma took her patching and settled down in the front room to sew. She did this every afternoon and invariably slept in the big red rocker with her head lolled back over the back, the sewing falling from her hand. Isis had crawled under the center table with its red plush cover with little round balls for fringe. She was lying on her back, imagining herself various personages. She wore trailing robes, golden slippers with blue bottoms. She rode white horses with flaring pink nostrils to the horizon, for she still believed that to be the land's end. She was picturing herself gazing over the edge of the world into the abyss when the spool of cotton fell from Grandma's lap and rolled away under the whatnot. Isis drew back from her contemplation of the nothingness at the horizon and glanced up at the sleeping woman. Her head had fallen back. She breathed with a regular snark intake and soft pusa exhaust. But Isis was a visual-minded child. She heard the snores only subconsciously, but she saw a straggling beard on Grandma's chin, trembling a little with every snark and poosa. They were long gray hairs curled here and there against the dark brown skin. Isis was moved with pity for her mother's mother. "Po, Grandma, needs a shave," she murmured, and set about it. Just then, Joel, next older than Isis, entered with a can of bait. "Come on, Icy, let's we all go fishing. The perch is biting fine in Blue Sink." "Shh, shh, shh, shh," cautioned his sister. "I got to shave Grandma." "Who say so?" Joel asked, surprised. "Nobody don't have to tell me. Look at her chin." "No ladies don't wear no whiskers if they can help it. But Grandma getting old and she don't know how to shave like me." The conference adjourned to the back porch, lest Grandma wake. "Oh, Icy, you don't know nothing about shaving at all. But a man like me, I do so know. You don't not. I'm gonna shave her myself." "No, you won't neither, smarty. I saw her first and thought it all up first," Isis declared, and ran to the calico-covered box on the wall above the wash basin and seized her father's razor. Joel was quick and seized the mug and brush. "Now," Isis cried defiantly, "I got the razor." "Goody, goody, goody, pussycat. I got the brush, and you can't shave that lather, see?" "I know more than you," Joel retorted. "Aw, who don't know that?" Isis pretended to scorn. But seeing her progress blocked for lack of lather, she compromised. "I know. Lest we all shave her. You lather, and I shave." This was agreeable to Joel. He made mountains of lather and anointed his own chin and the chin of Isis, and the dogs splashed the walls, and at last was persuaded to lather Grandma's chin. Not that he was loath, but he wanted his new plaything to last as long as possible. Isis stood on one side of the chair with a razor, clutched, cleaver fashion. The niceties of razor handling had passed over her head. The thing with her was to hold the razor, sufficient in itself. Joel splashed on the lather in great gobs, and Grandma awoke. For one bewildered moment, she stared at the grinning boy with the brush and mug, but sensing another presence, she turned to behold the business face of Isis and the razor-clutching hand. Her jaw dropped, and Grandma, forgetting years and rheumatism, bolted from the chair and fled from the house screaming. "She's gonna tell Papa, Icy. You have no business with his razor, and he's gonna lick your hide," Joel cried, running to replace mug and brush. "You too, Chucklehead, you too," retorted Isis. "You was playing with his brush and put it all over the dogs. I seen you put it on Ned and Beulah." Isis shaved some slivers from the door jamb with a razor and replaced it in the box. Joel took his bait and pole and hurried to Blue Sink. Isis crawled under the house to brood over the whipping she knew would come. She had meant well. But sounding brass and tinkling cymbal drew her forth. The local lodge of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, led by a brain-thudding band, was marching in full regalia down the road. She had forgotten the barbecue and log rolling to be held today for the benefit of the new hall. Music to Isis meant motion. In a minute, razor and whipping forgotten, she was doing a fair imitation of the Spanish dancer she had seen in a medicine show some time before. Isis's feet were gifted. She could dance most anything she saw. Up went her spirits, her brown little feet doing all sorts of intricate things, and her body in rhythm, hand curving above her head. But the music was growing faint. Grandma nowhere in sight. She stole out of the gate, running and dancing after the band. Then she stopped. She couldn't dance at the carnival. Her dress was torn and dirty. She picked a long-stem daisy and thrust it behind her ear. But the dress, no better. Oh, an idea! And the battered round-topped trunk in the bedroom. She raced back to the house, then, happier, raced down the white dusty road to the picnic grove, gorgeously clad. People laughed good-naturedly at her. The band played, and Isis danced because she couldn't help it. A crowd of children gathered admiringly about her as she wheeled lightly about, hand on hip, flower between her teeth with the red and white fringe of the tablecloth. Grandma's new red tablecloth that she wore in lieu of a Spanish shawl, trailing in the dust. It was too ample for her meager form, but she wore it like a gypsy. Her brown feet twinkled in and out of the fringe. Some grown people joined the children about her. The grand exalted ruler rose to speak. The band was hushed, but Isis danced on. The crowd clapping their hands for her. No one listened to the exalted one, for little by little, the multitude had surrounded the brown dancer. An automobile drove up to the Crown and halted. 2 white men and a lady got out and pushed into the crowd, suppressing mirth discreetly behind gloved hands. Isis looked up and waved them a magnificent hail and went on dancing until Grandma had returned to the house and missed Isis and straightway sought her at the festivities, expecting to find her in her soiled dress, shoeless, gaping at the crowd, but what she saw drove her frantic. Here was her granddaughter dancing before a gaping crowd in her brand new red tablecloth and reeking of lemon extract, for Isis had added the final touch to her costume. She must have perfume. Isis saw Grandma and bolted. She heard her cry, "My God, my brand new tablecloth I just bought from Orlando," as she fled through the crowd and on into the woods. She followed the little creek until she came to the ford in a rutty wagon road that led to Apopka and lay down on the cool grass at the roadside. The April sun was quite hot. Misery, misery, and woe settled down upon her, and the child wept. She knew another whipping was in store for her. "Oh, I wish I could die. Then Grandma and Papa would be sorry they beat me so much. I believe I'll run away and never go home no more. I'm gonna drown myself in the creek." Her woe grew attractive. Isis got up and waded into the water. She routed out a tiny gator and a huge bullfrog. She splashed and sang, enjoying herself immensely. The purr of a motor struck her ear, and she saw a large, powerful car jolting along the rutty road toward her. It stopped at the water's edge. "Well, I declare, it's our little gypsy," exclaimed the man at the wheel. "What are you doing here now?" "I'm killing myself," Isis declared dramatically, "'cause Grandma beats me too much." There was a hearty burst of laughter from the machine. "You'll last some time the way you're going about it. Is this the way to Maitland? We want to go to the Park Hotel." Isis saw no longer any reason to die. She came up out of the water, holding up the dripping fringe of the tablecloth. "No, indeedy. You go to Maitland by the Shell Road. It goes by my house, and turn off at Lake Sibylla to the clay road that takes you right to the door." "Well," went on the driver, smiling furtively, "could you quit dying long enough to go with us?" "Yes, sir," she said thoughtfully. "I want to go with you." The door of the car swung open. She was invited to a seat beside the driver. She had often dreamed of riding in one of these heavenly chariots, but never thought she would actually. Jump in then, Madam Tragedy, and show us. We lost ourselves after we left your barbecue. During the drive, Isis explained to the kind lady who smelt faintly of violets and to the indifferent men that she was really a princess. She told them about her trips to the horizon, about the trailing gowns, the gold shoes with blue bottoms. She insisted on the blue bottoms. The white charger, the time when she was Hercules and had slain numerous dragons and sundry giants. At last, the car approached her gate, over which stood the umbrella chinaberry tree. The car was abreast of the gate and had all but passed when Grandma spied her glorious tablecloth lying back against the upholstery of the Packard. "You, I see," she bawled. "You little rat, you! Come here this instant!" "That's me," the child confessed, mortified to the lady on the rear seat. "Oh, Sewell, stop the car. This is where the child lives. I hate to give her up, though. Do you want to keep me?" Isis brightened. "Oh, I wish I could, you shining little morsel. Wait, I'll try to save you a whipping this time." She dismounted with the gaudy lemon-flavored culprit and advanced to the gate where Grandma stood glowering, switches in hand. "You gon' catch it from your head to your heels, m'lady. Just come in here." "Why, good afternoon," she accosted the furious grandparent. "You're not going to whip this poor little thing, are you?" the lady asked in conciliatory tones. "Yes, ma'am. She's the worstest little lamb that ever drawed breath. Just look at my new tablecloth that ain't ever been washed. She done traipsed all over the woods, dancing and prancing in it. She done took a razor to me today, and Lord knows what more." Isis clung to the white hand, fearfully. "I wasn't gonna hurt Grandma, miss. I was just gonna shave her whiskers for her, 'cause she's old and can't." The white hand closed tightly over the little brown one that was quite soiled. She could understand a voluntary act of love, even though it miscarried. "Now, Mrs. I didn't get the name. How much did your tablecloth cost?" "One whole big silver dollar down at Atlanta. Ain't had it a week yet." "Now here's $5 to get another one. The little thing loves laughter. I want her to go on to the hotel and dance in that tablecloth for me. I can stand a little light today." "Oh, yes, some, Grandma cut in. "Everything's all right. Sure she can go, yes, some." The lady went on. "I want brightness, and this Isis is joy itself. Why, she's drenched in light." Isis, for the first time in her life, felt appreciated and danced up and down in an ecstasy of joy for a minute. "Now, behave yourself, Icy, over at the hotel with the white folks," Grandma cautioned, pride in her voice, though she strove to hide it. "Lord, ma'am, that gal keeps me so fractious. I don't know my head from my feet. I ought to comb my head, too, before she go with y'all." No, don't bother. I like her as she is. I don't think she'd like it either, being combed and scrubbed. Come on, Isis." Feeling that Grandma had been somewhat squelched did not detract from Isis's spirit at all. She pranced over to the waiting motor, and this time seated herself on the rear seat between the sweet smiling lady and the rather aloof man in gray. "I'm going to stay with you all," she said with a great deal of warmth, and snuggled up to her benefactress. "Want me to sing a song for you?" "There, Helen, you've been adopted," said the man with a short, harsh laugh. "Oh, I hope so, Harry." She put an arm about the red-draped figure at her side and drew it close until she felt the warm puffs of the child's breath against her side. She looked hungrily ahead of her and spoke into space rather than to anyone in the car. "I want a little of her sunshine to soak into my soul. I need it. Spunk. A giant of a brown-skinned man sauntered up the one street of the village and out into the palmetto thickets with a small, pretty woman clinging lovingly to his arm. "Look at there, folkses," cried Elijah Mosley, slapping his leg gleefully. "There they go, big as life and brassy as tacks." All the loungers in the store tried to walk to the door with an air of nonchalance, but with small success. "Now, people," Walter Thomas gasped, "will you look at 'em? But that's one thing I likes about Spunk Banks. He ain't scared of nothing on God's green footstool. Nothing. He rides that log down at Sawmill just like he struts around with another man's wife. Just don't give a kitty. When Tess Miller got cut to giblets on that circle saw, Spunk steps right up and starts riding. The rest of us was scared to go near it." A round-shouldered figure in overalls much too large came nervously in the door, and the talking ceased. The men looked at each other and winked. "Give me some soda water. Sarsaparilla, I reckon," the newcomer ordered, and stood far down the counter near the open pickled pig feet tub to drink it. Elijah nudged Walter and turned with mock gravity to the newcomer. "Say, Joe, how's everything up your way? How's your wife?" Joe started and all but dropped the bottle he held in his hands. He swallowed several times painfully, and his lips trembled. "Aw, Lige, you ought not do nothing like that," Walter grumbled. Elijah ignored him. "She just passed here a few minutes ago, going that-a-way," with a wave of his hand in the direction of the woods. Now Joe knew his wife had passed that way. He knew that the men lounging in the general store had seen her. Moreover, he knew that the men knew he knew. He stood there silent for a long moment, staring blankly with his Adam's apple twitching nervously up and down his throat. One could actually see the pain he was suffering. His eyes, his face, his hands, and even the dejected slump of his shoulders. He set the bottle down upon the counter. He didn't bang it, just eased it out of his hand silently and fiddled with the suspender buckle. "Well, I'm going after her today. I'm gone and fetch her back. Spunk's done gone too far." He reached deep down in his trouser pocket and drew out a hollow ground razor, large and shiny, and passed his moistened thumb back and forth over the edge. "Talking like a man, Joe. Course, that's your family affairs, but I like to see grit in anybody." Joe Canty laid down a nickel and stumbled out into the street. Dusk crept in from the woods. Ike Clark lit the swinging oil lamp that was almost immediately surrounded by candle flies. The men laughed boisterously behind Joe's back as they watched him shamble woodward. "You ought not said what you did to him, Lige. Look how it worked him up," Walter chided. "And I hope it did work him up. 'Tain't even decent for a man to take and take like he do. Spunk will sure kill him." "Oh, I don't know. You never can tell. He might turn him up and spank him for getting in the way, but Spunk wouldn't shoot no unarmed man. That razor he carried out of here ain't gonna run Spunk down and cut him, and Joe ain't got the nerve to go up to Spunk with it knowing he totes that Army 45. He makes that break out of here to bluff us. He's gonna hide that razor behind the first likely palmetto root and sneak back home to bed. Don't tell me nothing about that rabbit-foot colored man. Didn't he meet Spunk and Lena face to face one day last week and Mumble something to Spunk about letting his wife alone? What did Spunk say? Walter broke in. I like him fine, but tain't the right way he carries on with Lena Canty just 'cause Joe's timid about fighting. You wrong there, Walter. Tain't 'cause Joe's timid at all. It's 'cause Spunk wants Lena. If Joe was a passel of wild cats, Spunk would tackle a job just the same. He'd go after anything he wanted the same way. As I was saying a minute ago, he told Joe right to his face that Lena was his. Call her, he says to Joe. Call her and see if she'll come. A woman knows her boss, and she answers when he calls. Lena, ain't I your husband? Joe sort of whines out. Lena looked at him real disgusted. But she don't answer, and she don't move out of her tracks. Then Spunk reaches out and takes hold of her arm and says, Lena, you's mine from now on. I works for you and fights for you, and I never want you to look to nobody for a crumb of bread, a stitch of clothes, or a shingle to go over your head but me, long as I live. I'll get the lumber for our house tomorrow. Go home and get your things together. That's my house, Lena speaks up. Papa give me that. Well, says Spunk, don't give up what's yours, but when you's inside, don't forget you's mine, and let no other man get out of his place but you. Lena looked up at him with her eyes so full of love that they was running over, and Spunk seen it, and Joe seen it too, and his lips started to trembling, and his Adam's apple was galloping up and down his neck like a racehorse. I bet he's wore out half a dozen Adam's apples since Spunk's been on the job with Lena. That's all he'll do. He'll be back here after a while, swallowing and working his lips like he wants to say something and can't. But didn't he do nothing to stop him? Nope. Not a frazzling thing. Just stood there. Spunk took Lena's arm and walked off just like nothing ain't happened, and he stood there gazing after them till they was out of sight. Now you know a woman don't want no man like that. I'm just waiting to see what's he gonna say when he gets back. But Joe Canty never came back. Never. The men in the store heard the sharp report of a pistol somewhere distant in the palmetto thicket, and soon Spunk came walking leisurely with his big black Stetson set at the same rakish angle, and Lena, clinging to his arm, came walking right into the general store. Lena wept in a frightened manner. Well, Spunk announced calmly, Joe come out there with a meat axe and made me kill him. He sent Lena home and led the men back to Joe. Joe crumpled and limp with his right hand, still clutching his razor. See my back? My clothes cut clear through? He sneaked up and tried to kill me from the back. But I got him. And got him good. First shot, Spunk said. The men glared at Elijah accusingly. Take him up and plant him in Stony Lonesome, Spunk said in a careless voice. I didn't want to shoot him, but he made me do it. He's a dirty coward, jumping on a man from behind. Spunk turned on his heel and sauntered away to where he knew his loved wept in fear for him, and no man stopped him. At the general store later on, they all talked of locking him up until the sheriff could come from Orlando, but no one did anything but talk. A clear case of self-defense. The trial was a short one, and Spunk walked out of the courthouse to freedom again. He could work again, ride the dangerous log carriage that fed the singing, snarling, biting circle saw. He could stroll the soft, dark lanes with his guitar. He was free to roam the woods again. He was free to return to Lena. He did all of these things. What you reckon, Walt? Elijah asked one night later, Spunk's getting ready to marry Lena. No. Why Joe ain't had time to get cold yet? Know how I don't figure Spunk was the marrying kind. Well, he is, rejoined Elijah. He done moved most of Lena's things and her along with him over to the Bradley house. He's buying it. Just like I told you all right in here the night Joe was killed. Spunk's crazy about Lena. He don't want folks to keep on talking about her. That's the reason he's rushing so. Funny thing about that bobcat, wasn't it? What bobcat, Lige? I ain't heard about none. Ain't you? Well, night before last was the first night Spunk and Lena moved together, and just as they was going to bed, a big black bobcat, black all over, you hear me, black, walked around and round that house and howled like 40, and when Spunk got his gun and went to the window to shoot it, he says it stood right still and looked him in the eye and howled right at him. The thing got Spunk so nervous up he couldn't shoot, but Spunk says 'twasn't no bobcat nohow. He says it was Joe, done sneaked back from hell. Sniffed Walter. He ought to be nervous after what he done. I reckon Joe come back to dare him to marry Lena, or to come out and fight. I bet he'll be back time and again, too. Know what I think? Joe was a braver man than Spunk. There was a general shout of derision from the group. That's a fact, went on Walter. Look at what he done. Took a razor and went out to fight a man he know toted a gun and was a crack shot, too. Another thing, Joe was scared of Spunk, scared plumb stiff, but he went just the same. It took him a long time to get his nerve up. 'Tain't nothing for Spunk to fight when he ain't scared of nothing. Now Joe's done come back to have it out with the man that's got all he ever had. Y'all know Joe ain't never had nothing, nor wanted nothing besides Lena. It must have been a haint, 'cause ain't nobody ever seen no black bobcat. Another thing, cut in one of the men. Spunk was cussing a blue streak today, 'cause he 'lowed that saw was wobbling almost got him once. The machinist come, looked it over and said it was all right. Spunk must have been leaning towards it some. Then he claimed somebody pushed him, but 'twasn't nobody close to him. I was glad when knocking off time come. I'm scared of that man when he gets hot. He beat you full of buttonholes as quick as he's look at you. The men gathered the next morning in a different mood. No laughter. No badinage this time. Look, Lige, you gonna set up with Spunk? No, I reckon not, Walter. Tell you the truth, I'm a little bit skittish. Spunk died too wicked. Died cussing, he did. You know he thought he was done out of life. Good Lord. Who do you think done it? Joe. Joe Canty? How come? Walter, I believe I'll walk up that way and set. Lena would like it, I reckon. But what did he say, Lige? Elijah did not answer until they had left the lighted store and were strolling down the dark street. I was loading a wagon with Scantlin right near the saw when Spunk fell on the carriage, but before I could get to him, the saw got him in the body. Awful sight. Me and Skint Miller got him off, but it was too late. Anybody could see that. The first thing he said was, "He pushed me, Lige. The dirty hound pushed me in the back." He was spitting blood at every breath. We laid him on the sawdust pile with his face to the east so's he could die easy. He held my hand to the last, Walter, and said, "It was Joe, Lige. The dirty sneak shoved me. He didn't dare come to my face, but I'll get the son of a woodlouse soon as I get there and make hell too hot for him. I felt him shove me. That's how he died. If spirits can fight, there's a powerful tussling going on somewhere over Jordan, 'cause I believe Joe's ready for spunk and ain't scared anymore. Yes, I believe Joe pushed him myself. They had arrived at the house. Lena's lamentations were deep and loud. She had filled the room with magnolia blossoms that gave off a heavy, sweet odor. The keepers of the wake tipped about, whispering in frightened tones. Everyone in the village was there, even old Jeff Canty, Joe's father, who a few hours before would have been afraid to come within 10 feet of him, stood leering triumphantly down upon the fallen giant, as if his fingers had been the teeth of steel that laid him low. The cooling board consisted of 3 16-inch boards on saw horses. A dingy sheet was his shroud. The women ate heartily of the funeral baked meats and wondered who would be Lena's next. The men whispered coarse conjectures between guzzles of whiskey. Magnolia flower. The brook laughed and sang. When it encountered hard places in its bed, it hurled its water in sparkling dance figures up into the moonlight. It sang louder, louder, danced faster, faster, with a coquettish splash at the vegetation on its banks. At last it danced boisterously into the bosom of the St. John's, upsetting the whispering hyacinths, who shivered and blushed, drunk with the delight of moon kisses. The mighty one turned peevishly in his bed and washed the feet of the palmetto palms so violently that they awoke and began again the gossip they had left off when the wind went to bed. A palm cannot speak without wind. The river had startled it also, for the winds sleep on the bosom of waters. The palms murmured noisily of seasons and centuries, mating and birth, and the transplanting of life. Nature knows nothing of death. The river spoke to the brook. Why, O young water, do you hurry and hurl yourself so riotously about with your chatter and song? You disturb my sleep. Because, O venerable one, replied the brook, I am young. The flowers bloom, the trees and wind say beautiful things to me. There are lovers beneath the orange trees on my banks, but most of all because the moon shines upon me with a full face. That is not sufficient reason for you to disturb my sleep, the river retorted. I have cut down mountains and moved whole valleys into the sea, and I am not so noisy as you are. The river slapped its banks angrily. But, added the brook diffidently, I passed numbers of lovers as I came on. There was also a sweet-voiced night bird. No matter, scolded the river. I have seen millions of lovers, child. I have borne them up and down, listened to those things that uttered more with the breath than the lips, gathered infinite tears, and some lovers have even flung themselves upon the soft couch I keep in my bosom, and slept. Tell me about some of them, eagerly begged the brook. Oh, well, the river muttered, I am wide awake now, and I suppose brooks must be humored. The river story. Long ago, as men count years, men who were pale of skin held a dark race of men in a bondage. The dark ones cried out in sorrow and travail, not here in my country, but farther north. Many rivers carried their tears to the sea, and the tide would bring some of them to me. The wind brought cries without end. But there were some among the slaves who did not weep, but fled in the night to safety, some to the far north, some to the far south. For here the red man, the panther, and the bear alone were to be feared. One of them from the banks of the savannah came here. He was large and black and strong. His heart was strong and thudded with an iron sound in his breast. The forest made way for him, the beasts were afraid of him, and he built a house. He gathered stones and bits of metal, yellow and white, such as men love and for which they die, and grew wealthy. How? I do not know. Rivers take no notice of such things. We sweep men, stones, metal, all to the sea. All are as grass. All must to the sea in the end. He married Swift Deer, a Cherokee maiden, and 5 years, as men love to clip time into bits, passed. They had now a daughter. Magnolia Flower, they called her, for she came at the time of them opening. When they had been married 5 years, she was 4 years old. Then the tide brought troubled rumors to me of hate, strife, and destruction. War, war, war. The blood of those born in the north flowed to sea, mingled with that of the southern-born. Bitter waters, troubled winds, rains that washed the dust from heaven but could not beat back the wails of anguish, the thirst for blood and glory, the prayers for that which God gives not into the hands of man, vengeance. Fires of hate to sear and scorch the ground, wells of acid tears to blight the leaf. Then all men walked free in the land, and wind and water again grew sweet. The man-made time notches flew by, and Magnolia Flower was in full bloom. Her large eyes burned so brightly in her dark brown face that the Negroes trembled when she looked angrily upon them. "She curses with her eyes," they said. "Some evil surely will follow." Black men came and went now as they pleased, and the father had many to serve him, for now he had built a house such as white men owned when he was in bondage. His heart, of the ex-slave Bentley, was iron to all but Magnolia Flower. Swift Deer was no longer swift. Too many kicks and blows, too many grim chokings had slowed her feet and heart. He had done violence to workmen. There was little law in this jungle, and that was his. Do as I bid you, or suffer my punishment. He was hated, but feared more. He hated anything that bore the slightest resemblance to his former oppressors. His servants must be black, very black, or Cherokee. The flower was 17 and beautiful. Bentley thought often of a mate for her now, but one that would not offend him either in spirit or flesh. He must be full of humility and black. One day, as the sun gave me a good-night kiss and the stars began their revels, I bore a young Negro, yet not a Negro, for his skin was the color of freshly barked cypress, golden with the curly black hair of the white man. There were many Negroes in Bentley's village, and he wished to build a school that would teach them useful things. Bentley hated him at once, but ordered a schoolhouse to be built, for he wished Magnolia to read and write. But before 2 weeks had passed, the teacher had taught the flower to read strange marvels with her dark eyes, and she had taught the teacher to sing with his eyes. His hands, his whole body in her presence, or whenever he thought of her. Not in her father's house, but beneath that clump of palms, those 3 that bathe their toes eternally and talk. They busied themselves with dreams of creation, while Bentley swore the foundation of the schoolroom into place. Nothing remains for me to do, now that I have your consent, but to ask your father for your sweet self. I know I am poor, but I have a great vision, a high purpose, and he shall not be ashamed of me. She clung fearfully to him. No, don't, John, don't. He'll say nah and cuss. He don't like you at all. You's too white. I'll get him out of that. Just trust me, precious. Then I can just own you. Just let me talk to him. She wept and pleaded with him, told him of Bentley's terrible anger and violence, begged him to take her away and send her father word. But he refused to hear her and walked up to her house and seated himself upon the broad veranda to wait for the father of Magnolia Flower. She flew to Swift Deer and begged her to persuade her lover not to brave Bentley's anger. The older woman crept out and tearfully implored him to go. He stayed. At dusk, Bentley came swearing in. It had been a hot day. The men had cut several poor pieces of timber and seemed all bent on driving him to the crazy house, he complained. Swift Deer slunk into the house at his approach, dragging her daughter after her. What followed was too violent for words to tell. Strength against strength, steel against steel. Threats bellowed from Bentley's bull throat seemed no more than little puffs of air to the lover. Of course, he would leave Bentley's house, but he would stay in the vicinity until he was told to leave by the flower. His flower of sweetness and purity, and he would marry her unless hell froze over. Better eat up them words and get out whilst I let you, the old man growled. Bentley drew up his lips in a great rolled glare. No, John shouted, giving him glare for his rage boiling and tumbling out from behind these ramparts, as it were. His eye reddened. A vessel in the center of his forehead stood out, gorged with blood, and his great hands twitched. For good or evil, Bentley was a strong man, mind and body. Swift Deer could no longer restrain her daughter. Magnolia Flower burst triumphantly upon the veranda. Well, Papa, you don't say that I haven't picked a man. No one else in 40 miles round would stand up to you like John. Ham, Jim, Israel, Bentley howled, on the verge of apoplexy. The men appeared. Take this here yellow skunk and lock him in that back room. I'm gonna hang him high as Haman comes sun up, law or no law. A short struggle, and John was tied hand and foot. Stop! Cried Magnolia Flower. Fighting, clawing, biting, kicking like a brown fiend for her lover. One brawny worker held her until John was helplessly bound. But when she looked at all three of the men with her eye of fire, they shook in superstitious fear. Oh, my God, breathed Ham, terrified. She's cussing us. She's cussing us all with her eyes. Something sure gonna happen. Her eye was indeed something to affright the timid and even give the strong heart pause. A woman robbed of her love is more terrible than an army with banners. Oh, I wish I could, she uttered in a voice flat with intensity. You'd all drop dead on the spot. Swift Deer had crept out and stood beside the child. She screamed and clasped her hands over her daughter's lips. Say not such words, Magnolia, she pleaded. Take them back into your bosom unsaid. Leave her be, Bentley laughed acidly. I got a dose of my medicine ready for her, too. Before I hangs this yellow polecat, I'm going to marry her to Crazy Joe, and John can look on. Then I'll hang him, and she can look on. Magnolia and Joe ought to have fine black chillin'. The girl never uttered a sound. She smiled with her lips, but her eyes burned every bit of courage to cinders in those who saw her. John was locked in the stout back room. The windows were guarded, and Ham sat with a loaded gun at the door. Magnolia was locked in the parlor where she ran up and down, tearing her heavy black hair. She beat helplessly upon the doors. She hammered the windows, making little mewing noises in her throat like a cat deprived of her litter. The house grew grimly still. Bentley had forced his wife to accompany him to their bedroom. She lay fearfully awake, but he slept peacefully, if noisily. "Magnolia flower?" Ham called softly as he turned the key stealthily in the lock of her prison. "Come on out. I can't stand this here wickedness in your pappy." "No, thank you, Ham. I'll stay right here and make him kill me along with John, if you don't let him out too. Lord of mercy knows I wished I could, but the old man's got the key in his britches." "I'm going to get it, Ham," she announced as she stepped over the threshold to freedom. "Lord, he'll kill me shows you born." Her feet were already on the stairs. "I'll have that key or die. Ham, you put some victuals in that rowboat." Half for love, half for fear, Ham obeyed. No one but Magnolia Flower would have entered Bentley's bedroom as she did under the circumstances, but to her, the circumstances were her reasons for going. The big horse pistol under his pillow, the rack of guns in the hall, and her father's giant hands, none of these topped her. She knew 3 lives. Her own, her lover's, and Ham's hung on her success. But she went and returned with that key. 1 minute more, and they flew down the path to the 3 leaning palms into the boat away northward. The morning came. Bentley ate hugely. The new rope hung ominously from the arm of the giant oak in the yard. Preacher Ike had eaten his breakfast with Bentley, and the idiot, Crazy Joe, had forced himself into a pair of clean hickory pants. Bentley turned the key and flung open the door, stood still a minute in a gray rage, and stalked to the back room door, feeling for the key meanwhile. When he had fully convinced himself that the key was gone, he did not bother to open the door. "Ham, it appears that Magnolia and that yellow dog ain't here this morning. So you and Swift Deer will have to do, being as y'all let 'em get away." He said this calmly and stalked toward the gun rack. But his anger was too large to be contained in one human heart. His arteries corded his face, his eyes popped, and he fell senseless as he stretched his hand for the gun. Rage had burst his heart at being outwitted by a girl. This all happened more than 40 years ago, as men reckon time. Soon Swift Deer died, and the house built by strong Bentley fell to decay. White men came and built a town, and Magnolia Flower and her eyes passed from the hearts of people who had known her. The brook had listened, tensely thrilled to its very bottom at times. The river flowed calmly on, shimmering under the moon as it moved ceaselessly to the sea. An old couple picked their way down to the water's edge. He had once been tall. He still bore himself well. The little old woman clung lovingly to his arm. "It's been 47 years, John," she said sweetly, her voice full of fear. "Do you think we can find the place?" "Why, yes, Magnolia, my flower, unless they have cut down our trees. But if they are standing, we'll know 'em. Couldn't help it." "Yes, sweetheart, there they are," Hurry and let's sit on the roots like we used to and trail our fingers in the water. Love is wonderful, isn't it, dear? They hugged the trunks of the 3 clustering palms lovingly, then hugged each other and sat down shyly upon the heaped-up roots. You never have regretted, Magnolia? Of course not. But John, listen. Did you ever hear a river make such a sound? Why, it seems almost as if it were talking. That murmuring noise, you know? Maybe it's welcoming us back. I always felt that it loved you and me somehow. Black Death. We Negroes in Eatonville know a number of things that the hustling, bustling white man never dreams of. He is a materialist with little care for overtones. For instance, if a white person were halted on the streets of Orlando and told that old man Morgan, the excessively black Negro hoodoo man, can kill any person indicated and paid for without ever leaving his house or even seeing his victim, he'd laugh in your face and walk away, wondering how long the Negro would wallow in ignorance and superstition. But no black person in a radius of 20 miles will smile, not much. They know. His achievements are far too numerous to mention singly. Besides, many of his cures or conjures are kept secret. But everybody knows that he put the loveless curse on Della Lewis. She has been married 7 times, but none of her husbands have ever remained with her longer than 28 days that Morgan had prescribed as the limit. Hiram Lester's left track was brought to him with $5, and when the new moon came again, Lester was stricken with paralysis while working in his orange grove. There was the bloody flux that he put on Lucy Pott. He caused Emma Taylor's teeth to drop out. He put the shed skin of a black snake in Horace Brown's shoes and made him as the wandering Jew. He put a sprig of Lena Merchant's hair in a bottle, corked it, and threw it into a running stream with the neck pointing upstream, and she went crazy. He buried Lily Wilcox's fingernails with lizard's feet and dried up her blood. All of these things and more can easily be proved by the testimony of the villagers. They ought to know. He lives alone in a 2-room hut down by Lake Bluesink, the Bottomless. His eyes are reddish, and the large gold hoop earrings jangling on either side of his shrunken black face make the children shrink in terror whenever they meet him on the street or in the woods where he goes to dig roots for his medicines. But the doctor cannot spend his time merely making folks ill. He has sold himself to the devil over the powerful black cat's bone that alone will float upstream, and many do what he wills. Life and death are in his hands. He sometimes kills. He sent old Lady Crooms to her death in the lake. She was a rival hoodoo doctor and laid claims to equal power. She came to her death one night. That very morning, Morgan had told several that he was tired of her pretenses. He would put an end to it and prove his powers. That very afternoon, near sundown, she went down to the lake to fish, telling her daughter, however, that she did not wish to go, but something seemed to be forcing her. About dusk, someone heard her scream and rushed to the lake. She had fallen in and drowned. The white coroner from Orlando said she met her death by falling into the water during an epileptic fit. But the villagers knew. White folks are very stupid about some things. They can think mightily, but cannot feel. But The Undoing of Bo Diddley is his masterpiece. He had come to Eatonville from up north somewhere. He was a waiter at the Park House Hotel over in Maitland, where Dosia Boger was a chambermaid. She had a very pretty brown body and face, sang alto in the Methodist choir, and played the blues on her guitar. Soon Bo Diddley was with her every moment he could spare from his work. He was stuck on her all right, for a time. They would linger in the shrubbery about Park Lake or go for long walks in the woods on Sunday afternoon to pick violets. They are abundant in the Florida woods in winter. The park house always closed in April, and Bo was planning to go north with the white tourists. It was then Dosia's mother discovered that Bo should have married her daughter weeks before. "Mr. Diddley," said Mrs. Boger, "I'm a widow woman, and Doshi's all I got. And I know you's going to do what you oughta." She hesitated a moment and studied his face. "Without no trouble. I don't want to make no talk around town." In a split second, the vivacious, smiling Bo had vanished. A very hard, vitriolic stranger occupied his chair. "Look here, Miss Boger. I'm a man that's traveled a lot, been most everywhere. Don't try to come that stuff over me. What I got to marry Dosia for?" Cause, the surprise of his answer threw the old woman into a panic. "You's the cause of her condition, ain't you?" Dosia, embarrassed, mortified, began to cry. "Oh, I see the little plot now." He glanced maliciously toward the girl and back again to her mother. "But I'm none of your down south country suckers. Go try that on some of these clodhoppers. Don't try to lie on me. I got money to fight." "Bo," Dosia sobbed, "you ain't calling me a liar, is you?" And in her misery, she started toward the man who, through 4 months' constant association and assurance, she had learned to love and trust. "Yes, you're lying, you sneaking little... Oh, you're not even good sawdust. Me marry you? Why, I could pick up a better woman out of the gutter than you. I'm a married man anyway. So you might as well forget your little scheme." Dosia fell back stunned. But Bo, you said you wasn't." Dosia wailed. "Oh," Bo replied with a gesture of dismissal of the whole affair. "What difference does it make? A man will say anything at times. There are certain kinds of women and men always lie to." In her mind's eye, Dosia saw things for the first time without her tinted glasses, and real terror seized her. She fell upon her knees and clenched the nattily-clad legs of her seducer. "Oh, Bo!" she wept, struggling to hold him, as he, fearing for the creases in his trousers, struggled to free himself. "You said... You promised." "Oh, well, you ought not to have believed me. You ought to known I didn't mean it. Anyway, I'm not going to marry you. So what are you gonna do? Do whatever you feel big enough to try. My shoulders are broad." He left the house, hating the two women bitterly, as only we hate those we have injured. At the hotel, omitting mention of his shows of affection, his pleas, his solemn promises to Dosia, he told the other waiters how that piece of earth's refuse had tried to inveigle to force him into a marriage. He enlarged upon his theme and told them, all in strict confidence, how she had been pursuing him all winter, how she had waited in ambush time and again and dragged him down by the lake, and well, he was only human. It couldn't have happened with the right kind of girl, and he thought too much of himself to marry any other than the country's best. So the next day, Eatonville knew, and the scourge of tongues was added to Dosia's woes. Mrs. Boger and her daughter kept strictly indoors, suffering, weeping, growing bitter. "Mama, if he just hadn't tried to make me out a bad girl, I could look over the rest in time, Mama, but he tried to make out a..." She broke down, weeping again. Drip, drip, drip went her daughter's tears on the old woman's heart. each drop calcifying a little the fibers till at the end of 4 days the petrifying process was complete. Where once had been warm, pulsing flesh was now a cold, heavy stone that pulled down, pressing out normal life and bowing the head of her. The woman died, and in that heavy, cold stone, a tiger, a female tiger, was born. She was ready to answer the questions Bo had flung so scornfully at her old head. "Well, what are you going to do?" Dosia slept, huddled on the bed. A hot salt tear rose to Mrs. Boger's eyes and rolled heavily down the quivering nose. Must Dosia awake always to that awful desolation, robbed of everything, even faith? She knew then that the world's greatest crime is not murder. Its most terrible punishment is meted to her of too much faith, too great a love. She turned down the light and stepped into the street. It was near midnight and the village slept, but she knew of one house where there would be a light, one pair of eyes still awake. As she approached Blue Sink, she all but turned back. It was a dark night, but the lake shimmered and glowed like phosphorus near the shore. It seemed that figures moved about on the quiet surface. She remembered that folks said Blue Sink, the bottomless, was Morgan's graveyard, and all Africa awoke in her blood. A cold, prickly feeling stole over her and stood her hair on end. Her feet grew heavy and her tongue dry and stiff. In the swamp, at the head of the lake, she saw a jack-o'-lantern darting here and there, and 300 years of America passed like the mist of morning. Africa reached out its dark hand and claimed its own. Drums, tum, 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 beat in her ears. Strange demons seized her. Witch doctors danced before her, laid hands upon her, alternately freezing and burning her flesh until she found herself within the house of Morgan. She was not permitted to tell her story. She opened her mouth, but the old man chewed a camphor leaf or two, spat into a small pail of sand, and asked, "How do you want to kill him? By water, by sharp edge, or a bullet?" The woman almost fell off the chair in amazement that he knew her mind. He merely chuckled a bit and handed her a drinking gourd. "Dip up a teeny bit of water and pour it on the floor. By that time, you'll know." She dipped the water out of a wooden pail and poured it upon the rough floor. "I want to shoot him, but how can I without—" "Look-a-here," Morgan directed and pointed to a huge mirror scarred and dusty. He dusted its face carefully. "Look in this glass, thou turning your head, and when he comes, you shoot to kill. Take good aim." Both faced about and gazed hard into the mirror that reached from floor to ceiling. Morgan turned once to spit into the pail of sand. The mirror grew misty, darker, near the center. Then Mrs. Boger saw Bo walk to the center of the mirror and stand looking at her, glaring and sneering. She all but fainted in superstitious terror. Morgan thrust the gun into her hand. She saw the expression on Bo Diddley's face change from scorn to fear, and she laughed. "Take good aim," Morgan cautioned. "You can't shoot but once." She leveled the gun at the heart of the apparition in the glass and fired. It collapsed. The mirror grew misty again, then cleared. In horror, she flung her money at the old man, who seized it greedily and fled into the darkness, dreading nothing, thinking only of putting distance between her and the house of Morgan. The next day, Eatonville was treated to another thrill. It seemed that Bo Diddley, the darling of the ladies, was in the hotel yard making love to another chambermaid. In order that she might fully appreciate what a great victory was hers, he was reciting the conquest of Dosia, how she loved him, pursued him, knelt down and kissed his feet, begging him to marry her. When suddenly he stood up very straight, clasped his hand over his heart, grew rigid, and fell dead. The coroner's verdict was death from natural causes, heart failure. But they were mystified by what looked like a powder burn directly over the heart. But the Negroes knew instantly when they saw that mark. But everyone agreed that he got justice. Mrs. Boger and Dosia moved to Jacksonville, where she married well. And the white folks never knew and would have laughed had anyone told them. So why mention it? The Bone of Contention. Edenville, Florida, is a colored town and has its colored interests. It has not now, nor ever has had anything to rank Brazel's yellow mule. His yaller highness was always mentioned before the weather, the misery of the back or leg, or the hard times. The mule was old, raw-bony, and mean. He was so raw-bony that he creaked as he ambled about the village street, with his meanness shining out through every chink and cranny in his rattling anatomy. He worked little, ate heartily, fought every inch of the way before the plow, and even disputed with Brazel when he approached to feed him. Sale, exchange, or barter was out of the question, for everybody in the county knew him. But one day, he died. Everybody was glad, including Brazel. His death was one of those pleasant surprises that people hope for, but never expect to happen. The city had no refuse plant, so HYH went the way of all other domestic beasts who died among us. Brazel borrowed Watson's 2 gray plugs and dragged the remains out to the edge of the cypress swamp, 3 miles beyond city limits, and abandoned them to the natural scavengers. The town attended the dragging out to a man. The fallen gladiator was borne from the arena on his sharp back, his feet stiffly raised as if a parting gesture of defiance. We left him on the edge of the cypress swamp and returned to the village satisfied that the only piece of unadulterated meanness that the Lord had ever made was gone from among us forever. 3 years passed, and his bones were clean and white. They were scattered along the swamp edge. The children still found them sufficiently interesting to tramp out to gaze upon them on Sunday afternoons. The elders neglected his bones, but the mule remained with them in song and story, as a simile, as a metaphor, to point a moral or adorn a tale. But as the mean old trouble-making cuss, they considered him gone for good. It was early night in the village. Joe Clark's store porch was full of chewing men. Some chewed tobacco, some chewed cane, some chewed straws, for the villager is a ruminant in his leisure. They sat thus every evening, ostensibly waiting for the mail from number 38, the southbound express. It was seldom that any of them got any, but it gave them a good excuse to gather. They all talked a great deal, and every man-jack of them talked about himself. Heroes all they were, of one thing or another. Ike Pearson had killed a 6-foot rattler in a mighty battle that grew mightier every time Ike told about it. Walter Thomas had chinned the bar 20 times without stopping. Elijah Mosley had licked a cracker. Brazel had captured a live catamount. Hiram Lester had killed a bear. Sykes Jones had won the soda cracker eating contest, and Joe Clark had started the town. Reverend Sims, the Methodist preacher, a resident of less than a year, had done nothing to boast of, but it was generally known that he aspired to the seat of Joe Clark. He wanted to be the mayor. He had observed to some of his members that it wasn't no sense in one man staying in office all the time. "Look-a here," Clark cut across whoever it was that was talking at the time. "When I started this town, I walked right up to the white folks and laid down $200 with this right hand you see before you, and got my papers and put this town on the map. It takes a powerful lot of sense and grit to start a town, yes sirree." "What map did you put it on, Joe?" Lindsay disrespectfully asked. "I ain't seen it on no map." Seeing Clark gored him to his liver. Reverend Sims let out a gloating snicker and tossed a cane knot to Tippy, the Lewis's dejected dog frame, hovering about the group, hoping for something more tempting to a dog's palate than cane shoes and peanut shells might drop. He tossed the knot and waited for Clark to answer. His Honor ignored the thrust as being too low for him to stoop, and talked on. Was he not mayor, postmaster, storekeeper, and poobah general? Insults must come to him from at least the county seat. "'Nother thing," Clark continued, giving Sims a meaning look. "There's a heap going on around here, under the cover, that I'm going to put a stop to. Jim Weston done probed through my hen house enough. Last Saturday, I missed 3 of my best laying hens, and I've been told he buried feathers in his backyard the very next day. Course, I can't prove nothing. But the minute he crooks his little finger, he goes away from my town. He ain't the only one I got my eye on, neither." Sims accepted the challenge thrown at him. "Fact is, the town ain't run like it might be. We ought to stop that foolishness of running folks out of town. We ought to jail 'em. They's got jails in all the other towns, and we ought to bring ours up to date. I'll be hen-fired. Sims, you tries to know more about running the town than me. Don't you reckon a man that's got sense enough to start a town knows how to run it? Don't you reckon if the place needed a jailhouse, I would have got one built long before you come here?" "We do so need a jail," Lindsay contended. "Just 'cause you started the town, that don't mean your mouth no prayer book, nor neither your lips no Bible. They don't flap like none to me." Lindsay was a little shriveled up man with gray hair and bow legs. He was the smallest man in the village, who nevertheless did the most talk of fighting. That was because the others felt he was too small for them to hit. He was harmless, but known to be the nastiest threatener in the county. Clark merely snorted contemptuously at his sally and remarked dryly that the road was right there for all those who were not satisfied with the way he was running the town. "Meaning to insult me?" Lindsay asked belligerently. "I don't care how you take it. Just take your raw bony cow and go on to the woods for all I care," Clark answered. Lindsay leaped from the porch and struck his fighting pose. "Just hit the ground and I'll stroll you all over Orange County. Oh, come on, you's a big seeger, but I can smoke you." Clark looked at the little man, old and less than half his size, and laughed. Walter Thomas and Lige Mosley rushed to Lindsay and pretended to restrain him. "That's right," Lindsay panted. "You better hold me off'n him, 'cause if I lay the weight of this right hand on him, he won't forget it long as he live." "Oh, shut up, Lindsay, and sit down. If you could fight as good as you can threaten, you'd be world's champion instead of Jack Dempsey. Some of these days when you's hollering to be let loose, somebody's gonna take you at your word, then it'll just be too bad about you," Lester admonished. "Who?" The war was about to begin all over on another front when Dave Carter, the local Nimrod, almost ran up the steps of the porch. He was bareheaded, excited, and even in the poor light that seeped to the porch from the oil lamps within, it was seen that he was bruised and otherwise unusually mussed up. "Mr. Clark, I wants to see you," he said. "Come on inside." "Surely, Dave, surely," the mayor responded and followed the young man into the store and the corner reserved for city administration. The crowd from the porch followed to a man. Dave wiped a bruised spot on his head. "Mr. Clark, I wants a warrant took out for Jim Weston. I'm going to law him out of this town. He can't lam me over my head with no mule bone and steal my turkey and go bragging about it." Under the encouraging quiz of the mayor, Dave told his story. He was a hunter and fisherman, as everybody knew. He had discovered a drove of wild turkeys roosting in the trees along the edge of the cypress swamp, near the spot where Brazel's old mule had been left. He had watched them for weeks, had seen the huge gobbler that headed the flock, and resolved to get him. "Yes," agreed Clark. "You said something to me about it yesterday when you bought some shells. Yes, and that's how Jim knowed I was going turkey hunting. He was sitting on the store porch and heard me talking to you. Today, when I started out, just about sundown, that's the best time to get turkeys, when they goes to roost. He ups and says he's going long. I didn't care about that, but when them birds goes to roost, he ain't even loaded. So I had shot that gobbler before he took aim. When he see that great big gobbler falling, he fires off his gun and tries to grab him. But I held on. We got to pushing and shoving and tussling till we got to fighting. Jim's a bully, but I was beating his socks off of him till he reached down and picked up the hock bone of Brazel's old mule and lammed me over my head with it and knocked me out. When I come to, he had done took my turkey and gone. I wants a warrant, Mr. Clark. I'm going to law him out of this town. And you're sure going to get him, Dave. He ought to be run out. Comes from bad stock. Every last one of his brothers been run out as fast as they grow up. Daddy hung for murder." Clark busied himself with the papers, the crowd looking on and commenting. "See what you Methodist niggas will do," asked Brazel, a true Baptist, "going around lambing folks over the head and stealing their turkeys. 'Cause everybody knows them Westons is a set of bullies, but you Baptists ain't such a much," Elijah Mosley retorted. "Yes, but I know you know," put in Lindsay. "No Baptist ain't ever done nothing bad as that. Joe Clark is right. Jail is too good for him. The last one of these half-washed Christians ought to be run away from here." "When it comes to that, there's just as many no-count Baptists as anybody else. Just ain't caught 'em," Thomas said, joining the fray. "Yes," Lindsay retorted, "but we done cotched Joe Methodist nigger. Cotched him knocking people over the head with mule bones and stealing they turkeys, and we's gonna run him slap out of town sure as guns iron. The dirty onion." "We don't know whether you will or no, Joe Lindsay. You Baptists ain't running this town exactly." "Trial set for 3 o'clock tomorrow at the Baptist church, that being the largest meeting place in the town," Clark announced with a satisfied smile, and persuaded the men to go back to the porch to argue. Clark himself was a Methodist, but in this case, his interest lay with the other side. If he could get Jim to taste the air of another town, chicken mortality, of the sudden and unexplained variety, would drop considerably, he was certain. He was equally certain that the ambitious Sims would champion Jim's cause and, losing the fight, lose prestige. Besides, Jim was a troublesome character, a constant disturber of the village peace. It was evident to the simplest person in the village, long before 3 o'clock, that this was to be a religious and political fight. The assault and the gobbler were unimportant. Dave was a Baptist, Jim a Methodist. Only 2 churches in the town, and the respective congregations had lined up solidly. At 3, the house was full. The defendant had been led in, and seated in the Amen corner to the left of the pulpit. Reverend Sims had taken his place beside the prisoner in the role of defense counsel. The plaintiff, with Elder Long, shepherd of the Baptist flock in the capacity of prosecution, was seated at the right. The respective congregations were lined up behind their leaders. Mutual glances of despisement and gloating are exchanged across the aisle. Not a few verbal sorties were made during this waiting period, as if they were getting up steam for the real struggle. Wise Anderson, Methodist, "Look at old Dave trying to make out Jim hurt his head. You couldn't hurt a Baptist head with a hammer. Be that hard." Brother Polk, Baptist, "Well, anyhow, we don't lie and steal and get run out of town like the soft-headed Methodist niggers." Some Baptist wag looked over at Jim and crowed like a rooster. The others took it up immediately, and the place was full of hen cackling and barnyard sounds. The implication was obvious. Jim stood up and said, "If I had that mule bone here, I'd teach a few more of you mud turtles something." Enter His Honor, at this moment. Lomboger pompously conducted him to his place, the pulpit, which was doing duty as the bench for the occasion. The assembly unconsciously moderated its tone, but from the outside could still be heard the voices of the children engaged in fisticuffy trials of the case. The mayor began rapping for order at once. "Court is set! Court is set! Look a here, this court is done set! I wants you folks to dry up." The courtroom grew perfectly still. The mayor prepared to read the charge to the prisoner when Brother Stringer, Methodist, entered, hot and perspiring with coat over his arm. He found a seat near the middle of the house against the wall. To reach it, he must climb over the knees of a bench length of people. Before seating himself, he hung his coat upon an empty lamp bracket above his head. Sister Lewis, of the Baptist persuasion, arose at once, her hands akimbo, her eyes flashing. "Brother Stringer, you take your lousy coat down off these sacred walls. Ain't you Methodists got no gumption in a house of worship?" Stringer did not answer her, but he cast over a glance that said as plain as day, "Just try and make me do it." Della Lewis snorted, but Stringer took his seat complacently. He took his seat, but rose up again as if he had sat on a hot needlepoint. The reason for this was that Brother Hambo on the Baptist side, a nasty scrapper, rose and rolled his eyes to the fighting angle, looking at Stringer. Stringer caught the look and hurriedly pawed that coat down off that wall. Sister Taylor, Methodist, took up the gauntlet, dropped like a hot potato by Stringer. "Some folks," she said with a meaning look, "is a whole lot more particular about a louse in they church than they is in their house." A very personal look at Sister Lewis. "Well," said that lady, "my house might not be exactly clean, but can't nobody say that," indicating an infinitesimal amount on the end of her finger, "about my character. They didn't have to get the sheriff to make Ike marry me." Mrs. Taylor leaped to her feet and struggled to cross the aisle to her traducer, but was restrained by 3 or 4 men. "Yes, they did get the sheriff to make Sam marry me," she shouted as she panted and struggled, "and God knows you sure ought to get him again and make some of these men marry your Ada." Mrs. Lewis now had to be restrained. She gave voice, and hard, bone-breaking words flew back and forth across the aisle. Each was aided and abetted by her side of the house. His Honor was all the time beating the pulpit with his gavel and shouting for order. At last, he threatened to descend in person upon the belligerents. "Here, you mouthy women, shut up! Ain't I done said court was set? Lomboger, do your duty. Make them women dry up or put 'em out of here." Marshal Boger, who wore his star for the occasion, was full of the importance of his office, for 19 is a prideful age. He hurried over to Mrs. Taylor. She rose to meet him. "You better go on away from me, Lumboger. I just wish you would lay the weight of your hand on me. I'd kick your close up round your neck like a horse collar. You impudent limb, you." Lum retreated before the awful prospect of wearing his suit about his neck like a horse collar. He crossed the aisle to the fiery Della and frowned upon her. She was already standing and ready to commence hostilities. One look was enough. He said nothing, but her threats followed him down the aisle as he retreated to the vestibule to shoo the noisy children away. The women subsided, and the mayor began. "We come here on very important business," he said. "Stand up there, Jim Weston. You is charged with assaulting Dave Carter here with a mule bone and robbing him of his wild turkey. Is you guilty or not guilty?" Jim arose, looked insolently around the room, and answered the charge. "Yes, I hit him and took the turkey 'cause it was mine. I hit him, and I'll hit him again, but it wasn't no crime this time." His Honor's jaw dropped. There was surprise on the faces of all the Baptist section, surprise and perplexity, gloating and laughter from the Methodists. Sims pulled Jim's coattail. "Sit down, Jim," he cooed. "You's one of my lambs. Sit down. Your shepherd will show them that walks in the darkness with sinners and Republicans delight." Jim sat down, and the pastor got to his feet. "Looky here, Jim. This ain't for no foolishness. Do you realize that if you's found guilty, you's gonna be run out of town?" "Yeah," Jim answered without rising. "But I ain't gonna be found no guilty. You can't find me." There was a pleasurable stir on his side of the house. The Baptists were still in the coma which Jim's first statement had brought on. "I say, too, he ain't guilty," began Reverend Sims with great unction in his tones. "I done been to courthouse at Orlando and sat under the voice of them lawyers and heard 'em law from morning till night. They says you got to have a weapon before you can commit assault. I done read this here Bible from lid to lid." He made a gesture to indicate the thoroughness of his search. "And it ain't in no Bible that no mule bone is a weapon. And it ain't in no white folks' law neither. Therefore, Brother Mayor, I asked you to let Jim go. You gotta turn him loose, 'cause nobody can run him out of town when he ain't done no crime." A deep purple gloom settled down upon the mayor and his follows. Over against this, the wild joy of the Methodists. Sims already felt the reins of power in his hands. Over the protests of the mayor, he raised a song, and he and his followers sang it with great gusto. "Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Pharaoh's army got drowned. Oh, Mary, don't you weep." The troubled expression on the face of the Baptist leader, Reverend Long, suddenly lifted. He arose while yet the triumphant defense is singing its hallelujah. Mayor Clark quieted the tumult with difficulty. Sims saw him rise, but far from being worried, he sank back upon the seat, his eyes half closed, hands folded fatly across his fat stomach. He smirked. Let them rave. He had built his arguments on solid rock, and the gates of Baptist logic could not prevail against it. When at last he got the attention of the assembly, he commanded Dave to stand. "I just want you all to take a look at his head. Anybody can see that big knot that Jim put on there." Jim, the Reverend Sims, and all his communicants laughed loudly at this, but Long went on calmly. "I've been to the courthouse to Orlando and heard the white folks' law as much as anybody here. And they don't ask whether the thing that a person gets hurt with is a weapon or not. All they wants to find out is, did it hurt? Now y'all can see that mule bone did hurt Dave's head, so it must be a weapon 'cause it hurt him. Reverend Sims had his eyes wide open now. He jumped to his feet. Never mind about them white folks' laws at Orlando, Brother Long. This is a colored town. Nohow, we ought to run by the laws of the Bible. Them white folks' laws don't go before what's in this sacred book. Just hold your hot potato, Brother Sims. I'm coming to that part right now. Just let me take your Bible a minute. No, indeed. You ought to brought one of your own if you got one. Furthermore, Brother Mayor, we got work to do. We's working people. Don't keep us in here too long. This case is through with. Oh, no, it ain't, the mayor disagreed. You done talked your side. Now you got to let Brother Long talk his. So far as the work is concerned, it can wait. One thing at a time. Come on up here in your pulpit and read your own Bible, Brother Long. Don't mind me being up here. Long ascended the pulpit and began to turn the leaves of the large Bible. The entire assembly slid forward to the edges of the seat. I'd improved by the white folks' law that Jim ought to be run out of town. And now I'm going to show by the Bible. Sims was on his feet again. But Brother Mayor, sit down, Sims, was all the answer he got. You's entirely out of order. It says here, in Judges 15:16, that Samson slew 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of an ass. Long drawled. Yes, but this wasn't no ass. This was a mule, Sims objected. And now, that brings us to the main claw of this subject. It sure wasn't no ass, but everybody knows that a donkey is the father of every mule whatever was born. Even little chillin' knows that. Everybody knows that little as a donkey is, that if he is dangerous, his great big mule son is more so. Everybody knows that the further back on a mule you goes, the more dangerous he gets. Now, if the jawbone is as dangerous as it says here in the Bible, by the time he gets clear back to his hocks, he's rank poison. Amen. Especially Brazel's old mule, put in Hambo. And that makes it double salt and battery, Long continued. Therefore, Brother Mayor, I ask that Jim be run out of town for assaulting Dave with a deadly weapon and stealing his turkey while the boy was unconscious. It was now the turn of the Baptists to go wild. The faint protests of Sims were drowned in the general uproar. I'll be hen-fired if he ain't right, the mayor exclaimed when he could make himself heard. This case is just as plain as day. Sims tried once more, but Brother Mayor! Oh, be quiet, Sims. You done talked yourself all out of joint already. His Honor cut him short. Jim Weston, you get right out of my town before sundown and don't let me catch you back here under 2 years, neither. You folks that's so rearing to fight, go on outside and fight all you wants to. But don't use no guns, no razors, nor no mule bones. Court's dismissed. A general murmur of approval swept over the house. Clark went on, unofficially, as it were. By ziggity, that old mule been dead 3 years and still kicking. And he done kicked more than one person out of whack today. And he gave Sims one of his most personal looks. Mutsy. The piano in Ma Turner's back parlor stuttered and wailed. The pianist kept time with his heel and informed an imaginary deserter that she might leave and go to Halifax, but his slow drag would bring her back. Mournfully, with a memory of tom-toms, running rhythm through the plaint. Few clothes burst through the portieres, a brown chrysalis from a dingy red cocoon, and touched the player on the shoulder. Say, Mutsy, he stage whispered. "Ma's got a new little biddy in there just come. And say, her foot would make all these Harlem babies a Sunday face." "What she look like?" Mutzi drawled, trying to maintain his characteristic pose of indifference to the female. "Brown skin, patent leather grass on her knob, kinda tallish. She a little skinny," he added apologetically, "but I'm willing to buy corn for that little chicken." Mutzi lifted his 6 feet from the piano bench as slowly as his curiosity would let him and sauntered to the portieres for a peep. The sight was as pleasing as few clothes had stated, only more so. He went on in the room, which Ma always kept empty. It was her receiving room, her front. From Ma's manner, it was evident that she was very glad to see the girl. She could see that the girl was not overjoyed in her presence, but attributed that to southern greenness. "Who you say sent you here, dearie?" Ma asked, her face trying to beam, but looking harder and more forbidding. Um, a, a man down at the boat landing where I got off, North River. I just come in on the boat." Ma's husband from his corner spoke up. "Must have been Blue Front." "Yeah, must have been him," Mutzi agreed. "Oh, it's all right, honey. We New Yorkers likes to know who we's taking in, dearie. We has to be careful." "What did you say your name was?" "Pinky. Yes, ma'am. Pinky Jones." Ma stared hard at the little old, battered reticule the girl carried for luggage. Not many clothes, if that was all, she reflected. But Pinky had everything she needed in her face. Many, many trunks full. Several of them for Ma. She noticed the cold reddened knuckles of her bare hands, too. "Come on upstairs to your room. That's all right about the price. We'll come to some agreement tomorrow. Just go up and take off your things." Pinky put back the little rusty leather purse of another generation and followed Ma. She didn't like Ma. Her smile resembled the smile of the wolf in Red Riding Hood. Anyway, back in Eatonville, Florida, ladies, especially old ones, didn't put powder and paint on the face. $40 Kate sure landed a pippin this time, said Mutzi, sotto voce, to few clothes back at the piano. If she ain't, then there ain't a hound dog in Georgia. I'm going home and dress. No one else in the crowded back parlor, let alone the house, knew of Pinky's coming. They danced on, played on, sang their blues, and lived on, hotly, their intense lives. The 2 men who had seen her, no one counted Old Man Turner, went on playing too, but kept an ear cocked for her coming. She followed Ma downstairs and seated herself in the parlor with the old man. He sat in a big rocker before a copper-lined gas stove, indolence in every gesture. "I'm Ma's husband," he announced by way of making conversation. "Now you just shut up," Ma commanded severely. "You gonna get your teeth knocked down your throat yet for running your tongue. Let me talk to this gal. This is my house. You sets on the stool and do nothing too much to have anything to talk over." "Oh, Lord," groaned the old man, feeling a knee that always pained him at the mention of work. "Oh, Lord, will you send your fiery chariot and take me away from here?" "Oh, shut up," the woman spit out. "Lord don't want you. Devil wouldn't have you." She peered into the girl's face and leaned back, satisfied. "Well, girlie, you can be a lot of help to me around this house if it takes an interest in things." "Oh, Lord!" She leaped up from her seat. "That's my bread I smell burning." No sooner had Ma's feet cleared the room than the old man came to life again. He peered furtively after the broad back of his wife. "Know who she is?" he asked Pinky in an awed whisper. She shook her head. You don't? That's $40, Kate. $40, Kate? Pinky repeated open-eyed. No, I don't know nothing about her. Shh, cautioned the old man. Of course you don't. I forgets you ain't nothing tall but a youngin'. 25 years ago, they all called her that 'cause she was $40 Kate. She sure was some putty woman. Great, robust-looking gal. Men was glad enough to spend $40 on her if they had it. She didn't lose no time with them that didn't have it. He grinned ingratiatingly at Pinky and leaned nearer. But you's better looking than she ever was. You might, 'tain't no telling what you might do if you get some sense. I'm gonna teach you, hear? Yes, sir, the girl managed to answer with an almost paralyzed tongue. That's a good girl. You just listen to me, and you'll pull through all right. He glanced at the girl sitting timidly upon the edge of the chair and scolded. Don't set that away, he ejaculated. Your backbone ain't no ramrod. Kinda scooch down on the far end edge of that chair like this. He demonstrated by scooching forward so far that he was almost sitting on his shoulder blades. The girl slumped a trifle. Is you got a job yet? No, sir, she answered slowly. But I reckon I'll have one soon. Ain't been in town a day yet. You looks kinda young, kinda little bitty. Is you been to school much? Yes, sir. Went through 8 Rita. I'm going again when I get a chance. That's so. Well, I reckon I can talk some Latin to you then. He cleared his throat loudly. What's you entitle 'em? I don't know, said the girl in confusion. Well, then, what's your intrimins? He queried with a bit of braggadocio in his voice. I don't know, from the girl after a long, awkward pause. You chillin' don't learn nothing in school these days. Is you got to goes into it? You mean long division? Ain't asking about the longness of it. That don't make no difference, he retorted. Since you're going to stay here, I'll educate you. Do you know how to eat a fish? A nice brown fried fish. Yes, sir, she answered quickly, looking about for the fish. How? Why, you just eat it with cornbread, she said, a bit disappointed at the non-appearance of the fish. Well, I'll tell you, he patronized. You starts at the tail and lifts the meat off the bones sort of gentle and eats him clear to the head on that side. Then you turn him over and commence at the tail again and eat right up the head. Then you push them bones away to one side and takes another fish and so on till the end. Well, till there ain't no more. He mentally digested the fish and went on. See? He pointed accusingly at her feet. You don't even know how to warm yourself. You sitting there with your feet every which way. That ain't the way to get warm. Now look at my feet. That's right. Put both big toes right together. Now shove 'em close to the fire. Now lean back so. That's the way. I knows a heap of things to teach you since you gonna live here. I learns all of 'em while the old lady is paddling out there in the yard. Ma appeared at the door, and the old man withdrew so far into his rags that he all but disappeared. They went to supper, where there was fried fish, but forgot all rules for eating it, and just ate heartily. She helped with the dishes and returned to the parlor. A little later, some more men and women knocked, and were admitted after the same furtive peering out through the merest crack of the door. Ma carried them all back to the kitchen, and Pinky heard the clink of glasses and much loud laughter. Women came in by ones and twos, some in shabby coats turned up about the ears and with various cheap but showy hats crushed down over unkempt hair. More men, more women, more trips to the kitchen with loud laughter. Pinky grew uneasy. Both men and women stared at her. She kept strictly to her place. Ma came in and tried to make her join the others. "Come on in, honey. A little toddy ain't gonna hurt nobody. Everybody knows me. I wouldn't touch a hair on your head. Come on in, dearie. All the men wants to meet you." Pinky smelt the liquor on Ma's breath and felt contaminated at her touch. She wished herself back home again, even with the ill treatment and squalor. She thought of the $3 she had secreted in her shoe. She had been warned against pickpockets and flight, but where? Nowhere. For there was no home to which she could return, nor any place she knew of. But when she got a job, she'd scrape herself clear of people who took toddies. A very black man sat on the piano stool, playing as only a Negro can with hands, stamping with his feet and the rest of his body keeping time. "I'm gonna make me a graveyard of my own. I'm gonna make me a graveyard of my own. Carried me down on the smoky road." Pinky, weary of Ma's maudlin coaxing, caught these lines as she was being pulled and coaxed into the kitchen. Everyone in there was shaking shimmies to music, rolling eyes heavenward as they picked imaginary grapes out of the air or drinking. "Folks," shouted Ma, "looky here. Shut up this racket. I want you to meet Pinky Jones. She's the best friend I got." Ma flopped into a chair and began to cry into her whiskey glass. "My compliments," the men almost shouted. The women were much less enthusiastic. "That's the last run of shad," laughed a woman called Ada, pointing to Pinky's slenderness. "Just like a bar of soap after a hard week's wash," Bertha chimed in and laughed uproariously. The men didn't help. "Oh, Miss Pinky," said Blue Front, removing his Stetson for the first time. "Ma'am, also ma'am, if you was to see me setting straddle of a mudcat leading a minnow, what do you think?" I don't know, sir. I didn't know you or anybody could ride a fish." "Stick around me, baby, and you'll wear diamonds," Blue Front swaggered. "Looky here, little pig meat. You some sharp. If you didn't have but one eye, I'd think you was a needle. That's how sharp you looks to me. Say, my right foot is itching. Do that mean I'm gonna walk on some strange ground with you?" "No, indeedy," cut in Few Clothes. "It just means you feet needs to walk in some strange water with a little red seal lie throwed in." But he was not to have a monopoly. Few Clothes and Shorty joined the chase, and poor Pinky found it impossible to retreat to her place beside the old man. She hung her head, embarrassed that she did not understand their mode of speech. She felt the unfriendly eyes of the women, and she loathed the smell of liquor that filled the house now. The piano still rumbled and wailed that same song. "Carried me down on the smoky road, brought me back on the cooling board. I'm gonna make me a graveyard of my own." A surge of cold, fresh air from the outside stirred the smoke and liquor fumes, and Pinky knew that the front door was open. She turned her eyes that way and thought of flight to the clean outside. The door stood wide open, and a tall figure in an overcoat with a fur collar stood there. "Good God, Mutzy, shut that door!" cried Shorty. "That's a pure razor blowing out there tonight. I didn't know you was out here nohow." "Carried me down on the smoky road, brought me back on the cooling board. I'm gonna make me a graveyard of my own," sang Mutzy. looking as if he sought someone, and banged the door shut on the last words. He strode on in without removing hat or coat. Pinky saw in this short space that all the men deferred to him, that all the women sought his notice. She tried timidly to squeeze between two of the men and returned to the quiet place beside Old Man Turner, thinking that Mutsi would hold the attention of her captors until she had escaped. But Mutsi spied her through the men about her and joined them. By this time, her exasperation and embarrassment had her on the point of tears. "Well, what do you know about this?" he exclaimed. "A real little pullet." "Look out there, Mutsi," drawled Dram's leg with objection, catching Pinky by the arm and trying to draw her toward him. "Let me tell this little pink mama how crazy I is about her myself. I ain't got no lady at all, and—" "Oh, shut up, Drams," Mutsi said sternly. "Put your pocketbook where your mouth is and somebody will listen. I'm a heavy sugar popper. I eats fried chicken when the rest of you niggas is drinking rainwater." He thrust some of the others aside and stood squarely before her. With her downcast eyes, she saw his well-polished shoes, creased trousers, gloved hands, and at last timidly raised her eyes to his face. "Look-a here," he frowned. "You roughnecks done got this baby ready to cry." He put his forefinger under her chin and made her look at him, and for some reason, he removed his hat. "Come on in the sitting room and let's talk. Come on before some of these niggers sprinkle some salt on you and eat you clean up like a radish." Dram's leg looked after Mutsi and the girl as they swam through the smoke into the front room. He beckoned to Blue Front. "Hey, Blue Front, ain't you my friend?" "Yep," answered Blue Front. "Well then, why can't you help me? Mutsi done me dirt with the little pig meat. Throw a louse on him." Pinky's hair was slipping down. She felt it, but her self-consciousness prevented her catching it, and down it fell in a heavy roll that spread out and covered her nearly to the waist. She followed Mutsi into the front room and again sat, shrinking in the corner. She did not wish to talk to Mutsi nor anyone else in that house, but there were fewer people in this room. "Phew!" cried Blue Front. "That baby sure got some righteous mouse on her cat. That's regular Nero, my God, to these stuff." He made a lengthy gesture with his arms as if combing out long, silky hair. "Shucks," sneered Ada in a moist, alcoholic voice. "That ain't nothing. My hair used to be so as I could set on it." There was general laughter from the men. "Yes, I knows it's the truth," shouted Shorty. "It's just as close to your head now as 99 is to 100. "I'll call Mustard to you," Ada threatened. "Oh, woman. Mutsi ain't got you to study about no more 'cause he's parking his heart with that little chicken with white folks' hair. Why, that little chicken's foot would make you a Sunday face." General laughter again. Ada dashed the whiskey glass upon the floor with the determined stalk of an angry tiger and arose and started forward. "Mutsi Owens, and nobody else ain't gonna make no fool out of me. That little cat girl ain't gonna put me on the bricks. Not much." Perhaps Mutsi heard her. Perhaps he saw her out of the corner of his eye and read her mood, but knowing the woman as he did, he might have known what she would do under such circumstances. At any rate, he got to his feet as she entered the room where he sat with Pinky. "I know you ain't lost your head, sure enough, woman. 'Deed God knows you better go away from me." He said this in a low, steady voice. The music stopped, the talking stopped, and even the drinkers paused. Nothing happened, for Ada looked straight into Mutsi's eyes and went on outside. "Miss Pinky, I vote you go on to bed," Mutzy said suddenly to the girl. "Yes, sir. And don't you worry about no job. I knows where you can get a good one. I'll go see him first and tell you tomorrow night." She went off to bed upstairs. The rich baritone of the piano player came up to her, as did laughter and shouting, but she was tired and slept soundly. Ma shuffled in after 8 the next morning. "Darling, ain't you got enough sleep yet?" Pinky opened her eyes a trifle. "Ain't you the prettiest little trick? And Mustard done gone crazy about you. Child, he's lousy with money and diamonds and everything. You better grab him quick. Some folks has all the luck. Here I is, got a man that hates work like the devil hates holy water. I gotta make this house pay." Pinky's eyes opened wide. "What does Mr. Mutzy do?" "My God, child. He's the best gambler in 3 states. Cards, craps, and horses. He could be a boss stevedore if he so wanted. The big boss down on the dock would give him a fat job. Just begs him to take it 'cause he can manage the men. He's the biggest hero they got since Harry Wills left the waterfront. But he won't take it 'cause he makes so much with the games." "He's awful good looking," Pinky agreed. "And he been mighty nice to me. But I like men to work. I wish he would. Gambling ain't nice." "Yes, 'tis if you makes money like Mutzy. Maybe you ain't noticed that diamond setting in his tooth. He picks women up when he wants to and puts them down when he choose." Pinky turned her face to the wall and shuddered. Ma paid no attention. "You don't have to get up till you get good and ready," Mutzy says. "I mean, you can stay around the house till you come to, sorta." Another day passed. Its darkness woke up the land east of Lenox, all that land between the railroad tracks and the river. It was very ugly by day, and night kindly hid some of its sordid homeliness. Yes, nighttime gave it life. The same women, or others just like them, came to Ma Turner's. The same men, or men just like them, came also and treated them to liquor or mistreated them with fists or cruel jibes. Ma got half drunk as usual and cried over everyone who would let her. Mutzy came alone and went straight to Pinky, where she sat trying to shrink into the wall. She had feared that he would not come. "Howdy do, Miss Pinky." "How do, Mr. Owens?" She actually achieved a smile. "Did you see about my job?" "Well, yeah, but the lady says she won't need you for a week yet. Don't worry, Ma ain't going to push you for your room rent. My wrist ain't got no cramps." Pinky half sobbed. "I want the job now." "Didn't I say that's all right?" "Well, Mutzy don't lie." "Shucks, I might just as well tell you I'm crazy about you. Money no object." It was the girl herself who first mentioned bed this night. He suffered her to go without protest. The next night, she did not come into the sitting room. She went to bed as soon as the dinner things had been cleared. Ma begged and cried, but Pinky pretended illness and kept to her bed. This she repeated the next night and the next. Every night Mutzy came, and every night he added to his sartorial splendor, but each night he went away, disappointed, more evidently crestfallen than before. But the insistence for escape from her strange surroundings grew on the girl. When Ma was busy elsewhere, she would take out the 3 $1 bills from her shoe and reconsider her limitations. If that job would only come on. She felt shut in, imprisoned, walled in with these women who talked of nothing but men and numbers and drink, and men who talked of nothing but the numbers and drink and women, and desperation took her. One night, she was still waiting for the job. Ma's alcoholic tears prevailed. Pinky took a drink. She drank the stuff mixed with sugar and water and crept to bed even as the dizziness came on. She would not wake tonight. Tomorrow, maybe, the job would come, and freedom. The piano thumped, but Pinky did not hear. The shouts, laughter, and cries did not reach her that night. Downstairs, Mutsi pushed Ma into a corner. "Look-a here, Ma. That girl done played me long enough. I pays her room rent, I pays her board, and all I gets is a hunk of ice. Now you said you was gonna fix things. You told me so last night, and here she done gone to bed on me again." "Deed, I can't do nothing with her. She's thinking sure enough you're gonna get her a job, and she fret so, 'cause 'tain't come that she drunk a toddy and hits knocked her down just like a log." Ada and all of them laughing. They say I done crapped. He felt injured. "Can't I go talk to her? Lordy, Mutsi, that girl dead drunk and sleeping like she's buried." "Well, can't I go up and speak to her just the same?" A yellow-backed bill from Mutsi's roll found itself in Ma's hand and put her in such a good humor that she let Old Man Turner talk all he wanted for the rest of the night. "Yes, Mutsi, go on in. You's my friend." Mutsi hurried up to the room indicated. He felt shaky inside there with Pinky, somehow, but he approached the bed and stood for a while, looking down upon her. Her hair in confusion about her face and swinging off the bedside, the brown arms revealed and the soft lips. He blew out the match he had struck and kissed her full on the mouth, kissed her several times, and passed his hand down over her neck and throat and then hungrily down upon her breast. But here, he drew back. "No," he said sternly to himself. "I ain't gonna play her with no loaded dice." Then quickly, he covered her with a blanket to her chin, kissed her again upon the lips, and tipped down into the darkness of the vestibule. "I reckon I better get married," he soliloquized. "Believe me, I will, and go uptown with Dicties." He lit a cigar and stood there on the steps puffing and thinking for some time. His name was called inside the sitting room several times, but he pretended not to hear. At last he stole back into the room, where slept the girl who unwittingly and unwillingly was making him do queer things. He tipped up to the bed again and knelt there holding her hands so fiercely that she groaned without waking. He watched her, and he wanted her so that he wished to crush her in his love. Crush and hurt her against himself. But somehow he resisted the impulse and merely kissed her lips again, kissed her hands, back and front, removed the largest diamond ring from his hand and slipped it on her engagement finger. It was much too large, so he closed her hand and tucked it securely beneath the covers. "She's mine," he said triumphantly. "All mine." He switched off the light and softly closed the door as he went out again to the steps. He had gone up to the bedroom from the sitting room boldly, caring not who knew that Mutsi Owens took what he wanted. He was stealing forth afraid that someone might suspect that he had been there. There is no secret love in those barrens. It is a thing to be approached boisterously and without delay or dalliance. One loves when one wills and ceases when it palls. There is nothing sacred or hidden, all subject to coarse jokes. So Mutsi re-entered the sitting room from the steps as if he had been into the street. "Where you been, Mutsi?" whined Ada with an awkward attempt at coyness. "What you want to know for?" he asked roughly. "Now, Mutsi, you know you ain't treating me right, honey. How come you running the hog over me like you do? Get out of my face, woman. Keep your hands off of me." He clapped on his hat and strode from the house. Pinky awoke with a gripping stomach and thumping head. Ma bustled in. "How you feeling, darling? You's just like a little doll baby." "I got a headache. Terrible from that old whiskey. That's my first and last drink long as I live." She felt the ring. "What's this?" she asked and drew her hand out to the light. "That's Mutsy's ring. I seen him with it for 2 years. How'd y'all make out?" "He sure is one thoroughbred." "Mutsy? When? I didn't see no Mutsy." "Dearie, you don't have to tell your business if you don't want to. I'm a hush mouth." "That's all right. Keep your business to yourself." Ma bleared her eyes wisely. "But I know Mutsy was up here to see you last night." "Don't mind me, honey. Go on with him. He'll treat you right. I knows he's crazy about you, and all the women is crazy about him. Lord, look at that ring." Ma regarded it greedily for a long time, but she turned and walked toward the door at last. "Get up, darling. I got fried chicken for breakfast and mushmelon." She went on to the kitchen. Ma's revelation sunk deeper. Then there was the ring. Pinky hurled the ring across the room and leaped out of bed. "He ain't gonna make me none of his woman. I'll die first. I'm going out this house if I starve. Let me starve." She got up and plunged her face into the cold water on the washstand in the corner and hurled herself into the shabby clothes, thrust the dollars which she never had occasion to spend under the pillow where Ma would be sure to find them, and slipped noiselessly out of the house and fled down Fifth Avenue toward the park that marked the beginning of the Barrens. She did not know where she was going and cared little so long as she removed herself as far as possible from the house where the great evil threatened her. At 10 o'clock that same morning, Mutsy Owens, dressed his flashiest best, drove up to Ma's door in a cab, the most luxurious that could be hired. He had gone so far as to stick 2 $100 notes to the inside of the windshield. Ma was overcome. "Mutsy, dearie, what you doing here so soon? Pinky sure has got you going. And in a swell cab, too, gee. I'm gonna get married to the doll, baby, that's how come. And I'm gonna treat her white, too." That's how come the ring. You all never forget me, Mutsy, for putting y'all together. But I never thought you'd marry nobody. You always said you wouldn't. And I wouldn't either if I hadn't have seen her. Where she is. In the room dressing. She never told me nothing about this. She don't know. She was asleep when I made up my mind and slipped on the ring. But I never miss no girl I wants. You knows me. Everybody in this town knows you gets what you wants. Now, I come to take her to breakfast before we goes to the courthouse. And y'all stay here and eat with me. You go call her whilst I set the grub on table. Mutsy, with a lordly stride, went up to Pinky's door and rapped and waited and rapped and waited 3 times. Growing impatient or thinking her still asleep, he flung open the door and entered. The first thing that struck him was the empty bed. The next was the glitter of his diamond ring upon the floor. He stumbled out to Ma. She was gone, no doubt of that. "She looked awful funny when I told her you was in here, but I thought she was putting on airs," Ma declared finally. "She thinks I played her with a mock deck, but I didn't. If I could see her, she'd love me. I know she would, 'cause I'd make her," Mutsy lamented. "I don't know, Mutsy. She ain't no New Yorker, and she thinks gambling is awful." "Is that all she got against me? I'll fix that up in a minute. You help me find her, and I'll do anything she says just so she marries me." He laughed ruefully. Looks like I crapped this time, don't it, Ma? The next day, Mutsy was foreman of 200 stevedores. How did he make them work? But oh, how cheerfully they did their best for him. The company begrudged not 1 cent of his pay. He searched diligently, paid money to other searchers, went every night to Ma's to see if by chance the girl had returned or if any clues had turned up. 2 weeks passed this way, black, empty days for Mutsy. Then he found her. He was coming home from work when crossing 7th Avenue at 135th Street, they almost collided. He seized her and began pleading before she even had time to recognize him. He turned and followed her, took the employment office slip from her hand and destroyed it, took her arm and held it. He must have been very convincing, for at 125th Street, they entered a taxi that headed uptown again. Mutsy was smiling amiably upon the whole round world. A month later, as Mutsy stood on the dock hustling his men to greater endeavor, Bluefront flashed past with his truck. Say, Mutsy, you don't know what you missing since you quit the game. I cleaned out the whole bunch last night. He flashed a roll and laughed. It don't seem like a month ago you was king of the bones in Harlem. He vanished down the gangplank into the ship's hold. As he raced back up the gangplank with his loaded truck, Mutsy answered him. And now I'm king of the boneheads, which being interpreted means stevedores. Come on over behind this crate with your roll. My wrist ain't got no cramp 'cause I'm married. You's getting too sassy. Thought you wasn't gonna shoot no more, Bluefront temporized. Oh, hell, come on back here, he said impatiently. I'll shoot you any way you wants to, hard or soft roll. You's trying to stall. You know I don't crap neither. Come on. My pinky needs a fur coat, and you stevedores has got to buy it. He was on his knees with Bluefront. There was a quick movement of Mutsy's wrist, and the cubes flew out on a piece of burlap spread for the purpose, a perfect 7. Hot dog, he exulted. Look at them babies gallop. His wrist quivered again. 9 for point, he gloated. Ha! There was another quick shake, and 9 turned up again. Shove in, Bluefront. Shove in that roll. These babies is crying for it. Bluefront laid down $2 grudgingly. You said you wasn't gonna roll no more dice after you got married, he grumbled. But Mutsy had tasted blood. His flexible wrist was already in the midst of the next play. Come on, Bluefront, stop belly aching. I'll shoot you for the roll. He reached for his own pocket and laid down a roll of yellow bills beside Bluefront's. His hand quivered and the cubes skipped out again. 9! He snapped his fingers like a trap drum and gathered in the money. Doxology, Bluefront. Get back in the line with your truck and send me the others round here one by one. What man can keep 1 little wife and 2 little bones? Hurry 'em up, Blue. Sweat. It was 11 o'clock of a spring night in Florida. It was Sunday. Any other night, Delia Jones would have been in bed for 2 hours at this time. But she was a washwoman, and Monday morning meant a great deal to her. So she collected the soiled clothes on Saturday when she returned the clean things. Sunday night after church, she sorted them and put the white things to soak. It saved her almost a half-day's start. A great hamper in the bedroom held the clothes that she brought home. It was so much neater than a number of bundles lying around. She squatted in the kitchen floor beside the great pile of clothes, sorting them into small heaps according to color and humming a song in a mournful key, but wondering through it all where Sykes, her husband, had gone with her horse and buckboard. Just then, something long, Round, limp, and black fell upon her shoulders and slithered to the floor beside her. A great terror took hold of her. It softened her knees and dried her mouth so that it was a full minute before she could cry out or move. Then she saw that it was the big bullwhip her husband liked to carry when he drove. She lifted her eyes to the door and saw him standing there, bent over with laughter at her fright. She screamed at him, "Sykes, what you throw that whip on me like that? You know it would scare me. Looks just like a snake, and you knows how scared I is of snakes." "Course I knowed it. That's how come I done it." He slapped his leg with his hand and almost rolled on the ground in his mirth. "If you such a big fool that you got to have a fit over a earthworm or a string, I don't care how bad I scare you. You ain't got no business doing it. God knows it's a sin. Someday I'm gonna drop dead from some of your foolishness. Another thing, where you been with my rig? I feeds that pony." "He ain't for you to be driving with no bullwhip." "You sure is one aggravating nigger woman," he declared, and stepped into the room. She resumed her work and did not answer him at once. "I done told you time and again to keep them white folks' clothes out of this house." He picked up the whip and glared down at her. Delia went on with her work. She went out into the yard and returned with a galvanized tub and set it on the wash bench. She saw that Sykes had kicked all of the clothes together again and now stood in her way truculently, his whole manner hoping, praying for an argument. But she walked calmly around him and commenced to resort the things. "Next time, I'm gonna kick 'em outdoors," he threatened as he struck a match along the leg of his corduroy breeches. Delia never looked up from her work, and her thin, stooped shoulders sagged further. "I ain't for no fuss tonight, Sykes. I just come from taking sacrament at the church house." He snorted scornfully. "Yeah, you just come from the church house on a Sunday night, but here you's gonna work on them clothes. You ain't nothing but a hypocrite. One of them amen corner Christians sing, whoop, and shout, then come home and wash white folks' clothes on the Sabbath." He stepped roughly upon the whitest pile of things, kicking them helter-skelter as he crossed the room. His wife gave a little scream of dismay and quickly gathered them together again. "Sykes, you quit grinding dirt into these clothes. How can I get through by Saturday if I don't start on Sunday?" "I don't care if you never get through. Anyhow, I done promised God and a couple of other men I ain't gonna have it in my house. Don't give me no lip, neither, else I'll throw 'em out and put my fist upside your head to boot." Delia's habitual meekness seemed to slip from her shoulders like a blown scarf. She was on her feet, her poor little body, her bare, knuckly hands bravely defying the strapping hulk before her. "Look a-here, Sykes. You done gone too far. I've been married to you for 15 years, and I've been taking in washing for 15 years. Sweat, sweat, sweat. Work and sweat, cry and sweat, pray and sweat. What's that got to do with me?" he asked brutally. "What's it got to do with you, Sykes? My tub of suds is filled your belly with victuals more time than your hands is filled it. My sweat is done paid for this house, and I reckon I can keep on sweating in it." She seized the iron skillet from the stove and struck a defensive pose, which act surprised him greatly coming from her. It cowed him, and he did not strike her as he usually did. "No, you won't," she panted. "That old snaggle-tooth black woman you running with ain't coming here to pile up on my sweat and blood. You ain't paid for nothing on this place, and I'm gonna stay right here till I'm toted out foot foremost." "Well, you better quit getting me riled up, else they'll be toting you out sooner than you expect. I'm so tired of you, I don't know what to do. God, how I hate skinny women." A little awed by this new Delia, he sidled out of the door and slammed the back gate after him. He did not say where he had gone, but she knew too well. She knew very well that he would not return until nearly daybreak also. Her work over, she went on to bed, but not to sleep at once. Things had come to a pretty pass. She lay awake, gazing upon the debris that cluttered their matrimonial trail. Not an image left standing along the way. Anything like flowers had long ago been drowned in the salty stream that had been pressed from her heart. Her tears, her sweat, her blood. She had brought love to the union, and he had brought a longing after the flesh. 2 months after the wedding, he had given her the first brutal beating. She had the memory of his numerous trips to Orlando with all of his wages when he had returned to her penniless, even before the first year had passed. She was young and soft then, but now she thought of her knotty, muscled limbs, her harsh, knuckly hands, and drew herself up into an unhappy little ball in the middle of the big feather bed. Too late now to hope for love. Even if it were not Bertha, it would be someone else. This case differed from the others only in that she was bolder than the others. Too late for everything except her little home. She had built it for her old days and planted one by one the trees and flowers there. It was lovely to her. Lovely. Somehow, before sleep came, she found herself saying aloud, "Oh well, whatever goes over the devil's back has got to come under his belly. Sometime or other, Sykes, like everybody else, is gonna reap his sowing." After that, she was able to build a spiritual earthworks against her husband. His shells could no longer reach her. Amen. She went to sleep and slept until he announced his presence in bed by kicking her feet and rudely snatching the cover away. "Give me some cover here and get your damn foots over on your own side. Ought to mash you in your mouth for throwing that skillet on me." Delia went clear to the railing without answering him, a triumphant indifference to all that he was or did. The week was as full of work for Delia as all other weeks, and Saturday found her behind her little pony collecting and delivering clothes. It was a hot, hot day near the end of July. The village men on Joe Clark's porch even chewed cane listlessly. They did not hurl the cane knots as usual. They let them dribble over the edge of the porch. Even conversation had collapsed under the heat. "Here come Delia Jones," Jim Merchant said, as the shaggy pony came round the bend of the road toward them. The rusty buckboard was heaped with baskets of crisp, clean laundry. "Yep," Joe Lindsay agreed. "Hot or cold, rain or shine, just as regular as the weeks roll round, Delia carries 'em and fetches 'em on Saturday." "She better if she want to eat," said Moss. "Syke Jones ain't worth the shot of powder hit would take to kill him. Not to her, he ain't." "He sure ain't," Walter Thomas chimed in. "It's too bad, too, 'cause she was a right pretty little trick when he got her. I'd have married her myself if he hadn't have beat me to it." Delia nodded briefly at the men as she drove past. "Too much knocking will ruin any woman. He didn't beat her enough to kill 3 women, let alone change their looks," said Elijah Mosley. "How Syke can stomach that big, black, greasy mogul he's laying around with gets me. I swear that 8-Rock couldn't kiss a sardine can I done throwed out the back doorway last year." "Oh, she's fat. That's how come. He always been crazy about fat women," put in Merchant. "He'd have been tied up with one long time ago if he could have found one to have him. Did I tell you about him come sidling round my wife? Bringing her a basket of pecans out of his yard for a present. Yes, sir, my wife. She told him to take 'em right straight back home, 'Cause Delia worked so hard over that washtub, she reckoned everything on the place tastes like sweat and soap suds. I just wished I'd have caught him round there. I'd have made his hips catch on fire down that shell road. I know he done it, too. I sees him grinning at every woman that passes, Walter Thomas said. But even so, he used to eat some mighty big hunks of humble pie to get that little woman he got. She was as pretty as a speckled pup. That was 15 years ago. He used to be so scared of losing her. She could make him do some parts of her husband's duty. It never was the same in the mine. There ought to be a law about him, said Lindsay. He ain't fit to carry guts to a bear. Clark spoke for the first time. "'Tain't no law on earth that can make a man be decent if it ain't in him. There's plenty men that takes a wife like they do a joint of sugar cane. It's round, juicy, and sweet when they gets it, but they squeeze and grind, and wring till they wring every drop of pleasure that's in 'em out. When they satisfied that they is wrung dry, they treats 'em just like they do a cane chew. They throws 'em away. They knows what they is doing while they's at it, and hates theyselves for it, but they keeps on hanging after her till she's empty. Then they hates her for being a cane chew and in the way. We ought to take Psyche and that stray woman of his and down in Lake Howell Swamp and lay on the rawhide till they can't say Lord of mercy. He always was a overbearing nigger. But since that white woman from up north done teached him how to run an automobile, he done got too bigoted to live. And we ought to kill him, Old Man Anderson advised. A grunt of approval went around the porch. But the heat was melting their civic virtue, and Elijah Mosley began to bait Joe Clark. "Come on, Joe. Get a melon out of there and slice it up for your customers. We's all suffering with the heat. The bears done got me." "That's right, Joe. A watermelon is just what I need to cure the pizzadix." Walter Thomas joined forces with Mosley. "Come on there, Joe. We all is steady customers, and you ain't set us up in a long time. I chooses that long, bow-legged, Florida favorite." "A garden bee, though. You all give me 20 cents and slice away," Clark retorted. "I needs a cold slice myself. Here, everybody chip in. I'll lend y'all my meat knife." The money was quickly subscribed, and the huge melon brought forth. At that moment, Sykes and Bertha arrived. A determined silence fell on the porch, and the melon was put away again. Merchant snapped down the blade of his jackknife and moved toward the store door. "Come on in, Joe, and give me a slab of sow belly and a pound of coffee. I almost forgot 'twas Saturday. Got to get on home." Most of the men left also. Just then, Delia drove past on her way home, as Sykes was ordering magnificently for Bertha. It pleased him for Delia to see. "Get whatsoever your heart desires, honey. Wait a minute, Joe. Give her 2 bottles of strawberry soda water, a quart of parched ground peas, and a block of chewing gum." With all this, they left the store, with Sykes reminding Bertha that this was his town and she could have it if she wanted it. The men returned soon after they left and held their watermelon feast. "Where did Syke Jones get that woman from, nohow?" Lindsay asked. "Over Popka. Guess they must have been cleaning out the town when she left. She don't look like a thing but a hunk of liver with hair on it." "Well, she sure can squall," Dave Carter contributed. "When she gets ready to laugh, she just opens her mouth and latches it back to the last notch. No old Grandpa Alligator down in Lake Bell ain't got nothing on her." Bertha had been in town 3 months now. Sykes was still paying her room rent at Della Lewis's, the only house in town that would have taken her in. Sykes took her frequently to Winter Park to stomps. He still assured her that he was the swellest man in the state. "Sure you can have that little old house, soon as I can get that woman out of there. Everything belongs to me and you sure can't have it. I sure abominates a skinny woman. Lordy, you sure has got one portly shape on you. You can get anything you wants. This is my town, and you sure can have it." Delia's work-worn knees crawled over the earth in Gethsemane and up the rocks of Calvary many, many times during these months. She avoided the villagers and meeting places in her efforts to be blind and deaf. But Bertha nullified this to a degree by coming to Delia's house to call Sykes out to her at the gate. Delia and Sykes fought all the time now with no peaceful interludes. They slept and ate in silence. 2 or 3 times Delia had attempted a timid friendliness, but she was repulsed each time. It was plain that the breeches must remain agape. The sun had burned July to August. The heat streamed down like a million hot arrows, smiting all things living upon the earth. Grass withered, leaves browned, snakes went blind in shedding, and men and dogs went mad. Dog days. Delia came home one day and found Sykes there before her. She wondered, but started to go on into the house without speaking, even though he was standing in the kitchen door, and she must either stoop under his arm or ask him to move. He made no room for her. She noticed a soap box beside the steps, but paid no particular attention to it, knowing that he must have brought it there. As she was stooping to pass under his outstretched arm, he suddenly pushed her backward, laughingly. "Look in the box there, Delia. I done brung you something." She nearly fell upon the box in her stumbling, and when she saw what it held, she all but fainted outright. Psych, my God! You take that rattlesnake away from here. You got to. Oh, Jesus, have mercy." "I ain't got to do nothing of the kind. Fact is, I ain't got to do nothing but die. Tain't no use of you putting on airs making out like you scared of that snake. He's gonna stay right here till he die. He wouldn't bite me 'cause I knows how to handle him. Nohow, he wouldn't risk breaking out his fangs getting your skinny legs. No, Psych, don't keep that thing round here to scare me to death. You knows I'm even feared of earthworms. That's the biggest snake I ever did see. Kill him, Psych, please." "Don't ask me to do nothing for you. Going round trying to be so damn asterious. No, I ain't gonna kill it. I think a damn sight more of him than you. That's a nice snake, and anybody don't like him can just hit the grit." The village soon heard that Sykes had the snake and came to see and ask questions. "How the hen fire did you catch that 6-foot rattler, Syke?" Thomas asked. "He's full of frogs, so he can't hardly move. That's how I eased up on him. But I'm a snake charmer and knows how to handle him. Shucks, that ain't nothing. I could catch one every day if I so wanted to. What he needs is a heavy hickory club leaned real heavy on his head. That's the best way to charm a rattlesnake. No, Walt, y'all just don't understand these diamondbacks like I do," said Sykes in a superior tone of voice. The village agreed with Walter, but the snake stayed on. His box remained by the kitchen door with its screen wire covering. 2 or 3 days later, it had digested its meal of frogs and literally came to life. It rattled at every movement in the kitchen or the yard. One day, as Delia came down the kitchen steps, she saw his chalky white fangs, curved like scimitars, hung in the wire meshes. This time, She did not run away with averted eyes as usual. She stood for a long time in the doorway, in a red fury that grew bloodier for every second that she regarded the creature that was her torment. That night, she broached the subject as soon as Psyche sat down to the table. "Psyche, I want you to take that snake away from here. You done starved me and I put up with you. You done beat me and I took that. But you done killed all my insides bringing that varmint here." Sykes poured out a saucer full of coffee and drank it deliberately before he answered her. "Whole lot I care about how you feels inside or out. That snake ain't going no damn where till I gets ready for him to go. So far as beatin' is concerned, you ain't took near all that you gonna take if you stay round me." Delia pushed back her plate and got up from the table. "I hates you, Sykes," she said calmly. "I hates you to the same degree that I used to love you. I done took and took till my belly is full up to my neck. That's the reason I got my letter from the church and moved my membership to Woodbridge, so I don't have to take no sacrament with you. I don't want to see you around me at all. Lay round with that woman all you wants to, but go on away from me in my house. I hate you like a suck-egg dog." Sykes almost let the huge wad of cornbread and collard greens he was chewing fall out of his mouth in amazement. He had a hard time whipping himself up to the proper fury to try to answer Delia. "Well, I'm glad you does hate me. I'm sure tired of you hanging on to me. I don't want you. Look at your stringy old neck. Your raw bony legs and arms is enough to cut a man to death. You looks just like the devil's doll baby to me. You can't hate me no worse than I hate you. I've been hating you for years. Your old black hide don't look like nothing to me but a passel of wrinkled up rubber with your big old years flapping on each side like a pair of buzzard wings. Don't think I'm going to be run away from my house, neither. I'm going to the white folks about you, my young man, the very next time you lay your hands on me. My cup is done run over." Delia said this with no signs of fear, and Sykes departed from the house, threatening her, but made not the slightest move to carry out any of them. That night, he did not return at all, and the next day, being Sunday, Delia was glad that she did not have to quarrel before she hitched up her pony and drove the 4 miles to Woodbridge. She stayed to the night service, love feast, which was very warm and full of spirit. In the emotional winds, her domestic trials were borne far and wide, so that she sang as she drove homeward. "Jordan water, black and cold, chills the body, not the soul. And I want to cross Jordan in a calm time." She came from the barn to the kitchen door and stopped. "What's the matter, old Satan? You ain't kicking up your racket?" She addressed the snake's box. Complete silence. She went on into the house with a new hope in its birth struggles. Perhaps her threat to go to the white folks had frightened Sykes. Perhaps he was sorry. 15 years of misery and suppression had brought Delia to the place where she would hope anything that looked towards a way over or through her wall of inhibitions. She felt in the match safe behind the stove at once for a match. There was only one there. "That nigger wouldn't fetch nothing here to save his rotten neck, but he can run through what I brings quick enough. Now he done toted off nigh onto half a box of matches. He done had that woman here in my house, too." Nobody but a woman could tell how she knew this even before she struck the match. But she did, and it put her into a new fury. Presently, she brought in the tubs to put the white things to soak. This time, she decided she need not bring the hamper out of the bedroom. She would go in there and do the sorting. She picked up the pot-bellied lamp and went in. The room was small, and the hamper stood hard by the foot of the white iron bed. She could sit and reach through the bedposts, resting as she worked. "I want to cross Jordan, in a calm time." She was singing again. The mood of the love fest had returned. She threw back the lid of the basket, almost gaily. Then, moved by both horror and terror, she sprang back toward the door. There lay the snake in the basket. He moved sluggishly at first, but even as she turned round and round, jumped up and down, in an insanity of fear, he began to stir vigorously. She saw him pouring his awful beauty from the basket upon the bed. Then she seized the lamp and ran as fast as she could to the kitchen. The wind from the open door blew out the light, and darkness added to her terror. She sped to the darkness of the yard, slamming the door after her before she thought to set down the lamp. She did not feel safe, even on the ground, so she climbed up in the hay barn. There for an hour or more, she lay sprawled upon the hay, a gibbering wreck. Finally, she grew quiet, and after that, coherent thought. With this stalked through her a cold, bloody rage. Hours of this. A period of introspection, a space of retrospection, then a mixture of both. Out of this, an awful calm. Well, I done the best I could. If things ain't right, God knows 'tain't my fault. She went to sleep, a twitchy sleep, and woke up to a faint gray sky. There was a loud, hollow sound below. She peered out. Sykes was at the woodpile, demolishing a wired covered box. He hurried to the kitchen door, but hung outside there some minutes before he entered, and stood some minutes more inside before he closed it after him. The gray in the sky was spreading. Delia descended without fear now, and crouched beneath the low bedroom window. The drawn shade shut out the dawn, shut in the night, but the thin walls held back no sound. "That old scratch is woke up now," she mused at the tremendous whir inside, which every woodsman knows is one of the sound illusions. The rattler is a ventriloquist. His whir sounds to the right, to the left, straight ahead, behind, close underfoot, everywhere, but where it is. Woe to him who guesses wrong, unless he is prepared to hold up his end of the argument. Sometimes he strikes without rattling at all. Inside, Sykes heard nothing until he knocked a pot lid off the stove while trying to reach the match safe in the dark. He had emptied his pockets at Bertha's. The snake seemed to wake up under the stove, and Sykes made a quick leap into the bedroom. In spite of the gin he had had, his head was clearing now. "My God," he chattered. "If I could only strike a light." The rattling ceased for a moment as he stood paralyzed. He waited. It seemed that the snake waited also. "Oh, for the light! I thought he'd be too sick," Sykes was muttering to himself when the whir began again, closer right underfoot this time. Long before this, Sykes' ability to think had been flattened down to primitive instinct, and he leaped onto the bed. Outside, Delia heard a cry that might have come from a maddened chimpanzee, a stricken gorilla. All the terror, all the horror, all the rage that man possibly could express without a recognizable human sound. A tremendous stir inside there. Another series of animal screams, the intermittent whir of the reptile, the shade torn violently down from the window, letting in the red dawn. A huge brown hand seizing the window stick, great dull blows upon the wooden floor, punctuating the gibberish of sound long after the rattle of the snake had abruptly subsided. All this Delia could see and hear from her place beneath the window, and it made her ill. She crept over to the 4 o'clocks and stretched herself on the cool earth to recover. She lay there. "Delia! Delia!" She could hear Sykes calling in a most despairing tone as one who expected no answer. The sun crept on up, and he called. Delia could not move. Her legs were gone flabby. She never moved. He called, and the sun kept rising. "My God," she heard him moan. "My God from heaven." She heard him stumbling about and got up from her flower bed. The sun was growing warm. As she approached the door, she heard him call out hopefully, "Delia, is that you here?" She saw him on his hands and knees as soon as she reached the door. He crept an inch or two toward her, all that he was able, and she saw his horribly swollen neck and his one open eye shining with hope. A surge of pity too strong to support bore her away from that eye that could not, fail to see the tubs. He would see the lamp. Orlando with its doctors was too far. She could scarcely reach the chinaberry tree, where she waited in the growing heat, while inside she knew the cold river was creeping up and up to extinguish that eye, which must know by now that she knew. Under the bridge. May in the Florida outdoors, May in the open house of Luke Mims, and May in the hearts of the 3 occupants of the house. Luke, the father-husband, was glowing. He was 58, and God had granted him a pretty wife 1 summer less 20. His son, Artie the beloved, 22, had accepted her at last and was at peace with Luke. The world was bright. 58 is young, after all, with love. Vanjie was radiating ecstasy from her black eyes and brown skin. She, the homeless waif, was loved by Luke. She was the mistress of his comfortable household, and her big stepson had said he was glad she was there. For 3 weeks he had sulked in sullen silence, but now, since morning, he had not only permitted her to make up to him, he spent his leisure doing errands for her, or displaying his huge strength for her entertainment. Artie laughed in his deep baritone. He was at peace again with his beloved father. His new stepmother was not the ogre he had pictured her before he looked at her. She was pretty, she was obliging, and after all, she was only a kid, grateful for any little kindness shown her. "See, Dumpling," Luke gloried. "Didn't I say Artie'd be all right directly? Yes, my boy is awful affectionate. He wouldn't hurt a flea. He can't stay away from his pappy." Vanjie patted Luke's hand and scolded him prettily. "It's your fault, honey. You kept calling Artie your baby, and I thought he was a little teeny baby child. I never knowed he was bigger in a house. No grown body don't want no stepmama. If he was a little boy, I figured I'd teach him to love me like he was mine." "Don't mind him," Artie said. "He always calls me baby. He is the strongest man in the country. Ain't let nobody throw me in a wrestle since I was 16. But I'm all he's got. I mean, till you came." Luke laughed boisterously. "If I had told you I had a son 22, you would have thought I was old, that Artie boy. He's jealous of me. That's what. We've been here by ourselves since he was 9. Yeah, Artie added. It sure made me good and mad to think we've been getting along all these years. Then when Pop gets around 60, he got to jump up and get married. Ain't but 58, Luke threw in hastily. What's the difference? But I ain't mad or nothing no more. If you's happy, I is. Vanjie's a good girl and I'll do all I can to make it nice for her. I'm glad not to be fooling with the cooking. I got more appetite already. Part 2. Artie did make things nice for Vanjie. There was always plenty of stove wood in the wood box and water in the 2 brass-bound pails. He grubbed potatoes for her, churned for her, took her fishing with him, and even let her go hunting with him when he discovered her enthusiasm for dogs in general and his pair of red-bone hounds in particular. May was burned to June beneath the Florida sun. Berries hung plump and green in clusters among the lacy chinaberry trees. The woods were full of color and odors. June for Luke, for Artie, for Vanjie, June in the world. But Luke was not so happy as he had been. Not that he was jealous. He hated himself at the very thought of such a passion, but Artie and Vanjie did seem to have a great deal to talk about in which he had no part. They could enjoy themselves for hours together and did not remember he was alone. Artie never seemed to go out sparking on girls anymore. He was forever calling Vanjie, or she was forever calling him. Sometimes his great love for the 2 young'uns would overflow and wash all baser passions from his soul. Then he would assure himself that all was well. He had prayed for peace and harmony between these 2, and God had heard him. "You's my wife," Luke said to her one day at the table, and closed his gnarled black hand upon her brown one. This was as near as he ever came to betraying the sore on his heart. Artie looked quickly at his father, searchingly. Vanjie did not return the caress, but neither did she draw her hand away. So Luke was satisfied. "Artie, baby, don't think 'cause I married that you can't get your share. You's half and half partners with me on this truckin' farm. You can take over your 20 acres whenever you gets ready, and get married whensoever you please. Binky Turk was just Xing about you." "Thank you, Pop, but I reckon the place can stay together like it is. No hurry at all. I ain't in no hurry to jump over the broomstick with nobody." During supper that night, the dogs were rather noisy. Moonless black night with the alligators booming from Lake Bell, whippoorwill crying in the orange grove. "Pass Ned, old boy, put him up," Artie called out to his tree hound. "Go get him, Beulah," to his strike. To Vanjie he explained, "Them dogs knows it's a good hunting night. Believe I'll air 'em out if I can get Pop to go along." "Nope, son. Pop's too tired. Get Dan Carter to go with you." "Oh, let me go with you, Artie," Vanjie begged. "I ain't never been in my life." "Sure you can, Vanjie." "No, Dumplin', you better not," Luke objected quickly. "You might get snake bit." "Shucks, she can wear your boots," Artie put in. "Oh, I wants to go," wailed the girl. "But, honey," Luke contended, "they mout flush a catamount." "Oh, we ain't going in a hammock," Artie retorted. So Luke, having offered every objection but the real one, gave in. "You reckon any book is gonna get me, Artie? You sure you can take care of me?" she appealed. "Sure, I can take care of you, Vanjie, and I wouldn't leave you go if I couldn't." So Vanjie drew on her husband's boots and followed Artie into the black woods. Luke crept to bed alone, with the dish rag under his pillow, for that is a powerful charm to keep the marriage bed inviolate. He heard the deep voices of the hounds shrieking far away. The late moon hung low and red when the two others returned, tired but happy. But Luke could never hear a baying hound again, nor look at a low, full moon without the painful heart contraction he had felt that night in the vastness of his bed, alone, while his wife strode through the dark woods, depending upon, looking to someone other than himself for protection. By 8 o'clock next morning, he trod the village road to Endor. He hurried to the gate of Ned Bickerstaff to get a hand. "Does you want this hand for hate? For to make money come to you? For to put your enemy on his back or to keep trouble from your door?" the old male witch asked. I just wants to fix it so's nobody can't get between me and Vanjie." "Does you want him dead? Or crippled up for life, or just fixed so he can't stay here?" "None of 'em. There ain't no man. Now, I just wants to be sure there never been one." Bickerstaff made him a small parcel sewed up in red flannel and received $10 in return. "Take this, Luke Mims. Long as you got this, nobody can't never cross you. Wait till sundown, sprinkled with a drop or two of water, and nobody can get twixt you without water getting him. But don't sprinkle it till you show you want something done, 'cause it's bound to come after the sprinkling. And don't never take it off once you put it on, else it'll work the other way." Luke hurried home to his fields and toiled vigorously all day beside his big brown boy. Like the roots, his hands were gnarled. Like the soil, his skin was brownish black. Dirt of the dirt he appeared to the observer. But like the moist black earth he worked, he held within everything of good and evil. He watched Artie from the corner of his wrinkled eyelids. How he hated that big form that threw its shadow between Vanjie and him. How he loved his dear boy, his baby now grown to such splendid manhood. Aha! In his pocket was a little red bag that by its magic made their years equal and enlarged his shrunken old form to that of Artie, the brute magnificent. The dull brown earth clod was alive and warm with the fire of love and hate. So he sang in his quivering voice, "There's a balm in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There's a balm in Gilead to heal the sin-sick soul." He trusted to his hand and grew cheerful again. "Artie, let's we all knock off now. It's mighty hot and the bear's about to get me. Let's pull some millions to cool and drive into town." "What for?" "Oh, all right, Pop. I'll go feed the horses and change up a bit. You go on and get dressed. I'll hitch up whilst you put the melons in the spring house." Vanjie waved them off cheerfully and went on with her work. On the road, they laughed, told jokes, commented on timber and crops, fertilizer and stock, laughed, and joked some more, and finally arrived at Orlando. Then Luke revealed the object of his trip. He wanted to buy things for Vanjie. "Artie, she can have everything to make a woman proud." He stopped, embarrassed for a moment. "You and her is the same in my heart. You know, I always tried to give you what your little heart wanted. I always asked God to fit it so's I could. To your dying day, I wants it to be so. And now with her, it's the same. You don't mind, do you, Artie boy?" There was a childish, almost pathetic look in his eyes as he looked up into his son's face, and Artie felt a disturbance in his breast. He put one arm quickly about his father's shoulder, then drew it away and roughly tied the horse to the great oak tree. "Oh, of course, Papa. I want you to do for Vanjie whatever you so desired. You've been a good papa to me. I want you to be just as happy as a king. What you got in your mind to buy her?" They advanced to the door of the store. "Well, I thought I'd buy her a new charm, a store broom, and bolt a new calico." "You reckon she wants that?" Artie asked skeptically. "Sure, all women folks do. I used to give your ma a bolt of calico every Christmas." He shopped eagerly, giggling like a schoolgirl. Artie shopped also, but his purchase was made without any flourish in another part of the store, and Luke in his excitement asked no questions. They drove away homeward, but at the last store before leaving town, Luke dismounted and bought a large stock of peppermint candy, red and white striped. "She'll be tickled to death to get this candy," Luke jubilated. "You ought to have got that box of candy for her," Artie commented gently. "What? Spend a whole $1 for a teeny little box when I can get this great big stick for a dime?" At home, Vanjie had supper ready, and as soon as the horses were unhitched and fed, they gathered about the table. Then the old lover slyly arose and presented his gifts. First the churn, a big brown earthen affair, and Vanjie exclaimed happily over it, but there was a little of disappointment in her voice, which Luke would have noticed had he not been so consumed by the joy of giving. Then the calico, which she received a little happier, and last the room and candy, upon which he bumped her mouth awkwardly with his own. "Oh, you's mighty good to me, honey," she told him. "I reckon I got the bestest husband in Florida." Luke went beaming back to his seat. Artie nonchalantly tossed a parcel in Vanjie's lap. "That's a little something for me, too, Vanjie. You been waiting on me and doing for me ever since you been here, and I ain't never give you a cent. I'll be buying you something all along if you keep on looking after me." It turned out to be a white wool skirt and a pink silk blouse. Poor Vanjie was delighted and could not keep the ecstasy out of her eyes and voice. "Oh, Artie!" she cried, grasping his hand. "You so good to me." She held the two garments up to measure and hugged them gleefully. "Artie, Artie," she all but wept. "How you know what my heart wanted so?" I would have bought it for you, Vanjie, if I had a knowed," said Luke miserably, and remained silent for the rest of the meal. That night, Luke sprinkled his hand and put it on. The old sun, so careless of human woes, shone brightly every day. If Luke wept in his hell of misgivings, the sun came up and sped across the blue, glorying hotly in its strength and power just the same. Old trees rotted at the heart, and the sun nourished young saplings that quickly buried the struggling old forest monarch in their shadows. The sun went on and on to his sky bed at night, pulling the gray and purple hangings of his couch about him, and slept, indifferent to human tears. Artie and Vanjie did nothing that Luke could put his finger upon as unfaithful. It was just their lowered eyes, their happy gazes that hurt him. He did not believe that they had desecrated his hearth, but he could feel their love like a presence occupying the house. It pricked his old skin painfully as soon as he entered. He could not rage, he could not kill. He loved them both till it all but suffocated him. In this great love, he saw they suffered too, that Artie loved him greatly, for he laid down his love for his father's sake. But for how much longer? Luke had asked himself. The sun flung August hotly down upon him. Vanjie dressed every Sunday in the skirt and blouse that Artie had bought her. Luke could only explain this by the fact that Artie had given them. He, of the calico age, could not understand the tastes of the age of silk. Oh, the house was unbearable. His suspicions had filled every chink and cranny. He began to approach sheltered places stealthily and creep through the orange grove. Then he would hastily retreat lest he surprise them. "Tell you what," he began one evening. "We can't do nothing to the crops for a week or more. Let's we all shut up the house, turn the stock on the pasture, and go on a fishing trip up the river." "Oh, let's we all," Vanjie echoed. "I can stand a whole heap of that, Papa." Artie laughed and stretched his mighty limbs. "Let's start tomorrow." Part 3. The awakening sun threw a flaming sword upon the St. John's River the next morning as they embarked. The camping necessities were piled high in the center of the large rowboat, before Artie, who rowed. Vanjie was perched in the low stern facing him with Luke at his back in the high prow seat. Downriver, they flew under Artie's mighty strokes. The sun lost its redness as it climbed. The hounds with forepaws on the gunwale barked defiances to river alligators, woods, and would not be stilled in their freedom. "How far are we going, Artie?" Vanjie asked. "Oh, way past the coastline bridge," he answered. "That's all right, ain't it, Pop?" "Ah, sho," the old man answered. "We been down there heaps of times on account of game," Artie went on. "There's panthers, catamounts, deers, and bears in them woods, about 20 miles off." "Oh, I be scared," Vanjie shuddered. "No need to be. I'm here," Artie answered quickly. "Old Wildcat 'bout got me when I was a little shaver, but Papa killed him. Fought him with his pocket knife. Ain't he never told you?" "No, indeedy, please. Luke, tell me." "Oh, tain't much to tell, Vanjie. It was in these same woods we gwine to now. Artie allus did love to follow me round, traipsin' along, holdin' on to my finger with his little fat hands. His ma used to cry and say he loved me better than he done her. Well, I had some traps set round in them swamps, and he cried to go. So I took him. Way down in that hammocks we flushed a wild cat, and she leaped right at my boy, but I was too quick for her. I got in betwixt, and she landed on me, and I had to fight with my hands and a pocket knife. I killed her, but she clawed me up so's the doctor had to take a whole heap of stitches." He displayed his arms and chest. Vanjie's eyes grew misty. "And for that," Artie said flippantly but with a husky voice, "I'm going to let him be my papa till I die." They all laughed excessively to hide their feelings. The sun quieted the dogs, sweated the people, and fried the paint on the boat. Artie rode on, his tremendous muscles bunching, stretching, stretching as he bent to the oar. As he rode, he sang. The Negro melodies rolled out of his chest in deep baritone and rumbled over the river to be lost among the trees. Deep, vibrating tones, high, quavering minors, he sang on and on, filling Vanjie's ears with his music, her eyes with his body, and her heart with love of him. Luke saw it all. His son's back was toward him, huge, huge, till it swelled and swelled until it blotted out the boat, the river, the woods, the earth, the sun for Luke. The universe held nothing but Artie singing to Vanjie and caressing her with his eyes. His old skin pricked and crept uncomfortably. But, he gloated, the hand would hold. they could but bruise themselves against the bars. Hell, yes. Fire, no. Just one woman, 2 men in a boat, 2 men who love her, 2 men who love each other. They suffer from the heat. Artie rowing most of all. Vanjie wets her handkerchief in the river and spreads it over Artie's head under his hat. His arteries swell. Her hand trembles. Their faces are close. Their lips nearly meet. Involuntarily, Luke grasps for his hand and all but faints. It was gone. God knows where. String must have worn in 2. The 2 hours for Luke crawled on up the river and over him with hot, brassy feet. The sun was arching toward his bed. I'm tired, Vanjie gasped. Not much longer now, Artie comforted her. We's going to camp just beyond the bridge, about 3 miles more. Luke sleep, Vanjie observed. Artie glanced over his shoulder. Guess 'tis pretty hard on the old man. We'll camp soon. But Luke was not asleep. He slumped there with closed eyes, lest they see his tears. His first wife had been merely a good worker. He had never loved any woman but Vanjie. His whole life had been lived for his boy so that Artie might know nothing but happiness. And now that which would give Artie happiness would at one stroke rob him both of wife and son. His heart contracted so painfully that he gasped and opened his eyes. The bitterness of life struck him afresh. He blamed them, he didn't. Poor creatures, designing devils. He closed his eyes again. The bridge was in sight, and now he noticed the sun was setting. The sky darkened, the fleecy clouds soaked up more color and yet more. Magenta, purple, blush, rose, with light shafts hurled across the heavens from the west as if the sky monarch on retiring would disperse his train. With every pull on the oars, Artie leaned nearer to Vanjie, and she, forgetting, was leaning toward him. He with the rebirth of the world in his eyes, the eternal torch lighter, she inclining her taper to his light with closed eyes and all-consuming love. All who ran might read. The bridge was at hand, wide, stone-pillared, crouching low over the river. As they shot under, a train rushed screeching overhead. Here in the darkness, Artie drew in the oars and let the boat drift slowly. His hand touched Vanjie's. His feverish lips touched her hungry ones. And lazily, slowly, the boat was wafted out again into the light. They saw at once that Luke was not asleep, and both fell a-weeping. Artie forgot about his oars, and the boat floated where it would upon the stream. The indifferent sun, in bed, drew round his purple curtain and slept. On the river they wept on. The boat drifted on, for destiny. The grim steersman had seized the rudder, and they were bound. Whither? Possum or pig? Before freedom, there was a house slave very much in the confidence of the master. But young pigs began to disappear, and for good reasons, the faithful house slave fell under suspicion. One night, after his duties at the big house were over, he was sitting before his cabin fire. From a pot was seeping the odor of young pig. There was a knock at the door. "Who dat?" he asked cautiously. "It's me, John," came the master's voice. "Lord, now, massa, what you want way down here?" I'm cold, John. I want to come in. Now, Massa, I just left a lovely hot fire at the big house. You ought to go on up there and get warm. I want to come in, John. Massa, what you want to come in po nigger's house and you got that fine big house up yonder? John, if you don't open this door, I'll have you whipped tomorrow. John went to the door, grumbling about rich white folks hanging around po nigger's cabins. The white man sat down before the blazing fire. The pot boiled and breathed of delicious things within. After a while, he said, I'm hungry, John. What have you got in that pot? Lord, now, massa, what you want to eat my po victuals for? And missus got roast chicken and ham and chine bone pie and everything up to the house. White folks got the funniest ways. What's in that pot, John? It's one little measly possum, massa, I'm boiling to keep for a cold snack. I want some of it. Now, massa, you don't want none of that dirty little possum. Yes, I do. And if you don't give me some, I'll have you whipped. John slowly arose and got a plate, knife, and fork, and opened the pot. Well, he said resignedly before dipping in, I put this here critter in here a possum. If it comes out a pig, 'tain't my fault. Stepped on a tin, my story ends. The Eatonville Anthology. Part 1. The Pleading Woman. Mrs. Tony Roberts is the pleading woman. She just loves to ask for things. Her husband gives her all he can rake and scrape, which is considerably more than most wives get for their housekeeping. But she goes from door to door begging for things. She starts at the store. Mr. Clark, she sings songs in a high, keen voice. Give me a little piece of meat to boil a pot of greens with. Lord knows, me and my chillun is so hungry. It's a shame. Tony don't feed me. Mr. Clark knows that she has money and that her larder is well stocked. For Tony Roberts is the best provider on his list. But her keening annoys him, and he arises heavily. The pleader at this shows all the joy of a starving man being seated at a feast. That's right, Mr. Clark. The Lord loveth a cheerful giver. Give me just a little piece about this big, indicating the width of her hand, and the Lord'll bless you. She follows this angel on earth to his meat tub and superintends the cutting, crying out in pain when he refuses to move the knife just a teeny bit more. Finally, meat in hand, she departs, remarking on the meanness of some people who give a piece of salt meat only 2 fingers wide when they were plainly asked for a hand-wide piece. Clark puts it down to Tony's account and resumes his reading. With a slab of salt pork as a foundation, she visits various homes until she has collected all she wants for the day. At the Pearsons, for instance, Sister Pearson, please give me a handful of collard greens for me and my po chillun. Deed, me and my chillun is so hungry. Tony don't feed me. Mrs. Pearson picks a bunch of greens for her, but she springs away from them as if they were poison. Lord of mercy, Miss Pearson, you ain't gonna give me that little eye full of greens for me and my chillun, is you? Don't be so grasping. God won't bless you. Give me a handful more. Lord, some folks has got everything and they just as griping and stingy. Mrs. Pearson raises the ante, and the pleading woman moves on to the next place, and on and on. The next day, it commences all over. Part 2. Turpentine Love. Jim Merchant is always in good humor, even with his wife. He says he fell in love with her at first sight. That was some years ago. She has had all her teeth pulled out, but they still get along splendidly. He says that first time he called on her, he found out that she was subject to fits. This didn't cool his love, however. She had several in his presence. One Sunday, while he was there, she had one, and her mother tried to give her a dose of turpentine to stop it. Accidentally, she spilled it in her eye, and it cured her. She never had another fit, so they got married and have kept each other in good humor ever since. Part 3. Becky Moore has 11 children of assorted colors and sizes. She has never been married, but that is not her fault. She has never stopped any of the fathers of her children from proposing, so if she has no father for her children, it's not her fault. The men roundabout are entirely to blame. The other mothers of the town are afraid that it is catching. They won't let their children play with hers. Part 4. Tippy. Sykes-Jones family all shoot craps. The most interesting member of the family, also fond of bones, but of another kind, is Tippy, the Joneses' dog. He is so thin that it amazes one that he lives at all. He sneaks into village kitchens if the housewives are careless about the doors and steals meats even off the stoves. He also sucks eggs. For these offenses, he has been sentenced to death dozens of times, and the sentences executed upon him only they didn't work. He has been fed bluestone, strychnine, nux vomica, even an entire Perunal bottle beaten up. It didn't fatten him, but it didn't kill him. So Eatonville has resigned itself to the plague of Tippy, reflecting that it has erred in certain matters and is being chastened. In spite of all the attempts upon his life, Tippy is still willing to be friendly with anyone who will let him. Part 5. The Way of a Man with a Train. Old Man Anderson lived 7 or 8 miles out in the country from Eatonville. Over by Lake Apopka, he raised feed corn and cassava and went to market with it 2 or 3 times a year. He bought all of his victuals wholesale, so he wouldn't have to come to town for several months more. He was different from us city-bred folks. He had never seen a train. Everybody laughed at him, for even the smallest child in Eatonville had either been to Maitland or Orlando and watched a train go by. On Sunday afternoons, all of the young people of the village would go over to Maitland, a mile away, to see number 35 whiz southward on its way to Tampa and wave at the passengers. So we looked down on him a little. Even we children felt superior in the presence of a person so lacking in worldly knowledge. The grown-ups kept telling him he ought to go see a train. He always said he didn't have time to wait so long. Only 2 trains a day passed through Maitland. But patronage and ridicule finally had its effect, and Old Man Anderson drove in one morning early. Number 78 went north to Jacksonville at 10:20. He drove his light wagon over in the woods beside the railroad below Maitland and sat down to wait. He began to fear that his horse would get frightened and run away with the wagon. So he took him out and led him deeper into the grove and tied him securely. Then he returned to his wagon and waited some more. Then he remembered that some of the train-wise villagers had said the engine belched fire and smoke. He had better move his wagon out of danger. It might catch a fire. He climbed down from the seat and placed himself between the shafts to draw it away. Just then, 78 came thundering over the trestle spouting smoke and suddenly began blowing for Maitland. Old Man Anderson became so frightened he ran away with the wagon through the woods and tore it up worse than the horse could have ever done. He doesn't know yet what a train looks like and says he doesn't care. Part 6. Coon Taylor. Coon Taylor never did any real stealing. Of course, if he saw a chicken or a watermelon or muskmelon or anything like that he wanted, he'd take it. The people used to get mad, but they never could catch him. He took so many melons from Joe Clark that he set up in the melon patch one night with his shotgun loaded with rock salt. He was going to fix Coon. But he was tired. It is hard work being a mayor, postmaster, storekeeper, and everything. He dropped asleep, sitting on a stump in the middle of the patch. So he didn't see Coon when he came. Coon didn't see him either, that is, not at first. He knew the stump was there, however. He had opened many of Clark's juicy Florida favorite on it. He selected his fruit, walked over to the stump, and burst the melon on it. That is, he thought it was the stump, until it fell over with a yell. Then he knew it was no stump and departed hastily from those parts. He had cleared the fence when Clark came to, as it were, so the charge of rock salt was wasted on the desert air. During the sugarcane season, he found he couldn't resist Clark's soft green cane, but Clark did not go to sleep this time. So after he had cut 6 or 8 stalks by the moonlight, Clark rose up out of the cane strippings with his shotgun and made Coon sit right down and chew up the last one of them on the spot. And the next day, he made Coon leave his town for 3 months. Part 7. Village Fiction. Joe Lindsay is said by Lumboger to be the largest manufacturer of pre-verifications in Eatonville. Brazel, late owner of the world's leanest and meanest mule, contends that his business is the largest in the state, and his wife holds that he is the biggest liar in the world. Exhibit A. He claims that while he was in Orlando one day, he saw a doctor cut open a woman, remove everything, liver, lights and heart included, clean each of them separately. The doctor then washed out the empty woman, dried her out neatly with a towel, and replaced the organ so expertly that she was up and about her work in a couple of weeks. Part 8. Sewell is a man who lives all to himself. He moves a great deal. So often that Lige Mosley says his chickens are so used to moving that every time he comes out into his backyard, the chickens lie down and cross their legs, ready to be tied up again. He is bald-headed, but he says he doesn't mind that because he wants as little as possible between him and God. Part 9. Mrs. Clark is Joe Clark's wife. She is a soft-looking, middle-aged woman whose bust and stomach are always holding a get-together. She waits on the store sometimes and cries every time he yells at her, which she does every time she makes a mistake, which is quite often. She calls her husband Jody. They say he used to beat her in the store when he was a young man, but he is not so impatient now. He can wait until he goes home. She shouts in church every Sunday and shakes the hand of fellowship with everybody in the church with her eyes closed, but somehow always misses her husband. Part 10. Mrs. McDuffie goes to church every Sunday and always shouts and tells her determination. Her husband always sits in the back row and beats her as soon as they get home. He says there's no sense in her shouting, as big a devil as she is. She just does it to slur him. Elijah Mosley asked her why she didn't stop shouting, seeing she always got a beating out about it. She says she can't squench the spirit. Then Elijah asked Mr. McDuffie to stop beating her, seeing that she was going to shout anyway. He answered that she just did it for spite, and that his fist was just as hard as her head. He could last just as long as she, so the village let the matter rest. Part 11. Double Shuffle. Back in the good old days before the World War, things were very simple in Eatonville. People didn't foxtrot. When the town wanted to put on its Sunday clothes and wash behind the ears, it put on a breakdown. The daring younger set would two-step and waltz, but the good church members and the elders stuck to the grand march. By rural canons, dancing is wicked, but one is not held to have danced until the feet have been crossed. Feet don't get crossed when one grand marches. At elaborate affairs, the organ from the Methodist Church was moved up to the hall, and Lizzie Moore, the blind man, presided. When informal gatherings were held, he merely played his guitar, assisted by any volunteer with mouth organs or accordions. Among white people, the march is as mild as if it had been passed on by Volstead. But it still has a kick in Eatonville. Everybody happy, shining eyes, gleaming teeth, feet dragged shalap, shalap, to beat out the time. No orchestra needed. Round and round, back again. Parsmala, shlap, shlap, strut, strut, seaboard, shlap, shlap, titty bum. Mr. Clark in the lead with Mrs. Mosley. It's too much for some of the young folks. Double shuffling commences, buck and wing. Lizzie Moore about to break his guitar, accordion doing contortions. People fall back against the walls and let the soloist have it, shouting as they clap the old double shuffle songs. Me and my honey got 2 more days to do the buck. Sweating bodies, laughing mouths, grotesque faces, feet drumming fiercely, deacons clapping as hard as the rest. Great big nigger, black as tar, trying to get to heaven on an electric car. Some love cabbage, some love kale, but I love a gal with a short skirt tail. Long, tall angel stepping down, long white robe and starry crown. I would not marry a black gal, bum bum. Tell you the reason why. Every time she comb her hair, she make the goo-goo eye. Would you not marry a yellow gal, bum bum? Tell you the reason why. Her neck so long and stringy, I'm afraid she'd never die. Would you not marry a preacher? Tell you the reason why. Every time he comes to town, he makes the chicken fly. When the buck dance was over, the boys would give the floor to the girls, and they would parsmala with a sly eye out of the corner to see if anybody was looking who might have them up in church on conference night. Then there would be more dancing. Then Mr. Clark would call for everybody's best attention and announce that freshmens was served. Every gentleman would please take his lady by the arm and scorch her right up to the table for a treat. Then the men would stick their arms out with a flourish and ask their ladies, "You like chicken? Well, then take a wing." And the ladies would take the proffered wings and parade up to the long table and be served. Of course, most of them had brought baskets in which were heaps of jointed and fried chicken, 2 or 3 kinds of pies, cakes, potato pone, and chicken perlo. The hall would separate into happy groups about the baskets until time for more dancing. But the boys and girls got scattered about during the war, and now they dance the foxtrot by a brand new piano. They do waltz and two-step still, but no one now considers it good form to lock his chin over his partner's shoulder and stick out behind. One night, just for fun, and to humor the old folks, they danced, that is, they grand marched, but everyone picked up their feet. Bah! Part 12. The Head of the Nail. Daisy Taylor was the town vamp. Not that she was pretty, but sirens were all but non-existent in the town. Perhaps she was forced to it by circumstances. She was quite dark, with little brushy patches of hair squatting over her head. These were held down by shingle nails often. No one knows whether she did this for artistic effect or for lack of hairpins, but there they were shining in the little patches of hair when she got all dressed for the afternoon and came up to Clark's store to see if there was any mail for her. It was seldom that anyone wrote to Daisy, but she knew that the men of the town would be assembled there by 5 o'clock, and someone could usually be induced to buy her some soda water or peanuts. Daisy flirted with married men. There were only 2 single men in town, Lomboger, who was engaged to the assistant school teacher, and Hiram Lester, who had been off to school at Tuskegee and wouldn't look at a person like Daisy. In addition to other drawbacks, she was pigeon-toed, and her petticoat was always showing, so perhaps he was justified. There was nothing else to do except flirt with married men. This went on for a long time. First one wife, then another complained of her, or drove her from the preserves by threat. But the affair with Crooms was the most prolonged and serious. He was even known to have bought her a pair of shoes. Mrs. Laura Crooms was a meek little woman who took all of her troubles crying and talked a great deal of leaving things in the hands of God. The affair came to a head one night in orange picking time. Crooms was over at Oneto picking oranges. Many fruit pickers moved from one town to the other during the season. The town was collected at the store post office, as is customary on Saturday nights. The town has had its bath, and with its week's pay in pocket fares forth to be merry. The men tell stories and treat the ladies to soda water, peanuts, and peppermint candy. Daisy was trying to get treats, but the porch was cold to her that night. "I don't care if you don't treat me. What's a dirty little nickel?" She flung this at Walter Thomas. The ever-loving Mr. Crooms will give me anything at all I wants. "You better shut up your mouth talking about Albert Crooms. His wife comes right now." Daisy went akimbo. "Who? Me? I don't care what Laura Crooms thinks. If she ain't a heavy-hipped mama enough to keep him, she don't need to come crying to me." She stood making goo-goo eyes as Mrs. Crooms walked upon the porch. Daisy laughed loud, made several references to Albert Crooms, and when she saw the mailbag come in from Maitland, she said, "I better go and see if I ain't got a letter from Oneto." The more Daisy played the game of getting Mrs. Crooms' goat, the better she liked it. She ran in and out of the store, laughing until she could scarcely stand. Some of the people present began to talk to Mrs. Crooms, to egg her on to halt Daisy's boasting. But she was for leaving it all in the hands of God. Walter Thomas kept on after Mrs. Crooms until she stiffened and resolved to fight. Daisy was inside when she came to this resolve and never dreamed anything of the kind could happen. She had gotten hold of an envelope and came laughing and shouting, "Oh, I can't stand to see Oneto lose." There was a box of axe handles on display on the porch, propped up against the door jamb. As Daisy stepped upon the porch, Mrs. Crooms leaned the heavy end of one of those handles heavily upon her head. She staggered from the porch to the ground, and the timid Laura, fearful of a counterattack, struck her again, and Daisy toppled into the town ditch. There was not enough water in there to do more than muss her up. Every time she tried to rise, down would come that axe handle again. Laura was fighting a sacred fight. With Daisy thoroughly licked, she retired to the store porch and left her fallen enemy in the ditch. None of the men helped Daisy, even to get out of the ditch, but Elijah Mosley, who was some distance down the street when the trouble began, arrived as the victor was withdrawing. He rushed up and picked Daisy out of the mud and began feeling her head. "Is she hurt much?" Joe Clark asked from the doorway. I don't know, Elijah answered. I was just looking to see if Laura had been lucky enough to hit one of those nails on the head and drive it in. Before a week was up, Daisy moved to Orlando. There, in a wider sphere, perhaps her talents as a vamp were appreciated. Part 13. Pants and Caroline. Sister Caroline Potts was a silent woman. Did all of her laughing down inside, but did the thing that kept the town in an uproar of laughter. It was the general opinion of the village that Caroline would do anything she had a mind to, and she had a mind to do several things. Mitchell Potts, her husband, had a weakness for women. No one ever believed that she was jealous. She did things to the women, surely, but most any townsman would have said that she did them because she liked the novel situation and the queer things she could bring out of it. Once he took up with Delphine, called Miss Feeney by the town. She lived on the outskirts on the edge of the piney woods. The town winked and talked. People don't make secrets of such things in the village. Caroline went about her business with her thin black lips pursed tight as ever, and her shiny black eyes unchanged. That devil of a Caroline's got something up her sleeve. The town smiled in anticipation. Delphine is too big a cigar for her to smoke. She ain't crazy, said some as the weeks went on and nothing happened. Even Feeney herself would give a little extra flirt to her overstarched petticoats as she rustled into church past her of Sundays. Mitch Potts said furthermore that he was tired of Caroline's foolishness. She had to stay where he put her. His African soup-bone arm was too strong to let a woman run over him. Enough was enough. And he did some fancy cussing, and he was the fanciest cusser in the county. So the town waited, and the longer it waited, the odds changed slowly from the wife to the husband. One Saturday, Mitch knocked off work at 2 o'clock and went over to Maitland. He came back with a rectangular box under his arm and kept straight on out to the barn and put it away. He ducked around the corner of the house quickly, but even so, his wife glimpsed the package, very much like a shoebox. So, he put on the kettle and took a bath. She stood in her bare feet at the ironing board and kept on ironing. He dressed. It was about 5 o'clock, but still very light. He fiddled around outside. She kept on with her ironing. As soon as the sun got red, he sauntered out to the barn, got the parcel, and walked away down the road, past the store, and into the piney woods. As soon as he left the house, Caroline slipped on her shoes without taking time to don stockings, put on one of her husband's old Stetsons, worn and floppy, slung the axe over her shoulder, and followed in his wake. He was hailed cheerily as he passed the sitters on the store porch and answered smiling sheepishly and passed on. 2 minutes later, passed his wife, silently, unsmilingly, and set the porch to giggling and betting. An hour passed, perhaps. It was dark. Clark had long ago lighted the swinging kerosene lamp inside. Part 14. Once, way back yonder, before the stars fell, all the animals used to talk just like people. In them days, dogs and rabbits was the best of friends, even though both of them was stuck on the same gal, which was Miss Nancy Coon. She had the sweetest smile and the prettiest striped and bushy tail to be found anywhere. They both run their legs nigh off trying to win her for themselves, fetching nice ripe persimmons and such, but she never gave one or the other no satisfaction. Finally, one night, Mr. Dog popped the question right out. "Miss Coon," he says. "Ma'am," also "ma'am," Which would you rather be, a lark flying or a dove a-setting? Course, Miss Nancy blushed and laughed a little and hid her face behind her bushy tail for a spell. Then she said, sort of shy-like, I does love your sweet voice, Brother Dog, but I ain't just exactly set in my mind yet. Her and Mr. Dog set on a spell, when up comes hopping Mr. Rabbit with his tail fresh washed and his whiskers shining. He got right down to business and asked Miss Coon to marry him too. Oh, Miss Nancy, he says, ma'am, also ma'am, if you'd see me settin' straddle of a mudcat leading a minnow, what would you think? Ma'am, also ma'am, which is a out-and-out proposal, as everybody knows. You's awful nice, Brother Rabbit, and a beautiful dancer, but you cannot sing like Brother Dog. Both you uns come back next week to give me time for to decide. They both left arm in arm. Finally, Mr. Rabbit says to Mr. Dog, "'Tain't no use in me going back. She ain't going to have me, so I might as well give up. She loves singing, and I ain't got nothing but a squeak." "Oh, don't talk that-a-way," says Mr. Dog, though he is glad Mr. Rabbit can't sing none. "That's all right, Brother Dog, but if I had a sweet voice like you got, I'd have it worked on and make it sweeter." How, Mr. Dog cried, jumping up and down. "Let me fix it for you, like I do for Sister Lark and Sister Mockingbird." "When? Where?" asked Mr. Dog, all excited. He was figuring that if he could sing just a little better, Miss Coon would be bound to have him. "Just you meet me tomorrow in the huckleberry patch," says the rabbit, and off they both goes to bed. The dog is there on time next day, and after a while the rabbit comes loping up. "Mornin', Brer Dog," he says, kind of chipper-like. "Ready to get your voice sweetened?" Surely, Brer Rabbit. Let's we all hurry about it. I wants to serenade Miss Nancy from the piney woods tonight." "Well, then, open your mouth and poke out your tongue," says the rabbit. No sooner did Mr. Dog poke out his tongue than Mr. Rabbit split it with a knife and ran for all he was worth to a hollow stump and hid himself. The dog has been mad at the rabbit ever since. Anybody who don't believe it happened, just look at the dog's tongue, and he can see for himself where the rabbit slit it right up the middle. Stepped on a 10, my story ends. Book of Harlem. 1. A pestilence visiteth the land of Hokum, and the people cry out. 4. Toothsome, a son of Georgia, returns from Babylon, and stirreth up the Hamites. 10. Mandolin heareth him, and resolveth to see Babylon. 11. He convinceth his father, and departs for Babylon. 21. A redcap toteth his bag, and uttereth blasphemy against Mandolin. 26. He lodgeth with Toothsome, and trieth to make the females of Harlem, but is scorned by them. 28. One frail biddeth him sit upon a tack. 29. He taketh counsel with Toothsome, and is comforted. 33. He goeth to an hall of dancing, and meeting a damsel there, shaketh vehemently with her. 42. He discloseth himself to her, and she telleth him what to read. 46. He becometh panic, and quoteth poetry. 51. Toothsome cometh to him with a question, and is satisfied. Verse 1. And in those days when King Volstead sat upon the throne in Hokum, then came a mighty drought upon his land, and many cried out in agony thereof. 2. Then did the throat parch, and the tongue was thrust into the cheek of many voters. 3. And men grew restless, and went up and down in the land, saying, We are verily the dry bones of which the prophet Ezekiel prophesied. 4. Then returned one called Toothsome unto his town of Standard Bottom, which is in the province of Georgia, and he was of the tribe of Ham. 5. And his raiment was very glad, for he had sojourned in the city of Babylon, which is ruled by the tribe of Tammany. And his garments putteth out the street lamps, and the vaseline upon his head, yea, verily the slickness thereof did outshine the sun at noonday. 6. And the maidens looked upon him, and were glad, but the men gnasheth together their bridgework at the sight of him. But they drew near to him, and listened to his accounts of the doings of Babylon, for they all yearned unto that city. 7. And the mouth of Toothsome flapped loudly and fluently in the marketplace, and the envy of his hearers increased an hundredfold. 8. Then stood one youth before him, and his name was called Mandolin, and he questioned Toothsome eagerly, asking how come and wherefore many times. 9. And Toothsome answered him according to his wit. Moreover he said unto the youth, Come thou also to the city, as unto the ant, and consider her ways, and be wise. 10. And the heart of Mandolin was inflamed, and he stood before his father and said, I beseech thee now, Papa, to give unto me my portion, that I may go hence to great Babylon and see life. 11. But his father's heart yearned towards him, and he said, Nay, my son, for Babylon is full of wickedness, and thou art but a youth. 12. But Mandolin answered him, saying, I crave to gaze upon its sins. What do you think I go to see, and prayer meeting? 13. But his father strove with him and said, Why dost thou crave Babylon, when Gussie Smith, the daughter of our neighbor, will make thee a good wife? Tarry now, and take her to wife, for verily she is a mighty biscuit cooker before the Lord. 14. Then snorted Mandolin with scorn and said, What care I for biscuit cookers when there be Shebas of high voltage on every street in Harlem? For verily man liveth not on bread alone, but by every drop of banana oil that drippeth from the tongue of the lovely. 15. Then strove they together all night, but at daybreak did Mandolin touch the old man on the hip, yea, verily upon the pocket-bearing joint, and triumphed. 16. So the father gave him his blessing, and he departed out of Standard Bottom on his journey to Babylon. 17. And he carried with him of dreams of 44,000, and of wishes of 10,000s, and of hopes 10,000s. 18. But of tears or sorrows carried he none out of all that land, neither bore he any fears away with him. 19. And journeyed he many days upon the caravan of steel, and came at last unto the city of Babylon, and got him down within the place. 20. Then rushed there many upon him, who wore scarlet caps upon the head, saying, Porter, shall I tote thy bags for thee? 21. And he marveled greatly within himself, saying, How charitably are the Babylonians, seeing they permit no stranger to tote his own bag. With what great kindness am I met. 22. And he suffered one to prevail and tote his bag for him. Moreover, he questioned him concerning the way to Harlem, which is a city of Ham in Babylonia. 23. And when he of the scarlet cap had conducted Mandolin unto a bus, Then did Mandolin shake hands with him and thank him greatly for his kindness, and stepped upon the chariot as it rolled away, and took his way unto Harlem. 24. Then did the bag-toter blaspheme greatly, saying, "Oh, the cockeyed son of a wood-louse, oh, the hog, oh, the sea-buzzard, oh, the splay-footed son of a doodle-bug and cockroach. What does he take me for, the mule's daddy, the clodhopper? If only I might lay my hands upon him. Verily I would smite him, yea, until he smelt like onions." 25. But Mandolin journeyed on to Harlem, knowing none of these things. 26. And when he came unto the place, he lodged himself with Toothsome, and was glad. 27. And each evening stood he before the Lafayette Theatre, and hemmed at the knees that passed, but none took notice of him. Moreover, flashed he the chicken feed which he possessed, but none turned the head, except to snigger at him. 28. Moreover, one frail of exceeding sassiness bade him to go and cook an radish and seat himself upon a tack, which being interpreted is slander. 29. Then went he unto his roommate and saith, "How now doth the damsel think me? Have I not a smiling countenance and coin in my jeans? My heart is heavy, for I sojourned in Harlem for many weeks, but as yet I have spoken to no female." 30. Then spoke Toothsome and answered him, saying, "Seek not swell Shebas in mail order breeches. Go thou into the marketplace, and get thee Oxford bags, and jacket thyself likewise. Procure thee shoes and socks, yea, anoint thy head with oil until it runneth over, so that thou not dare hurl thyself into bed unless thou wear weed chains upon the head, lest thou skid out again." 31. Moreover, lubricate thy tongue with banana oil, for from the oily lips proceedeth the breath of love. 32. And Mandolin hastened to do all that his counselor bade him. 33. Then hied him to the hall of dancing, where many leaped with the cymbal and shook with the drums. 34. And his belly was moved, for he saw young men seize upon damsels, and they stood upon the floor and messed around meanly. Moreover, many bumped them vehemently. Yea, there were those among him who shook with many shakings. 35. And when he saw all of these things, Mandolin yearned within his heart to do likewise, but as yet he had spoken to no maiden. 36. But one damsel of scarlet lips smiled broadly upon him, and encouraged him with her eyes, and the water of his knees turned to bone, and he drew nigh unto her. 37. And his mouth flew open, and he said, "See now how the others do dance with the cymbal and the harp, yea, even the saxophone. Come thou, and let us do likewise." 38. And he drew her, and they stood upon the floor. Now this maiden was a mighty dancer before the Lord, yea, of the mightiest of all the tribe of Ham. And the shakings of the others was as one stricken with paralysis beside a bowl of gelatine, and the heart of the youth leaped for joy. 39. And he was emboldened, and his mouth flew open, and the banana oil did drip from his lips, yea, even down to the floor, and the maiden was moved. 40. And he said, "Thou sure art propaganda. Yea, verily, thou shakest a wicked ankle." 41. And she, being pleased, answered him, "Thou art some sheik thyself. I do shoot little pies into the ankle if I do say so myself." Where hast thou been all my life that I have not seen thee? 42. Then did his mouth fly open, and he told her everything of Standard Bottom, Georgia, and of Babylon, and of all those things which touched him. 43. And her heart yearned towards him, and she resolved to take him unto herself, and to make him wise. 44. And she said unto him, Go thou, and buy the books and writings of certain scribes and Pharisees, which I shall name unto you, and thou shalt learn everything of good and evil. Yea, thou shalt learn as much as the chief of Niggerati, who is called Karl van Vechten. 45. And Mandolin diligently sought all these books and writings that he was bidden, and read them. 46. Then he was sought for all feasts and stumps and shakings, and none was complete without him. Both on 139th Street and on Lenox Avenue he was sought, and his fame was great. 47. And his name became Panic, for they asked one or the other, Is he not a riot in all that he doeth? 48. Then did he devise poetry, and played it upon the piano, saying, Skirt by skirt, on every flirt, they're getting higher and higher. Day by day, in every way, there's more to admire. Sock by sock, and knee by knee, the more they show, the more we see. The skirts run up, the socks run down, jingling bells run round and round. Oh, week by week and day by day, let's hope that things keep on this way. Let's kneel right down and pray. 49. And the women all sought him, the damsels and the matrons and the grandmothers and all those who wear the skirt, and with them his name was continually Panic. 50. And all the men sought him, because his raiment was such that all knew from them the styles which would come to pass. 51. And he roomed no more with Toothsome, but had unto himself swell lodgings. But one day Toothsome sought him and asked, 52, How now dost thou come to Harlem, and become Panic unto the Virgin, and the matron, and the grand matron, and unto the chic and the niggerati, which being interpreted means Negro literati, and unto all those above 125th Street? In all my years in Babylon, none has called me thus. 53. And Mandolin, who is called Panic, answered him, In my early days in Babylon was I taught to subscribe to Vanity Fair, and to read it diligently, for no man may know his way about Babylon without it. 54. Then did a great light dawn upon him called Toothsome, and he rushed forth to subscribe to the Perfect Magazine. 55. And of his doings and success after that, is it not written in the Book of Harlem? The Book of Harlem. Chapter 1. 1. Jasbo counteth the shekels of his father, and resolveth to depart for Harlem. 10. Wham blesseth him. 14. He cometh to Harlem. 18. He learneth modern ways, and disporteth himself. Verse 1. Now in those days did one who had traveled far return unto his native land, even Waycross, Georgia, and say unto the youths thereof, Hearken and behold, for I have traveled much, even to great Babylon, and to a division of that city called Harlem, and beheld there many browns of exceeding sharpness, yea, even pink mammas of beauty that maketh the heart glad. 2. Thus spake he, and moreover told them many things that made their hearts burn within them with envy of him. 3. And many yearned to go forth as he did to the great Babylon, but they lacked shekels of silver, and the greens of sufficient length to provide transportation thereto. 4. But came one called Jazbo, the son of Wham, and hearkened unto the one who spake unto them, and he said in his heart that he would go, for Wham had many shekels. 5. Then spake he to his father thus, Lo, I am become a man. Shall I not go forth, and seek my fortune, and perchance find a maiden of exceeding virtue, that I may take her to wife? 6. Perhaps, saith his father, but wherefore goeth thou to a far city to seek a wife among Jezebels, when there be Cora, thy neighbor's daughter, a damsel of great piety, who wilt bear thee many sons, and moreover, she is a mighty biscuit cooker before the Lord? 7. Then did Jazbo stand before his father and snort with scorn, saying, Wherefore must I wed a cooker of biscuits when I crave not bread? Behold, man was not made to live by bread alone, but upon every thrill that proceedeth from life. Go to now, wherefore should I marry that drink of boiled water, when in great Babylon there are females that are as a cocktail to the tonsils? 8. When Wham heard all this, then did he rend his garments, for he was greatly troubled. 9. Then when he had yielded, did Jazbo ask of him a mighty check, saying that the squabs and chickens of Harlem would require corn. But Wham understood none of these sayings, and puzzled greatly. 10. But the next morning he arose, and gave Jazbo the check, and sent him away. 11. Then hastened the young man to Babylon, and descended at a great meeting place of trains called Pennsylvania Station. And there fell many porters upon him, even those who wear the cap of scarlet upon the head, crying, Porter, give me that bag that I may bear it for thee. And they strove among themselves, but one prevailed and bore his baggage for him. 12. And when they had come outside the station to the chariot called the bus, then did Jazbo shake the extended hand of the porter and thank him earnestly for his great kindness, and he marveled at the great attention and favor shown the comer to Babylon. And seeing that the chariot moved away, he mounted himself with all his upon it, and rode away, leaving naught of tips behind him. 13. Then did the porter grow full of wrath, and utter many blasphemies concerning Jazbo, saying, The low-down son of a cockroach! What does the splay-footed son of a wood louse take me for, the bastard? And many other blasphemies did he utter. But Jazbo heard none of these things, for he was on his route to the great Harlem. 14. And when he had sojourned among the Harlemites for a space, he went forth upon the streets of the city, and gazed upon the damsels, and behold, they were fair, and Jazbo's heart was glad within him that he had come. 15. And he smiled upon many as they passed, for verily the green of his father, yea, even his shekels, burned his pockets, and he said, Ahem, and cleared his throat at many, but none smiled upon him. But one maiden of great sassiness turned upon him and bade him go and cook a radish, and he went home with his heart heavy within him. 16. Then spake he to his roommate and said, Alas, I have journeyed to rejoice with the maidens, but as yet none have smiled upon me. Have I not shekels in my pocket? Am I not young? Have I the face of a monkey that none will flirt with me? O sleeper on the bed next to mine, tell me how come. 17. Then did his roommate enlighten him, saying, Seek not a swell Sheba in mail order breeches. Go to, get thyself Oxford bags of exceeding bagginess, and procure thyself much haberdashery. Moreover, seek out the shop of hair-cutting, and those that do massage and manicure, and see that thy hair is of such slickness that thou dare not hurl thyself into the bed, lest thou wear weed chains, for verily thou shalt skid out again. Then hie thee to the halls of dancing, even the tabernacles of jazz, and there learn to wiggle thy ankles meanly. Moreover, oil thy tongue with bananas, and gargle thy throat with flapdoodle, so that verily a line shall proceed from thy mouth every time thou come into the presence of females. Then shall the damsels prize thee mightily, and fawn upon thee, and shall say thou art sharp as a tack. Then take thou thy choice, for thou art young and full of manly beauty. 18. Jasbo did all these things that his friend counseled him, and when he gazed upon himself in the glass, he leaped for joy. 19. Then came he to the hall of dancing, and heard there many horns that hooted and wailed, and the snort of drums and the clang of cymbals. And his foot awoke and patted the floor unceasingly, and he beat upon his breast because he knew not how to dance. 20. There came to him waiters, even those who serve upon the table, and angered him with their overcharging and impudence, for their heads are made of wood, but verily their tongues are made of brass. 21. Now when the trumpets sounded, even the saxophones, then the multitude arose, 2 by 2, and stood upon the floor, and shook with many shakings. 22. And some there were who jig-walked with spirit, and some among them who performed the mess-around with great vehemence, and yet others who bumped the bump meanly with beautiful maidens, and bumped them even to the Baltimore bump, and were glad. 23. Then did Jasbo yearn within his liver, and tear his hair, because he knew not how to do thus. 24. But a maiden with pomegranate lips called to him with her eyes, and they said, Come, let us also stand upon the floor, and do thus. But he was afraid. Nevertheless, went he over and stood before her, and said, Wilt thou forgive thy servant for being so brash as to speak to thee without an introduction? 25. But the maiden's lips brushed aside his murmurings, and they stood upon the floor, and she taught him many dances, and they bumped meanly together with great accord, yea, messed around. 26. And the maiden parked her head upon his shoulder, and his mouth flew open, and he told her all about his father's shekels, and she loved him. Then did he oil his jaws with banana oil, and delight her ears, so that she dreamed of coats, of the fur of mink, and sedans of 12 cylinders, and fine jewels, and costly raiment. But he sheicked her thus to air out his line of stuff, and when he saw that it worked, he was glad. So they both returned to their abode, and were satisfied. 27. Then he thought no more of her, and when the night came again, went to another tabernacle of joy, and did the same. Thus did he for many nights. 28. Then when he had dwelt in the land of the Harlemites for many months, and had learned many things, even to wisecracking, then did he forget that he was a hick, which being interpreted means dweller in the tall grass. And he read diligently the chronicles of his fathers, and they were full of begats, and resolved within his heart to take unto himself a wife, and begat sons and daughters to inherit his shekels after him. 29. Then he opened his mouth, and said unto his roommate, even he who slept on the next bed, Tell me, how I shall find a maiden, one of exceeding virtue, that I may take her to wife, and how shall the Lord reveal to me that she is a virgin, that I may know? 30. Ha! Ask the maiden herself, and she shall tell thee. Thus spake his friend, without laughter, and Jasbo was satisfied. For he knew now many beautiful maidens who pleased him, and he said, Truly, man lives not by bread alone, but by every drop of banana oil that falls from the lips of the lovely. 31. And it came to pass that that very night he called upon a damsel of great beauty, and he asked her if she be a virgin, and she answered him yes. And so they were married, and he bought her fur of the mink, and much fine raiment, and a sedan of 12 cylinders, and for many years they kept a cat and a poodle. Selah. The Back Room. Lilia Barkman, born Lily Barker, stood in the alcove just off her luxurious parlor. She was looking at a large oil painting of herself, and a man stood beside her, looking and admiring. You are always a peach, Lilia, and Porter David has you on the canvas as you are. When you grow old, if you ever do, you can take pleasure in showing the world that you had the world in a jug once. Bill Cameron, I ask you, with my feet turned out, if that is nice. You know how I hate discussing age. I'm going to be young till I'm 90. Then I'm going to turn to something good to eat. Never going to be old. That is why I haven't married. It ages a woman so. Worrying with a house and husband at the same time. Dr. Cameron looked at her roguishly and laughed. Still, you have a house, and you seem to manage several men pretty well without leaving any traces of the wear and tear on your face. You haven't changed a bit in the 10 or 12 years that I've known you. There you go at it again. Next thing you will say is that you can remember proposing to me when I was a girl. I did propose some years ago, and you turned me down flat. Everybody in Harlem knew that. It took me a long time to live down all the loving I had saved up for you. Say, when are you going to get married? Are you still kidding Bob McGee along? God, he hangs on well. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know whether I love him or not. Seriously, now, I guess I will marry him someday, if some man that I like better doesn't take me. She looked coyly out of the corner of her long eyes at the man beside her. Then I'll retire, as it were, and use this back room for entertaining instead of the parlor. You know, Bill, I am secretly sentimental. This room is a shrine dedicated to youth and beauty. I have this splendid portrait of myself wearing both, and when I cease to have it, I'll no longer need the big parlor anyway, so I won't stay on the battlefield to be trampled on by the new ones. I'll retire with all the honors of war to this little stronghold and live over my triumphs with someone who loves me. Doesn't that sound nice and peaceful? Yes, it does. By the way, who is taking you to the Brooks tonight? Well, why don't you take me? I'll be glad to. Just like old times, eh, Lilia? You bet. I never realized how much I enjoyed you until that other one grabbed you. But you had turned me down, Lilia. Don't be spiteful. Yes, but she never waited till my tracks got cold before she had on the wedding ring. Dog in a manger. Well, she's dead now, so let's don't talk about it. I'll be here for you at 9. How's that? All righty, Bill. She sent him away with one of her warmest smiles and began laying out gowns. It was only 6 o'clock, but she always made a careful toilet, and tonight she meant to be killing. She started the water to running in the tub and thrust back her well-groomed hair under a stocking cap, peering at herself in the mirror as she did so. My, she looked tired, and she had not been out at night for 3 days. She couldn't be getting old, surely. She took her long-handled mirror and rushed into the alcove and alternately studied the portrait and herself. From the canvas, a pair of long, full-lashed eyes, a little mystic, a little glowing, looked everywhere and nowhere out of a creamy face with a metallic glow beneath the soft downiness. Europe and Africa warred in her face. A Grecian nose about a full, luscious mouth with a blue-black cloud of curly hair falling well below the waist. Her own face showed tiny lines that seemed to crowd up and shrink the eyes, the lips losing some of the bursting cherry freshness, a line or two from the corner of her mouth. Hair a little tarnished, a figure growing just the tiniest bit foolish. She all but screamed. God had been good to send Dr. Cameron back to her, a wealthy widower, when she needed him most. She was telling the truth when she said that she had really wanted him after she had lost him 8 years before. Well, she had had her fun, and she was glad that she had not let Bob McGee worry her into marriage. He had stuck to his guns well, though, 9 years. Whew! He must be 40, and she was 38, though she never declared a day over 25. A few people knew she was more, but never put her past 30. If she didn't land Cameron, the McGee's law practice was good and he was attractive enough. Simply couldn't stir a thing inside her. She shut off the bath and went to the telephone. Morningside 0000. Yes, Bob, this is Lilia. Yes, how did you know? What's that? Be your age, Bob. Nonsense, I just can't see you tonight. Oh, we'll let the old party go. I don't care so much about the Brooks anyway, and I have a toothache. Oh, just a little. Don't bother. No, you can't come over. No! Now I must run and see about my bath. Yes, water running. Goodbye. Oh, shucks. Goodbye. There. That left her a clear field for the evening so that she could concentrate on Bill. If she landed him, of course she would, what was he back from Pittsburgh for if not to see her? It would make no difference if Bob did hear she was at the party. If she didn't, she could explain anything to him. People of Harlem said that she could show him a lump of coal and make him see pink. She laughed to herself. Heads I win, tails I grab it. West 139th Street at 10 p.m. Rich fur wraps tripping up the steps of the well-furnished home in the 200 block. Sedans, coaches, coupes, roadsters, inside fine gowns and tuxedos, Marcel waves and glitter. People who seemed to belong to every race on earth. Harlem's upper class had gathered there, her beauty and chivalry. And Lilia Barkman shone and glittered with the rest. A careful massage had thrown back the clock for the moment. Dr. Cameron was very courteous. People raised the brow on seeing them together and wagged the head. As soon as she came down from the cloakroom, he led her to a beautiful girl who looked about 17 and introduced them. Lilia, this is my little niece, and I've come over here to see if I couldn't get her into Barnard. Mary Ann, this is Miss Barkman, an old friend of mine. So that was the thing that brought him to New York. She took her cue. She would be nice to Mary Ann. What a name. But she told her she loved it, and the child warmed up to her at once. At 11, Bob walked in. He was furious. She could see that at once. Looked as if he would stride over and beat her with his fists. But he was too polished to be other than polite. He looked wonderful in his dinner jacket. As soon as she could do so with ease, she went to him and tried to smooth him down and succeeded partially. I saw through your toothache right away, he told her under his breath. I had seen Bill Cameron, you know. She laughed like a child, and he almost forgave her. Stop growling, big good-looking bear, Lilia's big caveman. You'd make poor little me terribly afraid of you. He dragged me up here to meet his little niece. There she is over there by the piano. She's cute. and I'll let you dance with her if you stop frowning." She introduced them and flew back to Dr. Cameron just in time to see him dance off with someone else. Bob and Mary Ann passed her doing a stiff and chaste foxtrot. She refused to dance and sat out the number. Bill came to her after the third dance, and they got on well. 12 o'clock. Formality had been rubbed off. Everybody was being their own age or under. Everybody being modern. Cigarettes burning like fireflies on a summer night. A Charleston contest with a great laundry show. Hey, hey, powder gone, but a lively prettiness taking its place. A wealthy woman in the foolish 40s giggling on the shoulder of a 20-year-old. He is amusing himself by giving her what he calls a good sheiking as they dance around. They are bumping, and she is panting a laugh at every bump. Businessman near 50 dancing with a sweet young thing with a short dress and her knees rouged. "You are dancing too close," she protests. "No, I'm not, you little devil. Go on and let my knees get a little sociable with yours." Hey, hey, flinging the Charleston high and wide. A well-known singer begins doing the black bottom by spanking the can. "What makes you hold me so close? I won't dance with you if you don't behave," the bare-kneed girl threatens. "It's not my fault. Every time my feet see pretty pink knees, they get social inclinations and bring me on the run. Can't be helped, girlie. It's too bad." Dr. Cameron continues to rush Lilia. Bob sticks to Mary Ann out of pique and glowers at Lilia occasionally. Crowd grows noisier, cocktails aplenty, punch bowl always full. Good food, good liquor, pretty women, good-looking men, and Lilia was in the center of it all with Bill laughing like the rest, doing like the rest, and keeping what she had seen that evening in the looking glass hidden way down beneath her laughter. She played this game that meant so much to her, faultlessly, but then she had always played a compelling hand at love. She always won. People expected it. 1 o'clock. Somebody said cabaret, scrambling into raps and onto smalls, all but Lilia and Cameron. "No, Lilia, don't go there. Let's go to your house. I want to talk over something with you." "Oh, all right, Bill. What about Mary Ann? What a delightful name for a pretty girl." Uh, uh, can she spend the night with you? I had thought of leaving her where she is, but I'd feel better if she was with you." That was arranged just as Mary came running up, dragging Bob after her. "Oh, Unky, can I go to the cabaret with everyone else and Mr. McGee?" "No, oh, he doesn't want to be bothered with you. Come on, you're going to spend the night with Miss Barkman." "Oh, I'd love to take her, Bill. She's doing me a favor." Lilia smiled down in her fur collar at his tone. "Trying to punish her, eh? Wait till the bomb she was slipping under him went off. She spoke up game as he. Oh, let her go, Bill. Bob will look after her." Served him right. She'd make a nursemaid out of him for trying to be smart. So Bob was dragged away by the screamingly happy Mary Ann, and Dr. Cameron and Lilia went home. She lit the gas logs and made cocoa, and they sat down to talk. "You know, Lilia, I am so happy that you took to Mary. I want her to enjoy her school life here in New York, and you can be sort of a big sister to her. Would you have her here with you in case I can't get her into the dormitories?" "I just love it, Bill." "Gee, I'm glad that's settled. The other thing may seem sort of silly to you, but I don't know. We live by our hearts after all, don't we?" "Surely, Bill." "Well, I'm thinking of getting married again, and I have had Mary Ann since her mother died 3 years ago, and, the woman I am going to marry doesn't get on with Mary very well. Oh, she's a lovely creature otherwise, just seems to strike fire out of Mary every time they meet. Funny, isn't it? Lilia agreed that it was and laughed a little to prove that she was amused. She had a bad time of it. All she could do was to set her face in a laughing grimace and keep it that way until Bill bade her a grateful goodbye. As soon as the door closed after him, she flung herself upon the couch in the alcove beneath the lovely portrait of her as she had been. A marvelous piece of work by a painter who never became known, but would have been if he had not met Lilia Barkman just after she had fled the boredom of a small South Carolina town. Her beauty not only captured his brush, he willingly laid down his palette before the altar of love and died 2 deaths. It was a long time before the bell rang, flippantly as if the ringer was unmindful of all emotion save his own. She went to the front door slowly and saw dimly through the ground glass a double shadow. Surely Bob wasn't kissing Mary. She opened the door softly, not to spy, but because in her present mood, she didn't want to talk. Tomorrow, she would get Bob on the wire and straighten things up and get married right away, so people wouldn't think too much of seeing her and Bill together. She need not have tipped, for they never heard her. Bob was kissing Mary Ann in a full-blown fashion, and she was kissing back with all herself. Lilia went back to her couch and turned her eyes up to the fresh, young face on the canvas. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" she asked the pictured one belligerently, but the face seemed to mock her and say, "I am youth and beauty. I know nothing, feel nothing, except the things that belong to me." She heard them tiptoe into the parlor, sort of muffled giggles of ecstasy. She heard Bob's big, booming voice trying to whisper. That voice that was so magnificent, that swayed so many juries saying, "I kiss 1 little finger, 2 little finger, 3 little finger, and put on the ring. Say, I'll have to tie this big thing of mine on until tomorrow. Then Tiffany is going to fix one for Papa's kitten. Baby, tell Bobby when you found out you loved him. The very first minute you came in the door, big, brave, stupid, I was trembling 'cause I was scared you'd never see me. A big fool. I was looking somewhere else. I found out while I was helping you out of the cab at Small's. Gee, it's late, darling. I think you had better call Lilia or Miss Barkman so I can say goodnight. Tiffany's at 2. Now don't forget." Lilia called out from the couch, "I won't come in, Bob. Good night." Monkey Junk. Verse 1. And it came to pass in those days that one dwelt in the land of Harlemites who thought that he knew all the law and the prophets. 2. Also, when he arose in the morning and at noonday, his mouth flew open, and he said, "Verily, I am a wise guy. I knoweth all about women." 3. And in the cool of the evening he saith and uttereth, "I know all there is about the females. Verily, I shall not let myself be married." 4. Thus he counseled within his liver, for he was persuaded that merry maidens were like unto death for love of him. 5. But none desired him. 6. And in that same year a maiden gazeth upon his checkbook, and she coveted it. 7. Then became she coy and sweet with flattery, and he swalloweth the bait. 8. And in that same month they became man and wife. 9. Then did he make a joyful noise, saying, "Behold, I have chosen a wife, Yea, verily a maiden, I have exalted above all others, for see, I have wed her. 10. And he gave praises loudly unto the Lord, saying, I thank you that I am not as other men, stupid and blind and imposed by every female that listeth. Behold, how diligently I have sought and winnowed out the chaff from the wheat. Verily have I chosen well, and she shall be rewarded for her virtue, for I shall approve and honor her. 11. And for an year did he wooed her with his shekels, and comfort her with his checkbook, and she endured him. 12. Then did his hand grow weary of check signing, and he slackened his speed. 13. Then did his pearl of great price form the acquaintance of many men, and they prospered her. 14. Then did he wax wrathful in his heart, because other men posed the tongue in the cheek, and snickered behind the hand as he passed, saying, Verily, his hand is decorated with the horns, he that is so wise and knoweth all the law and the prophets. 16. And he chided his wife, saying, How now dost thou let others less worthy bite thy husband in the back? Verily now I am sore, and I meaneth not maybe. 17. But she answered him laughingly, saying, Speak not out of turn. Thou wast made to sign checks, not to make love signs. Go now and brawl thyself and radish. 18. Then answered he, Thy tongue doth drip sassiness, and thy tongue impudence. Know ye not that I shall leave thee? 19. But she answered him with much gall, Thou canst not do better than to go, but see that thou leave behind thee many signed checks. 20. And when he heard these things, did he gnash his teeth and sweat great hunks of sweat. 21. And he answered, Verily, I am through with thee. Thou canst not snore in my ear no more. 22. Then placeth she her hands upon the hip, and saith, Let not that lie get out, for thou art not through with me. 23. And he answered her, saying, Thou hast flirted copiously, and surely the backbiters shall sign thy checks henceforth, for I am through with thee. 24. But she answered him, Nay, thou art not through with me, for I am a darn sweet woman, and thou knowest it. Don't let that lie get out. Thou shalt never be through with me as long as thou hast books. 25. Thou art very dumb for now that I, thy husband, knoweth that thou art a flirt, making glad the heart of backbiters. I shall support thee no more, for verily I know all the law and the prophets thereof. 26. Then answered she with a great sassiness of tongue, Neither shalt not deny me thy shekels, for I shall seek them in law, yea, shall I lift up my voice, and the lawyers and judges shall hear my plea, and thou shalt pay dearly. For verily they permit no turpitudinous mamma to suffer. Selah and Amen. 27. But he laughed at her, saying, Hey, 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 many times, for verily he considered with his kidneys that he knew his rights. 28. Then went she forth to the marketplace, and sought the places that deal in fine raiment, and bought silken linen, yea, lingerie, and hosiery of fine silk, for she knew in her heart that she must sit in the seat and witness and hear testimony to things, lest she get no alimony. 29. Even of French garters bought she the finest. 30. Then hastened she away to the houses where sat Pharisees and Sadducees, and those who know the law and the prophets, and one among them was named Miles Page, him being a young man of fair countenance. 31. And she wore her fine raiment, and wept mightily as she told of her wrongs. 32. But he said unto her, Thou hast not much of a case, but I shall try it for thee, but practice not upon me, neither with tears nor with hosiery, for verily I be not a doughty juryman. Save thy raiment for the courts. 33. But her husband sought no counsel, for he said, Surely she hath sinned against me, even cheated most vehemently. Shall not the court rebuke her when I shall tell of it? For verily I know also the law. 34. Then came the office of the court, and said, Thou shalt give thy wife temporary alimony of 50 shekels until the trial cometh. 35. And he was wrathful, but he wagged the head and said, I pay now, but after the trial I shall pay no more. He that laugheth last is worth 2 in a bush. 36. And entered he boldly into the courts of law, and sat down at the trial, and his wife and her lawyer came also. 37. But he looked upon the young man and laughed, for Miles Page had yet no beard, and the husband looked upon him with scorn, even as Goliath looked upon David. 38. And the judge sat upon the high seat, and the jury sat in the box, and many came to see and to hear, and the husband rejoiced within his heart, for the multitude would hear him speak and confound the learned doctors. 39. Then called he witnesses, and they did testify that the wife was an flirt. And they sat upon the stand again, and the young Pharisee, even Page, questioned them, and verily they were steadfast. 40. Then did the husband rejoice exceedingly, and ascended the stand, and testified to his great goodness unto his spouse. 41. And when the young lawyer asked no questions, he waxed stiff-necked, for he divined that he was afraid. 42. And the young man led the wife upon the stand, and she sat upon the chair of witnesses and bare testimony. 43. And she gladdened the eyes of the jury, and the judge leaned down from his high seat and beamed upon her, for verily she was some brown. 44. And she turned soulful eyes about her, and all men yearned to fight for her. 45. Then did she testify, and cross the knees, even the silk-covered joints, and weep. For verily she spoke of great evils visited upon her. 46. And the young Pharisee questioned her gently, and the jury leaneth forward to catch every word which fell from her lips. 47. For verily her lips were worth it. 48. Then did they all glare upon the husband. Yea, the judge and jury frowned upon the wretch and would have choked him. 49. And when the testimony was finished, and she had descended from the stand, did the young man, even Miles Page, stand before the jury and exhort them. 50. Saying, when in the course of human events, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, and how come what for? And many other sayings of exceeding wiseness. 51. Then began the jury to foam at the mouth, and went the judge into sentence. Moreover, made the lawyer many gestures which, confounded the multitude, and many cried, Amen, to his sayings. 52. And when he had left off speaking, then did the jury cry out, Alimony, which being interpreted means all his jack, aplenty. 53. And the judge was pleased and said, 100 shekels per month. 54. Moreover, did he find the husband heavily for his cruelties and abuses and his witnesses for perjury. 55. Then did the multitude rejoice and say, Great is Miles Page, and mighty is the judge and jury. 56. And then did the husband rend his garments and cover his head with ashes, for he was undone. 57. But privately he went to her and said, Surely thou hast tricked me, and I am undone by thy guile. Wherefore now should I not smite thee, even mash thee in the mouth with my fist? 58. And she answered him haughtily, saying, Did I not say that thou wast a dumb cluck? Go to now, thou had better not touch this good brown skin. 59. And he full of anger spoke unto her, But I shall surely smite thee in the nose. How doth old heavy-hitting papa talk? 60. And she made answer unto him, Thou shalt surely go to the cooler, if thou stick thy rusty fist in my face, for I shall holler like a pretty white woman. 61. And he desisted, and after many days did he receive a letter saying, Go to the monkeys, thou hunk of mud, and learn things, and be wise. 62. And he returned unto Alabama to pick cotton. Selah. The Country and the Woman. Look-a here, Caroline, you ought to stop this here foolishness you got. You's in New York now. You ain't down in Florida. That's just what I say. You can get a woman out the country, but you can't get a country out the woman. The woman, Caroline Potts, in sloppy clothes and run-down shoes, was standing arrogantly akimbo at 7th Avenue and 134th Street. She was standing between her husband, Mitchell Potts, and a woman heavy-built and stylish in a Lenox Avenue way. The woman was easing on down 134th Street, away from the threatening black eyes of Caroline. Mitchell wanted to vanish too, but his wife was blocking his way. He didn't know whether to run, to fight, or to cajole, for Caroline was as temperamental as Mercury. Nobody ever knew how she would take things. Back in the Florida village from which they had migrated, Caroline Potts and her doings were the chief topics of conversation. Whatever she did was original. Mitchell was always having a side gal, and Caroline was always catching him. No one besides her husband believed that she was jealous. She had an uncultivated sense of humor. She enjoyed the situation. Men and women behaved so queerly when caught red-handed at anything. Sometimes when they expected fight, she laughed and passed on. Sometimes she thought out ingenious, embarrassing situations and engineered the two into them, with all the cruelty of the rural. Her body was wiry and tough as nails, and she could hold up her end of the argument any time in a rough and tumble with her husband, so he couldn't hope to settle things that way. All these things were in Mitchell's mind as he faced her on 7th Avenue. He saw a number of people crowding around them, and he was eager to be going. "Let's us go on home, Caroline." "You wasn't headed that way when I met you." "Yes, I was, too. I just walked a piece of the way with Lucy Taylor." "You done walked enough pieces with that woman to carry you back down home." Mitchell caught her arm cajolingly. "Oh, come on, these here folks are standing round trying to get into mine and your business." She permitted herself to be led, but before she moved, she let out, "Maybe that hussy thinks she's a big hen's biddy, but she don't lay no gobbler eggs. She might be a big cigar, but I sure can smoke her. The very next time she gets in my way, I'll kick her clothes up round her neck like a horse collar. She'll think lightning struck her all right now." All of which was very delectable to the ears of the crowd on the street, but pisen to Mitchell. He led her away to their flat in the Caribbean 40s with as much anxiety as if she had been so much trinitrotoluol. There she grew as calm as if nothing had happened, and cooked him a fine dinner, which they still spoke of as supper. After which he felt encouraged to read her a lecture on getting the country out of the woman. "Listen, Caroline, you oughtn't act like you did today. Folks up here don't run after their husbands and carrying on 'cause they sees them swapping a few jokes with another woman. You ain't down in the basement no more. You's in New York." "Swapping jokes? So you trying to jerk the wool over my eyes? New York? Huh. You's the same guy you was down home. You ain't one bit different. Ain't nothing changed but you clothes. How come you don't get yourself some more? I sure is tired of that way down in Dixie look you totes." "Who, me? Huh. I ain't studying about all these all-front and no-back colored folks up in Harlem. I toast to cash on my hip. Don't try to get away from the subject. You better get that on me if you don't want trouble out of me. I ain't nobody's fool." Mitchell jumped to his feet. "You ain't gonna show off on me in Harlem like you used to down home, carrying on and cutting the fool. I'll take my fist to you." "Yes, and if you do, I'll up with my fist and lam you so hard you'll lay an egg. Don't you get me mad, Mitchell Potts." "Well then, you stop running down women like Lucy Taylor. She's a nice woman. You just keep her name out your mouth. Fact is, you ought to be made to beg her pardon." Caroline turned from the dishpan very coolly. That was just it. Nothing seemed to stir her up. Even her anger seemed unemotional, a pretense the effort of a good performer. "I let Lucy Taylor go on home today and didn't lay the weight of my hand on her, so her egg bag ought to rest easy. But don't you nor her try to bulldoze me, 'cause if you do, you'll meet your mammy drunk. I ain't gonna talk no more." They went to bed that night full of feelings. No one could know what the paradoxical Caroline had stewing inside her, but all who ran might read the heart of Mitchell. His body was warm for Lucy Taylor, with all the ardor of a new affair. Caroline's encounter had aroused his protective instinct, too. Moreover, he was mad clear through because his vanity was injured, all by this dark brown lump of country contrariness that was lying beside him in a yellow homespun nightgown. He wanted to feel his fist crashing against her jaw and forehead and see her hitting the floor time after time, but he knew he couldn't win that way. She was too tough. Every one of their battles had ended in a draw. He thought, too, of the side gals he had had down in Florida, and how his wife had not only worsted them, but had made them all, and him, low foolish. Number 1, Daisy Miller. He had bought her shoes, that which all rural ladies of pleasure crave, and Caroline had found out and had come out to a picnic where Daisy was fluttering triumphantly and had forced her to remove the shoes before everybody and walk back to town barefoot, while Caroline rode comfortably along in her buckboard with a rawhide whip dangling significantly from her masculine fist. Daisy was laughed out of town. Number 2, Delphine Hicks. Caroline had waited for her beside the church steps one first Sunday, big meeting day, and had thrown her to the ground and robbed the abashed vampire of her underthings. Billowy underclothes were the fashion, and in addition, Delphine was large. Caroline had seen fit to have her pony make the homeward trip with his hindquarters thrust into Delphine's ravished clothes. Number 3. She had removed a hat from the head of Della Clark and had cleared her throat raucously and spat into it. She had then forced Della to put it back up on her head and wear it all during the big Oddfellows barbecue and log rolling. Mitchell thought, and his heart hardened. Everybody in the country cut the fool over husbands and wives. Violence was the rule. But he was in New York, and just let her start something. Mitchell had changed. He loved Caroline in a way, but he wanted his fling too. The country had cramped his style, but Harlem was big. Caroline couldn't keep up with him here. He looked the big town and tried hard to act it. After work, he affected 7th Avenue corners in a man-about-town air. Silk Shebas, too. No cotton underwear for him. Time went past in weekly chunks, and Caroline said nothing more, and so Mitchell decided she had forgotten. He told the men at work about it, and they all laughed and confessed the same sort of affairs, but they all added that their wives paid no attention. Man, you ought to make her stop that foolishness. She's up north now. Make her know it. Mitchell felt vindicated and saw Lucy Taylor with greater frequency. Much silk underwear passed under the bridge, and there was talk of a fur coat for Thanksgiving. But he had ceased to meet her in 134th Street. They switched to 132nd between 7th and Lenox. Whenever they passed his friends before the pool room at 132nd and 7th, the men acted wisely, unknowing Caroline would never find out through them, surely. One Saturday, near the middle of November, late in the afternoon, Mitchell strolled into the pool room in the Lafayette building with a natural muskrat coat over his arm. "Hi, Mitch," a friend hailed him. "I see you got the herbs with you. Must be putting it over on your lifetime loudspeaker. You talking out of turn, big boy. Come on outside." They went out on the sidewalk. "Say, Mitch, I didn't know you had it in you. You're a real big-timer. What's become of your wife lately?" Mitchell couldn't resist a little swagger after the admiration in his friend's voice. He held up the coat for inspection. "Smoke it over, kid. What you think of it? Set me back 100 smackers, that. Boy, it's there. Wife or your sweet stuff? You know it's for Lucy. That wife of mine don't need no coat like this. But man, I sure done tamed her. She don't dare stick her paddle in my boat no more. Done got some of that country out of her." "I'm glad to hear that, 'cause there ain't no more like her nowheres. No, sir. Folks like her comes one at a time, like lawyer going to heaven. Well, any of 'em will cool down after I massage their jaw with my African soup bone, yes, sir. I knocks 'em into a good humor." Mitchell lied boldly. "Here come Lucy now. Oh, boy, she sure is propaganda. I'll say she's red hot. She just won't don't for the red light." She came up smiling coyly as she noticed, in the order of their importance to her: the new fur coat, Mitchell's nifty suit, and Mitchell. "Well, so long, Tweety. See you in the funny papers." "So long, Mitch. I'll pick you up off the junk pile." Lucy and the fur-bearing Mitchell strolled off down 132nd Street. It was nearly sundown, and the sidewalk was becoming crowded. About 20 minutes later, the loungers were amazed to see a woman on 7th Avenue strolling leisurely along with an axe over her shoulder. Tweety recognized Caroline and grew cold. Somehow she had found out and was in pursuit, with an axe. He grew cold with fear for Mitchell, but he hadn't the least idea which of the brownstone fronts hid the lovers. He tried to stop Caroline with conversation. "Howdy do, Mrs. Potts, going to chop some wood?" Very unemotionally, "I spec so." "Ha ha, you forgot you ain't back down south, don't you?" "Nope, they's wood to be chopped up north, too." And she passed on, leaving the corner agog. "Somebody ought to have stopped her. That female clodhopper's gonna split Mitch's head, and he's a good scout. We ought to call the police. Somebody ought to overtake her and take that axe away." Who, for instance? So it rested there. No one felt like trying to take an axe away from Caroline. She went on, and they waited, full of anxiety. A few minutes later, they saw her returning just as leisurely, her wire frame wrapped in the loose folds of a natural muskrat coat. Over her shoulder, like a Roman lictor, she bore the axe, and from the head of it hung the trousers of Mitchell's natty suit, the belt buckle clacking a little in the breeze. It was nearly 5 weeks, long after Thanksgiving, before the coroner saw Mitchell again, and then he seemed a bit shy and diffident. "Say, Mitch, where you been so long, and how's your sweet stuff making it?" "Oh, Lucy? I ain't seen her since the last time." "How come? Y'all ain't mad?" "No, it's that wife of mine. I can't get the country out that woman. Let's go somewhere and get a drink." The Gilded Six Bits. It was a Negro yard around a Negro house in a Negro settlement that looked to the payroll of the G&G Fertilizer Works for its support. But there was something happy about the place. The front yard was parted in the middle by a sidewalk from gate to doorstep. A sidewalk edged on either side by quart bottles driven neck down into the ground on a slant. A mess of homey flowers planted without a plan, but blooming cheerily from their helter-skelter places. The fence and house were whitewashed, the porch and steps scrubbed white. The front door stood open to the sunshine so that the floor of the front room could finish drying after its weekly scouring. It was Saturday. Everything clean, from the front gate to the privy house. Yard raked so that the strokes of the rake would make a pattern. Fresh newspaper cut in fancy edge on the kitchen shelves. Missy May was bathing herself in the galvanized wash tub in the bedroom. Her dark brown skin glistened under the soap suds that skittered down from her wash rag. Her stiff young breasts thrust forward aggressively like broad-based combs with the tips lacquered in black. She heard men's voices in the distance and glanced at the dollar clock on the dresser. I'm way behind time today. Joe gonna be here before I get my clothes on if I don't make haste." She grabbed a clean meal sack at hand and dried herself hurriedly and began to dress. But before she could tie her slippers, there came the ring of singing metal on wood, 9 times. Missy May grinned with delight. She had not seen the big tall man come stealing in the gate and creep up the walk, grinning happily at the joyful mischief he was about to commit. But she knew that it was her husband, throwing silver dollars in the door for her to pick up and piled beside her plate at dinner. It was this way every Saturday afternoon. The $9 hurled into the open door. He scurried to a hiding place behind the Cape Jasmine bush and waited. Missy May promptly appeared at the door in mock alarm. "Who that chunkin' money in my doorway?" she demanded. No answer from the yard. She leaped off the porch and began to search the shrubbery. She peeped under the porch and hung over the gate to look up and down the road. While she did this, the man behind the jasmine darted to the chinaberry tree. She spied him and gave chase. "Nobody ain't gonna be chunking money at me, and I not doing nothing," she shouted in mock anger. He ran around the house with Missy May at his heels. She overtook him at the kitchen door. He ran inside but could not close it after him before she crowded in and locked with him in a rough and tumble. For several minutes, the two were a furious mass of male and female energy, shouting, laughing, twisting, turning, tussling, tickling each other in the ribs, Missy May clutching onto Joe, and Joe trying, but not too hard, to get away. "Missy May, take your hand out my pocket," Joe shouted out between laughs. "I ain't Joe. Not lessen you gwine give me whatever it is good you got in your pocket. Turn it go, Joe. Do I tear your clothes? Gon' tear 'em. You the one that pushes the needles around here. Move your hand, Missy May. Let me get that paper sack out your pocket. I bet it's Candy Kisses. 'Tain't. Move your hand. Woman ain't got no business in a man's clothes nohow. Go away." Missy May gouged way down and gave an upward jerk in triumph. "Uh-huh, I got it. It 'tis so, Candy Kisses. I knowed you had some for me in your clothes. Now I got to see what's in every pocket you got." Joe smiled indulgently and let his wife go through all of his pockets and take out the things that he had hidden there for her to find. She bore off the chewing gum, the cake of sweet soap, the pocket handkerchief, as if she had wrested them from him, as if they had not been bought for the sake of this friendly battle. "Whew, that play fight done got me all warmed up," Joe exclaimed. "Got me some water in the kettle?" "Your water is on the fire, and your clean things is across the bed. Hurry up and wash yourself and get changed so we can eat. I'm hungry." As Missy said this, she bore the steaming kettle into the bedroom. "You ain't hungry, sugar," Joe contradicted her. "You's just a little empty. I'm the one what's hungry. I could eat up camp meeting, back off association, and drink Jordan dry. Have it on the table when I get out the tub. Don't you mess with my business, man. You get in your clothes. I'm a real wife, not no dress and breath. I may not look like one, but if you burn me, you won't get a thing but wife ashes." Joe splashed in the bedroom, and Missy May fanned around in the kitchen. A fresh red and white checked cloth on the table. Big pitcher of buttermilk beaded with pale drops of butter from the churn. Hot fried mullet, crackling bread, ham hock atop a mound of string beans and new potatoes, and perched on the windowsill, a pone of spicy potato pudding. Very little talk during the meal, but that little consisted of banter that pretended to deny affection, but in reality flaunted it. Like when Missy May reached for a second helping of the tater pone, Joe snatched it out of her reach. After Missy May had made 2 or 3 unsuccessful grabs at the pan, she begged, "Oh, Joe, give me some more that tater pone." "Nope, sweetening is for us men folks. Y'all pretty little frail eels don't need nothing like this. You too sweet already. Please, Joe." No. I don't want you to get no sweeter than what you is already. We going down the road a little piece tonight, so you go put on your Sunday go to meeting things." Missy May looked at her husband to see if he was playing some prank. "Shown up, Joe?" "Yeah, we going to the ice cream parlor." "Where the ice cream parlor at, Joe?" "A new man done come in from Chicago, and he done got a place and took and opened it up for an ice cream parlor, and being as it's real swell, I want you to be one of the first ladies to walk in there and have some set down." "Dude, Jesus, I ain't know nothing about it. Who the man done it?" "Mr. Otis D. Slimmons of Spots and Places, Memphis, Chicago, Jacksonville, Philadelphia, and so on." "That heavy-set man with his mouth full of gold teethers?" "Yeah. Where'd you see him at?" I went down to the store to get a box of lye and I seen him standing on the corner talking to some of the men's. And I come on back and went to scrubbing the floor and he passed and tipped his hat whilst I was scouring the steps. I thought I'd never seen him before. Joe smiled pleasantly. Yeah, he's up to date. He got the finest clothes I ever seen on a colored man's back. Oh, he don't look no better than his clothes than you do in yourn. He got a puzzle gut on him, and he's so chuckle-headed he got a pone behind his neck. Joe looked down at his own abdomen and said wistfully, Wish I had a build on me like he got. He ain't puzzle-gutted, honey. He just got a corporation. That make him look like a rich white man. All rich men's has got some belly on 'em. I seen the pictures of Henry Ford, and he's a spare-built man, and Rockefeller look like he ain't got but one gut. But Ford and Rockefeller and his Slimmons and all the rest can be as many gutted as they please. I'm satisfied with you just like you is, baby. God took pattern after a pine tree and built you noble. You's a pretty man, and if I'd known any way to make you more pretty, still, I'd take and do it. Joe reached over gently and toyed with Missy May's ear. You just say that 'cause you love me. But I know I can't hold no light to Otis D. Slimmons. I ain't never been nowhere, and I ain't got nothing but you. Missy May got on his lap and kissed him, and he kissed back in kind. Then he went on, all the women's is crazy about him everywhere he go. How you know that, Joe? He told us so hisself. That don't make it so. His mouth is cut crossways, ain't it? Well, he can lie just like anybody else. Good Lord, Missy. You women sure is hard to sense into things. He's got a $5 gold piece for a stick pin, and he got a $10 gold piece on his watch chain, and his mouth is just crammed full of gold teethers. Sure wish it was mine. And what make it so cool, he got money accumulated, and women's give it all to him. I don't see what the women see on him. I wouldn't give him a wink if the sheriff was after him. Well, he told us how the white women's in Chicago give him all that gold money, so he don't allow nobody to touch it at all. Not even put their finger on it. They told him not to. You can make myration at it, but don't touch it. Why'd he stay up there where they so crazy about him? I reckon they done made him vast rich and he wants to travel some. He said they wouldn't leave him hit a liquor work. He got more lady people crazy about him than he can shake a stick at. Joe, I hates to see you so dumb. That straight nigga just tell y'all anything, y'all believe it. Go ahead on now, honey, and put on your clothes. He talking about his pretty women's. I want him to see mine. Missy May went off to dress, and Joe spent the time trying to make his stomach punch out like Slimmon's middle. He tried the rolling swagger of the stranger, but found that his tall bone and muscle stride fitted ill with it. He just had time to drop back into his seat before Missy May came in dressed to go. On the way home that night, Joe was exultant. Didn't I say old Otis was swell? Can't he talk Chicago talk? Wasn't that funny? What he said when great big fat old Ida Armstrong come in? He asked me, who is that broad with the 40 shake? That's a new word. Us always thought 40 was a set of figures, but he showed us where it means a whole heap of things. Sometimes he don't say 40, he just say 38 and 2, and that mean the same thing. Know what he told me when I was paying for our ice cream? He said, I have to hand it to you, Joe. That wife of yours is just 38 and 2. Yes, sir, she's 40. Ain't he killing? He'll do in case of a rush. But he sure is got a heap of gold on him. That's the first time I ever see gold money. It looked good on him, sure enough, but it'll look a whole heap better on you. Who, me? Missy May you's crazy. Where would a poor man like me get gold money from? Missy May was silent for a minute. Then she said, us might find some going along the road sometime. Us could. Who would be losing gold money round here? We ain't seen none of these white folks wearing no gold money on their watch chain. You must be figuring Mr. Packard or Mr. Cadillac gonna pass through here. You don't know what been lost round here. Maybe somebody way back in memorial times lost their gold money and went on off, and it ain't never been found. And then if we was to find it, you could wear some without having no gang of women's like that Slimmins say he got. Joe laughed and hugged her. Don't be wishful about me. I'm satisfied the way I is, so long as I be your husband. I don't care about nothing else. I'd rather all the other women in the world to be dead than for you to have the toothache. Let's we go to bed and get our night rest. It was Saturday night once more before Joe could parade his wife in Slimmons's ice cream parlor again. He worked the night shift, and Saturday was his only night off. Every other evening around 6 o'clock he left home, and dying dawn saw him hustling home around the lake, where the challenging sun flung a flaming sword from east to west across the trembling water. That was the best part of life, going home to Missy May. Their whitewashed house, the mock battle on Saturday, the dinner and ice cream parlor afterwards, church on Sunday, nights when Missy outdressed any woman in town, everything was right. One night around 11, the acid ran out at the G&G. The foreman knocked off the crew and let the steam die down. As Joe rounded the lake on his way home, a lean moon rode the lake in a silver boat. If anybody had asked Joe about the moon on the lake, he would have said he hadn't paid it any attention. But he saw it with his feelings. It made him yearn painfully for Missy. Creation obsessed him. He thought about children. They had been married more than a year now. They had money put away. They ought to be making little feet for shoes. A little boy child would be about right. He saw a dim light in the bedroom and decided to come in through the kitchen door. He could wash the fertilizer dust off himself before presenting himself to Missy May. It would be nice for her not to know that he was there until he slipped into his place in bed and hugged her back. She always liked that. He eased the kitchen door open slowly and silently, but when he went to set his dinner bucket on the table, he bumped into a pile of dishes and something crashed to the floor. He heard his wife gasp in fright and hurried to reassure her. "It's me, honey. Don't get scared." There was a quick, large movement in the bedroom. A rustle, a thud, and a stealthy silence. The light went out. What? Robbers, murderers, some varmint attacking his helpless wife? Perhaps he struck a match, threw himself on guard, and stepped over the door sill into the bedroom. The great belt on the wheel of time slipped, and eternity stood still. By the matchlight, he could see the man's legs fighting with his breeches in his frantic desire to get them on. He had both chance and time to kill the intruder in his helpless condition, half in and half out of his pants, but he was too weak to take action. The shapeless enemies of humanity that lived in the hours of time had waylaid Joe. He was assaulted in his weakness, like Samson awakening after his haircut. So he just opened his mouth and laughed. The match went out, and he struck another and lit the lamp. A howling wind raced across his heart, but underneath its fury, he heard his wife sobbing and Slimmons pleading for his life, offering to buy it with all that he had. "Please, sir, don't kill me. $62 at the store, gold money." Joe just stood. Slimmons looked at the window, but it was screened. Joe stood out like a rough-backed mountain between him and the door, barring him from escape, from sunrise, from life. He considered a surprise attack up on the big clown that stood there laughing like a chessy cat. But before his fist could travel an inch, Joe's own rushed out to crush him like a battering ram. Then Joe stood over him. "Get into your damn rag, Slimmons, and that quick." Slimmons scrambled to his feet and into his vest and coat. As he grabbed his hat, Joe's fury overrode his intentions, and he grabbed at Slimmons with his left hand and struck him with his right. The right landed, the left grazed the front of his vest. Slimmons was knocked a somersault into the kitchen and fled through the open door. Joe found himself alone with Missy May, with the golden watch charm clutched in his left fist. A short bit of broken chain dangled between his fingers. Missy May was sobbing, wails of weeping without words. Joe stood, and after a while he found out that he had something in his hand. And then he stood and felt without thinking and without seeing with his natural eyes. Missy May kept on crying, and Joe kept on feeling so much and not knowing what to do with all his feelings. He put Slimmons's watch charm in his pants pocket and took a good laugh and went to bed. "Missy May, what you crying for?" "'Cause I love you so hard, and I know you don't love me no more." Joe sank his face into the pillow for a spell. Then he said huskily, "You don't know the feelings of that yet, Missy May." "Oh, Joe, honey, he said he was gonna give me that gold money and he just kept on after me." Joe was very still and silent for a long time. Then he said, "Well, don't cry no more, Missy May. I got your gold piece for you." The hours went past on their rusty ankles. Joe still and quiet on one bed rail, and Missy May wrung dry of sobs on the other. Finally, the sun's tide crept upon the shore of night and drowned all its hours. Missy May, with her face stiff and streaked towards the window, saw the dawn come into her yard. It was day. Nothing more. Joe wouldn't be coming home as usual. No need to fling open the front door and sweep off the porch, making it nice for Joe. Never no more breakfast to cook, no more washing and starching of Joe's jumper jackets and pants. No more nothing. So why get up? With this strange man in her bed, she felt embarrassed to get up and dress. She decided to wait till he had dressed and gone. Then she would get up, dress quickly, and be gone forever beyond reach of Joe's looks and laughs. But he never moved. Red light turned to yellow, then white. From beyond the no man's land, between them, came a voice. A strange voice that yesterday had been Joe's. "Missy May, ain't you gonna fix me no breakfast?" She sprang out of the bed. "Yeah, Joe, I didn't reckon you was hungry." No need to die today. Joe needed her for a few more minutes anyhow. Soon there was a roaring fire in the cook stove, water bucket full and 2 chickens killed. Joe loved fried chicken and rice. She didn't deserve a thing, and good Joe was letting her cook him some breakfast. She rushed hot biscuits to the table as Joe took his seat. He ate with his eyes in his plate. No laughter, no banter. "Missy May, you ain't eating your breakfast." "I don't choose none. I thank you." His coffee cup was empty. She sprang to refill it. When she turned from the stove and bent to set the cup beside Joe's plate, she saw the yellow coin on the table between them. She slumped into her seat and wept into her arms. Presently Joe said calmly, "Missy May, you cry too much. Don't look back like Lot's wife and turn to salt." The sun, the hero of every day, the impersonal old man that beams as brightly on death as on birth, came up every morning and raced across the blue dome and dipped into the sea of fire every evening. Water ran downhill and birds nested. Missy knew why she didn't leave Joe. She couldn't. She loved him too much. But she could not understand why Joe didn't leave her. He was polite, even kind at times, but aloof. There were no more Saturday romps, no ringing silver dollars to stack beside her plate, no pockets to rifle. In fact, the yellow coin in his trousers was like a monster hiding in the cave of his pockets to destroy her. She often wondered if he still had it, but nothing could have induced her to ask, nor yet to explore his pockets to see for herself. Its shadow was in the house, whether or no. One night, Joe came home around midnight and complained of pains in the back. He asked Missy to rub him down with liniment. It had been 3 months since Missy had touched his body, and it all seemed strange. But she rubbed him, grateful for the chance. Before morning, youth triumphed and Missy exulted. But the next day, as she joyfully made up their bed, beneath her pillow, she found the piece of money with a bit of chain attached. Alone to herself, she looked at the thing with loathing, but look she must. She took it into her hands with trembling and saw, first thing, that it was no gold piece. It was a gilded $50. Then she knew why Slimmons had forbidden anyone to touch his gold. He trusted village eyes at a distance not to recognize his stick pin as a gilded quarter and his watch charm as a 4-bit piece. She was glad at first that Joe had left it there. Perhaps he was through with her punishment. They were man and wife again. Then another thought came clawing at her. He had come home to buy from her as if she were any woman in the longhouse. 50 cents for her love, as if to say that he could pay as well as Slimmons. She slid the coin into his Sunday pants pocket and dressed herself and left his house. Halfway between her house and the quarters, she met her husband's mother, and after a short talk, she turned and went back home. Never would she admit defeat to that woman who prayed for it nightly. If she had not the substance of marriage, she had the outside shell. Joe must leave her. She let him see she didn't want his old gold 4-bits too. She saw no more of the coin for some time, though she knew Joe could not help finding it in his pocket. But his health kept poor, and he came home at least every 10 days to be rubbed. The sun swept around the horizon, trailing its robes of weeks and days. One morning, as Joe came in from work, he found Missy May chopping wood. Without a word, he took the axe and chopped a huge pile before he stopped. "You ain't got no business chopping wood, and you know it." "How come? I've been chopping it for the longest." "I ain't blind. You making feet for shoes." "Won't you be glad to have a little baby child, Joe?" "You know that without asking me." "It's gonna be a boy child, and the bear spit at you." "You reckon, Missy May?" "Who else could it look like?" Joe said nothing, but he thrust his hand deep into his pocket and fingered something there. It was almost 6 months later. Missy May took to bed, and Joe went and got his mother to come wait on the house. Missy May was delivered of a fine boy. Her travail was over when Joe came in from work one morning. His mother and the old women were drinking great bowls of coffee around the fire in the kitchen. The minute Joe came into the room, his mother called him aside. "How did Missy May make out?" he asked quickly. "Who? That gal? She's strong as a ox. She gonna have plenty more. We done fixed her with the sugar and lard to sweeten her for the next one." Joe stood silent a while. "You ain't asked about the baby, Joe. You ought to be mighty proud, 'cause he sure is the spitting image of your son. That's yourn, all right. If you never get another one, that'n is yourn. And you know I'm mighty proud too, son, 'cause I never thought well of you marrying Missy May, 'cause her ma used to fan her foot round right smart, and I been mighty scared that Missy May was going to get misput on her road." Joe said nothing. He fooled around the house till late in the day. Then just before he went to work, he went and stood at the front of the bed and asked his wife how she felt. He did this every day during the week. On Saturday, he went to Orlando to make his market. It had been a long time since he had done that. Meat and lard, meal and flour, soap and starch, cans of corn and tomatoes, all the staples. He fooled around town for a while and bought bananas and apples. Way after while, he went around to the candy store. "Hello, Joe," the clerk greeted him. "Ain't seen you in a long time." "Nope, I ain't been here. Been round in spots and places." "Want some of them molasses kisses you always buy?" "Yes, sir." He threw the gilded $50 on the counter. "Will that spin?" "What is it, Joe?" "Well, I'll be doggone. A gold-plated 4-bit piece? Where'd you get it, Joe?" "Off'n a stray nigger that come through Eatonville." He had it on his watch chain for a charm, going around making out his gold money. Ha ha! He had a quarter on his tie pin and it was all golded up too, trying to fool people, making out he's so rich and everything. Ha ha! Trying to toll off folks' wives from home. "How'd you get it, Joe? Did he fool you too?" "Who, me? No, sir. He ain't fooled me none. Know what I done? He come round me with his smart talk. I hauled off and knocked him down and took his old 4-bits away from him. Gonna buy my wife some good old lasses kisses with it. Give me 50 cents worth of them candy kisses." 50 cents buys a mighty lot of candy kisses, Joe. Why don't you split it up and take some chocolate bars, too? They eat good, too." "Yes, sir, they do, but I wants all that in kisses. I got a little boy child home now. 'Tain't a week old yet, but he can suck a sugar tit and maybe eat one of them kisses himself." Joe got his candy and left the store. The clerk turned to the next customer. "Wish I could be like those darkies, laughing all the time. Nothing worries 'em." Back in Eatonville, Joe reached his own front door. There was the ring of singing metal on wood, 15 times. Missy May couldn't run to the door, but she crept there as quickly as she could. "Joe Banks, I hear you chunking money in my doorway. You wait till I get my strength back, and I'm gonna fix you for that." She-Rock. 1. Hiram offereth Oscar a job in Harlem. And 7. Oscar answereth him, and complaineth that his wife is strong of mind and arm. 14. Hiram showeth Oscar a way of escape, and Oscar accepteth it. 19. Caroline casteth down their plan, and goeth to Babylon with them. 26. Hiram comforteth Oscar. 28. Oscar goeth hot cha-cha. 30. Ethel Waters prophesieth in Babylon, and Oscar hearkeneth unto her. 34. He meeteth a damsel who changeth his name to Gang. He pranceth with her, and is glad. 36. Caroline saith nothing, and Oscar singeth of his triumph. 38. Oscar buyeth his Sheba a fur coat. 40. Caroline findeth mouth paint, and accuseth Oscar. 42. He bawleth her out, and departeth to the feast of Thanksgiving. 46. Caroline cometh with an axe, and breaketh up the party. 57. Oscar resolveth to return to Sanford. 59. Hiram inquireth of him, and is answered. Verse 1. The word came to Hiram, son of Mims, in Sanford, which lieth near Orlando, in Florida, saying, 2. Arise, hitch up thy breeches, and go unto thy brother, the same which is called Oscar, and dwelleth nigh thee. 3. And when thou comest to his house, thou shalt say unto him, Thus saith Mr. Charlie, the same which hireth me and many others, Behold, he hath covenanted with kings and princes in great Babylon, that mother of the Empire State Building, and divers other towers. 4. And he hath made writings with them, that he shall do thus, and thus that they may pay him many shekels, and the princes of Babylon hath answered him, Yea. 5. Now therefore requireth he many men of weak brains and strong backs, such as thou art, that he may perform his vows unto the princes that sit in Wall Street. 6. If thou wilt go with us, open thy mouth, and speak, so shall he enter thy name upon the scroll of them that toteth brick and beareth the hod upon the shoulder. 7. Then did Oscar the brother of Hiram speak and answer him, saying, Yea, verily my soul cleaveth to that city upon the Hudson, and my feet yearneth to journey thither. But lo, thou knowest that I be married unto a woman called Caroline. 8. Yea, likewise thou knowest that she beeth an oppressive female, that lifteth her voice in all things, and prevaileth against me. 9. Behold, how she crieth not like unto other women when I strive against her with mine fists. Nay, she weepeth not, but verily taketh stove wood in the left hand, and weighteth the right hand with iron, and smiteth me hip and thigh. 10. Then spake Hiram and answered, All these things have been revealed unto me. Did I not behold thee fleeing before her in the evenings, and humbling thyself in the mornings? 11. Know thou not that thou hast divorce in thy heel? Who shall find thee in great Babylon? Who shall discover thy hiding place in Harlem? 12. But Oscar was afraid and said, Even so, she shall find me. It hath become a saying in the streets of Sanford, Oscar loveth many women, but Caroline findeth him ever, and lifteth up her mighty hand. 13. Therefore have I likened her unto iron, and compared her unto a stone, saying, Lo, I am married unto an she-rock. It hath become a saying in the streets of Sanford, and a mockery in the high places thereof. 14. Then strove Hiram with Oscar mightily, for he would that his brother depart from his wife, unknowing unto her, and sojourn into the city of Babylon, saying thus, Shalt thou escape her, and love women as thy heart wills, seeing she is opposed to thy desires. 15. So he prevailed over his brother Oscar, and Oscar said him yea. Thus drank he many fingers of moonshine, and swallowed much coon-dick. For it is written that corn giveth courage to the soul, but coon-dick maketh glad the heart. 16. Therefore on the 6th day departed Oscar with all his goods, yea, verily his belts and breeches with the shirts of many colors, and cometh to the dwelling of Hiram, that they might set out upon the journey together. 17. Then rejoiced they among themselves, and said, God is with us. Now shall Oscar rejoice in his singleness upon the railroad and dance without Caroline in Harlem. Yea, verily, the she-rock is swallowed up in loneliness. The immovable woman shall be desolate. 18. Let it not be sung in the streets of Sanford that Caroline prevailed over Oscar forever, for he shall cherish divers women in Harlem, while she of great strength waileth in Sanford. Selah. 19. But when they cometh to the railroad station, where meeteth the great behemoths of steel that bloweth out smoke from the nostrils, whose belly is full of steam. 20. There sitteth Caroline, there before them. She hath also borne with her baggage for a great journey. 21. Then would Oscar have fled, but he was so afraid, neither asked he of her, Woman, what doest thou here? 22. Likewise said she nothing to anyone, for she be a woman of exceedingly few words. But she sat before her baggage, and chewed mightily upon the gum that was between her jaws. Yea, verily, she smacked vehemently upon it, and gazed upon Oscar as upon a stone, and his liver turned to water within him. 23. And when approached he that was called Captain, and inquireth of them, saying, What woman is that sitteth with thee? Behold, her name is not upon the scroll. 24. Then answereth Oscar, The same is my wife. She goeth with us also, or else. 25. Else what? Captain inquired of him, but he shook his head sadly, and answered him not. 26. But Hiram cometh to him on the train, and saith, Be of good cheer. For though she goeth with thee to Babylon, even she cannot keep check upon thee in Harlem. Verily the houses beeth too many. The streets also are numerous and of great length. Thou shalt find great multitudes of damsels, yea, frail eels of great beauty, and they shall gladden thy heart. She shall see thee only at thy comings in from labor and goings out to pleasures. 27. And Oscar answered him, Amen. 28. When cometh they unto the city called Babylon, by some and by other Baghdad upon the subway, then stood Oscar in the highway continually, and many knew him, and taught him, saying, 29. Put off thy ways of Sanford, Florida, and hearken unto Harlem. And he hearkened. 30. And in those days came the voice of the prophetess at the waters, who prophesied in Harlem, and in Philadelphia, and in divers other cities, crying, Hear, O ye sons and daughters of Ham and Hagar, shake that thing. Yea, verily, I grow sick and wearying of advising you to shake that thing. How long must I yet say up? The hour is upon you. Shake that thing. Yea, behold, it is shaken in Georgia, and shivered exceedingly in Memphis, yet already hath Uncle John, who is full of years and reigneth over Jelly Roll, hath he a hump in his back occasioned by exceeding great number of shakings. Go thou, and do likewise. 31. And the multitudes hearkened unto the voice of the prophetess, and arose as one man, and shook with many shakings. 32. Yea, shook the fat with the lean, the rich with the poor, the aged with the young. Verily, was there not a shaking like unto this before, nor after it. 33. And Oscar hastened from one place unto another, hearkening unto the words of the prophetess. 34. Cometh he to one female who beheld him smiting the pocketbook grievously, and saith unto him, Verily, thou art caliente, which being interpreted meaneth hot, and the saying pleased Oscar. 35. Also saith she, Thy prowess is like unto the prowess of 10 men, and henceforth Thy name shall be Gang. And this also made glad the heart of Oscar. And she smote upon his pocket as David smote upon the harp. Then she said unto Oscar, Truly thy name shall be Daddy also, which being interpreted meaneth Gimme. And it was so. 36. And to all the goings out and comings in saith Caroline not one word. Thus was it said by Oscar unto his brother. 37. Surely Babylon hath confounded the mighty, and laid waste the strength of the rock. Therefore will I smite the ukulele and sing a song of triumph. The heart of Oscar is made glad, the son of Mims. For lo, he would have fled from before the she-rock, but she pursued and overthrew him. His heart was as dust. His soul yearned for softness, yet was he yoked unto a stone. But Babylon hath made humble the smiting woman of Sanford. Yea, its towers and its hot mammas hath undone the haughty. She is silent, and her mind made broad. The anointed of the Lord hath waited his hour, for wisdom hath said, 5 years are not too long for a condor to wear a ruffled shirt. Her strength is departed. If the frog hath wings, so that he no longer bumpeth his hips upon the ground. If the frog hath hip pockets, then would he tote a pistol that the snakes dare not eat him. Then shall the strength of Caroline return. Go to, Oscar, son of Mims, and buy thy mamma a seal-skin coat, as she hath begged of thee. The mind of Caroline is made broad, the way is made straight. Therefore, in August, did Oscar put up a coat for her that calleth him Daddy, that it might be fully paid when the feast of Thanksgiving drew nigh, and it was so. Thanksgiving was fully come did Oscar take the coat from the merchant and bear it to the house of his brother, saying, 3 days hence we celebrate the feast. Then shall I give unto my slick Sheba the gift. Let it abide with thee until then. 40. Caroline knoweth all these things from signs and revelations, but she held her peace. Also many days had she followed the steps of her husband, and knew where he wenteth, and what he did there. 41. And behold, he sat with her the day before the feast whilst she washeth his shirts. And she saith unto him, Oscar, thou hast another woman besides me. Then he arose in his place and rebuked her, saying, 42. Thou art untruthful, thou woman, with the pepper patch upon thy head. 43. But she strove with him, saying, Surely it is so. Behold, here is mouth paint upon thy collar. And if she be so nigh unto thee as to wipe her mouth upon the collar of thy shirt, she knoweth thee well. 44. Then he grew wrath, and departed, saying, This be great Babylon, not Sanford. Moreover, thou art no tea for my fever, neither art thou a BC for my headache. Go to, cook thyself radish. Behold, and see thou art still Sanford, while I am Harlem. 45. Then straightway he departed, and took the coat of seal's slander, and bore it unto whom it was promised. And they made merry with corn and with chicken, both the bosom and the hip thereof. 46. And in the midst of their rejoicing, there cometh blows upon the door. Yea, great smitings upon the lock thereof, like the grumbling of thunder. 47. And the people who were in the apartment with them fled, saying, Surely the law desireth admittance. So they departed by the fire escape. 48. But Oscar abode in the place with her who called him Daddy, saying, If such knocking should come upon a door in Sanford, wherein I tarried, I would arise and flee, even in these pajamas, for my soul would say, It is Caroline. 49. But no woman beareth the axe in Babylon. Let us feast yet more before we journey to the show. 50. Then cometh yet other blows that breaketh the lock and shattereth the door in pieces. And Oscar poketh his head out of the bedroom door, and behold, Caroline standeth before him. 51. And when he would have withdrawn his head into the bedroom and shut tight the door, Caroline thrust forth the axe and prevented him. 52. And when she had fully come into the room, he fled out by the window and took his way home by taxi chariot that the people in the streets might not mock him. 53. Then did Caroline stand before the sweet mamma and smack her cheek and thigh. Yea, verily, she smote her exceeding with the fist and mocked her, saying, 54. Tell it not on 7th Avenue, and speak it not before the Lafayette, that thou knowest not why I socketh thee. A smart gal of Babylon like unto thee will be bound to know. 55. So saying, she collected the coat and pants of her husband, with the shoes and shirt thereof, and added also the new coat of furs upon the axe handle, and departed out of that house, and took her away. 56. Then did the people laugh, and say he fled away in pajamas, but his wife bringeth home the bacon with the axe. 57. And when many days had passed, and Oscar smiled not at his labors, nor made merry with his mamma, did Hiram question him, saying, Oscar, son of my mother, what grieveth thee? 58. And Oscar answered him, I go and return unto Sanford, yea. 59. Then Hiram inquired again, Dost thou not love Babylon and the frails thereof? Why returnest thou to Sanford? Oscar answered him, 60. Verily, love I the city of Babylon and all the women therein, but it is written, a man shall possess a wife of exceeding broad-mindedness, else he cannot come at the essence of the thing. Then Hiram inquired of him, 61. Didst thou not say unto me at divers times that thou had taught wisdom to the heathen and made broad the mind of Caroline? 62. Then did Oscar answer him sorrowfully and say, Yea, in my folly did I open my mouth and boast that I had made wise the simple and made broad the mind of her that was narrow. 63. But hearken unto my voice and give ear to my teaching. 64. She that toldeth the axe in Babylon is narrow of mind, and she that smiteth locks is of little faith. 65. Therefore, what profiteth a man if he stand among a multitude of sweet ones, if it be forbidden that he possess even one? 66. For lo, the mind of Caroline hath not been broadened, and her head hath not learned a darn thing. Selah. The Fire and the Cloud. Moses sat upon his new-made grave on Mount Nebo. His back stooped wearily, but his strong gaze leaped the Jordan and traveled over the land of Canaan. A lizard popped out of a hole under a rock directly before Moses. Good morning, O brother of insufficient walking legs. I find you at waking where I left you at sunrest. So the reptile greeted Moses. With his eyes still in Canaan, Moses answered, Ah, yes, little kin, who uses all his legs for walking. The labor has been long. This is the 30th day that I have sojourned upon this mountain. He waved at the mound of stone. Behold, friend, it is finished. From the top of a low bush near the left foot of Moses, the lizard studied the work. It is good, but you have been a long time in the building of your nest. Your female must be near death from retaining her eggs. No fecund female awaits this labor. A male alone? A male alone. Perhaps you are a widower also. It is very sad, but you must know that fat lizards have many sudden striking enemies. A tear dewed the leaf beneath him. I am alone, O lizard, because I am alone. The lizard felt that Moses' answer lacked reason, and he would have taught him how to make answer as do the great ones in the council of lizards. But when he lifted his head to speak, he beheld the head of Moses enveloped in a dense white cloud. The gods have borne away the head of the rock lifter, he thought aloud, and scurried to his hole in quivering awe. He slept, and memory fled away. So soon he emerged and looked into the benign eyes of the nation-maker from the same bush. The lizard says that the present hour is much hotter than the tender ones of morning, he began abruptly. The lizard is wise, Moses answered casually. The words of lizards are full of truth, the reptile went on cunningly. But even so, O friend who digs his hole above the ground, the greatest among us has no rod that can summon fly swarms at will. The lizard said this and looked at Moses under-eyed. That is true, Moses agreed, with his thoughts at a distance. All your works accumulate praise. 29 days you have been with me upon this mountain, and each day you have called forth a swarm of flies at the hour when I am most hungry. Pardon me, friend, Moses said humbly. The 30th day shall be as the 29. He lifted his rod ever so slightly, and flies swarmed over the bush upon which the lizard rested. Sup. The lizard ate. The last fly of the swarm was just enough. Every day it had been so. He looked at Moses in admiration. Whence do you come, O master? Moses pointed to the plain of Moab, where the tents of Israel crowded the horizon. How do you say that you are alone if of your kind such hosts of multitudes be at hand? I am that I am, and so I am alone. I am Moses, the drawn out. It is given me to call God by his power-compelling names. I bear his rod. The blind and the mute have companionship, but I am a leader. I see that your leadership has galled your shoulders. Why then did you go before? I went because I was sent. In my agony, I cried into nothingness and inquired, why am I called? There was no answer, only the voice that again said, go. How long, O mighty Moses, have you led? 40 years and more. From the mountain of God I returned to Egypt, and with my stretched out arm I confounded the Pharaoh and led my people forth with a mighty hand from the Nile, where we were bondsmen, to beyond the Jordan, where they shall rule. Ah, Moses, because you have so exalted your kind and kindred, their love for you must exceed this great mountain in thickness, and the height would not be less. Lizard, love is not created by service to mankind, but if the good be deemed sufficiently great, man sometimes erects little mountains of stone to the doer called monuments. They do this so that in the enjoyment of this benefit, they forget not the benefactor. The heart of man is an ever empty abyss into which the whole world shall fall and be swallowed up. Do none of the hosts love their deliverer? Who shall know? However, Joshua is strong in soul and body, he shall follow me. He gives thought to me. If I do not return to my tent before another day begins, he will ascend this mountain in search of me. Your labors have brought little joy. Lizard, 40 years ago I led a horde of slaves out of Egyptian bondage and held them in the wilderness until I grew men. Look now upon the plain of Moab, a great people. They shall rule over nations and dwell in cities they have not builded. Yet they have rebelled against me ever, a stiff-necked race of people. They murmur against me anew because I have held them before the Jordan for 40 days. Their taste would humble them before the armies of Canaan. They must wait yet another 30 days. I have not striven with God, with the wilderness, with rebellion in my own soul for 40 years to bring them to a new bondage in the land beyond the Jordan. They shall wait for strength. How then, Moses, will you hold your horde of murmurers on the brink of Jordan when their eyes already feast on the good land? If a leader dies in Israel, the hosts mourn 30 days. Again, the head of Moses disappeared in cloud, and a sleep fell upon the lizard. But the cloud-splitting eye of Moses carried to the silver-gilt hills of Canaan, lying half in the late night and half in shadows of the setting sun, and his soul wandered beyond the Jordan for the space of half an hour. When it returned to him upon Nebo, he gazed down upon the tented nation beneath him, and the nation-maker, sorrowing, wept over Israel. But Israel, unknowing, sang and danced, hammered its swords, milked its cows, got born, and died. Ah, Moses, the lizard observed on waking, you shall yet rejoice. Soon your hosts will triumph beyond the Jordan, and you shall be called King of Kings. I have already known the palaces of the Pharaoh's lizard, but I was not happy in the midst of them. You were an alien in the Egyptian palaces, but the mansions in Canaan shall be of your kindred. When the Israelites shall erect palaces, God shall raise up abundant palace dwellers to fill them. I have taught them statutes and judgments fit for the guidance of kings and shepherds alike. But will they remember your laws? If I tarry within this that I have erected on Nebo, then shall they remember my laws in Canaan. People value monuments above men and signs above works. The lizard traveled around the tomb and studied its contours. But Moses, your splendid new dwelling has no hole by which you may enter. A queer dwelling, a hole above ground, no entrance. This is no dwelling, lizard. It is a place of burial. I am no longer young, Moses. Perhaps, I nodded. What buried yon there? No, you did not witness it. But here is interred the voice of Sinai, the stretched out arm of Moses, the lawgiver, the nation maker. Those are your words, but I behold you, sitting as you sat at sunrise. Those are your thoughts, but you see the old man of the wilderness sitting upon the tomb of Moses. Whereupon Moses arose and took one long look at the tented nation in the valley, and his face shone as it had done at Sinai when even Aaron had feared to look upon it. He took one dragging look beyond the Jordan, then wrapped his mantle closely about him. Sun is set, he said in low rumbles. I depart. He laid his rod upon the new-made tomb, set his face sternly towards the wilderness, and walked away, leaning lightly on a new-cut staff. But wait, O Moses, the lizard squeaked after him. You have left your rod behind. Oh, Joshua will pick it up, he called back, and strode on. This is Ingenue Ellis. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Hitting a Straight Lick with a Crooked Stick, Stories from the Harlem Renaissance by Zora Neale Hurston. Presented by Amistad and Harper Audio. This program was produced by Common Mode. Directed by Nicole Shelton. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2020 by the Zora Neale Hurston Trust. Production copyright 2020 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.